I'll just mail them shoes.
What?
Gonna mail
Just
them
mail them
shoes.
shoes. Stupid.
Kick yourself with them.
To whom it may concern, please utilize this boot on your derriere.
Cover up your caboose.
Caboose. Please send the picture back as proof with boot print. Oh, Jesus.
Who said that?
I want you to take a look at this. Can you see this? Hold on. I'll make it bigger for you. Not big enough.
Whee!
I can feel it. I was gonna say, where are we going? Oh. Oh, God. Give me a... We're always... We want to do this? Come back. I thought we were talking. We were getting along. So many friends now.
And
I know what I'm doing. Ooh, that almost slipped out. Cena! We're so close at that. Sacrifice not be in vain.
yeah,
So, what we had some sort of attack, a global attack. I said close the distance, not kill it. Like a Moscow fault? Possibly. Possibly. But I'm sure if we had it, he'd use it.
How old are you?
80.
Oh. Good for you could say like no, comment 79. You said you got a shower, so but technically you're or a year older. You don't get it? You don't get that joke? Like when it's a new year? Like, oh, I haven't showered since last year.
Oh. My brains were gonna open up.
No, I think like you gotta sleep. People. Oh my god. I'm going.
We're going in. We're going after this bitch.
What?
Oh, thank God. Oh, God, no. What? Oh, my hero. I can't help you. That's the schedule for Sunday. Dude, that's such top 9 has to play back to back. And then they play China right after and AD then. They go fucking broken and just as it goes dragging them back out. Oh yeah, maybe we did the game off of threat.
Brent can't like okay.
Jesus, I just had some of the dark. I just had some of the darkest thoughts. It's just like just calling up people I read. Yeah, hey, yeah, Grandpa's not doing too well. I was say I'm like 5 away from Mythic Honor, so you should all be almost close to him.
Yeah, one more. One more star or two. One more star, but from me.
Jesus Christ, girl. One more star too. It's not that hard.
I'll get one star and I'll be like, I need one more star to go across.
Uh-huh.
24 out of 25. But it's really 23. Actually.
Fight it. Fight it. The bait.
Die. I need flask. Oh my god.
Got her! Huh. Ha! No! Get her! Run! You got. Oh god! Help! It was trapped!
Save yourself. Okay. I forgot. Don't say. Don't say.
I thought we got the
It's never
number.
worth it.
Not each other.
No. Let's go.
Or am I saying, what could go wrong?
Oh, sure. No better. No. Easy. Look at that. Oh god. Oh my. Look at you try.
Oh,
Look
money
at
in
there. Look at
crumbs.
that thing.
I don't want to. I'll get that. Oh. No, I couldn't get it out that time.
I haven't played it so long.
It does. So we're gonna get started here in a few moments. But I do need to let you guys know that if you are not here when we do the giveaway draft and everything, you're not going to win. We've also had a large influx of people trying to come with multiple accounts and try to win the giveaway, or people trying to rename themselves for the giveaway. If you're caught doing this, you're going to be banned from any other giveaway that we do here. Just want to throw that in there. We'll start the stream in about a minute. Give me one moment, grab my drink. Oh, get him! Damn, that sucks. What's going on, everybody? We are chilling today. Yeah. So hold on, let me get the so the stream. I don't believe the stream has started yet at all. Hopefully, I'm not a liar.
From Bedell, Imperial, and then
Wait, is that? Did it start already? Am I a liar? Oh, it did start already.
And it's an elimination match nonetheless. I'm not so sure if this is the final chapter. I think there's a few more lines.
All right. Let me see if I can do this right. We'll put it right here so that you guys can see. Then we'll grab this and put it over here. All right, good. You sound really tired. I just woke up a bit ago, but I need to go to sleep right after BTK too. So I just got done casting the Moonlight Club grand finals a couple hours ago, and then I clocked out, woke up, tried to get everything all ready, and then today at 11 or actually 10 Central, I have to cast for the ME, what is it? I want to get it right. It's going to be the European. It's a European the MESL. It's basically this guy from Europe has financed a whole bunch of tournaments for Europe. He's really hoping to build a scene over there. And he asked for my help with casting, so I'm going to go ahead and cast those at 10 today. Aiko's been casting those, I want to say, every weekend. Unfortunately, my schedule was too busy, so I kind of had to hold off until today. I can cast for the grand finals. Thank you, Nada. Yeah, Nada knows. They do giveaways on the stream, so if you guys are interested, catch up in my Discord, and I'll post when they are. I think the last one they did was like a 3,000 diamond giveaway on the for viewers and stuff like that. And there's not like a ton of viewers, so there's actually a pretty decent chance for you guys to win the MESL. You can find it. You can find the MESL on YouTube. I would search MESL and Mobile Legends, and you should be able to find it. If not, you can always go to my Discord, and I'll throw a link before I cast for it in the announcements and shit like that. But that's going to be happening at it starts at 11, I believe.
Let's not forget match 2 and 3.
So I'm gonna turn this down a bit.
Unpredictable,
Hopefully you guys can still kind of hear them talking in the background, so it's not like completely obtuse.
Improvisational team, I'd say, in all of M6 versus Team Spirit, Tafar Gaming, and Vamos. Play in mid versus CF. You're stressed out.
Your prediction for today? You know what? Let me check the games today. Unless somebody wants to give me what the games are going to be today. Literally, my mind is hyper focused on BTK. So everything else was blacked out for me. I have no idea what else the other games are today. Let me check it. Okay, so it looks like Rora versus Ulf. Oh. Did Ulfric take another loss? Who did they go up against?
This is match 1, so let's set the tone here. Let's set up the
all right. So first one we got is Aurora versus Ulf. Can somebody tell me what's the are both of these teams? Is this like a loser is out type of deal? Let me just check Wikipedia.
2 months before M6 and Malaysia will beat them. The main thing Filipino teams are good is stalling the game up until the point they have the items enough, and then they can perform good front to back team fight. That's it.
It's an elimination round. Is this all elimination? What's up, Chuba? Ryzen, what's up? Damn, for Aurora. Damn, bro. They're up for elimination. That's kind of crazy. I mean, all right, so the first one, Rora versus Ulfric. I mean, I think big Vegas money's on Rora, but it would be nice to see Ulfric come ahead. But yeah, money's going to be on Rora. Team Vamos versus CFU. Dude. These are two teams that I'm just kind of like, what? Let's go with Cambodia. CFU. We'll go. That's Cambodia, right? We'll go with Cambodia. Team Secret versus Team Liquid. Dang, bro. I mean, money's on Liquid, but it would be so nice to see Team Secret beat them. And then BTK versus Fnatic Onyx. You know what? You know what? Fuck Vegas money. I'm going with BTK. Can I break down why? No. Because I believe that's why. A BTK, okay, brink of elimination, but BTK's not on the elimination right now. They're if they lose here, they're only one loss. So they would have to lose 2 more to be kicked out. I wonder who they would face.
For any game, I know there is a lot.
Who is the one sponsoring Mena? I have no idea.
Decision that you need to make in game and outside the game.
If Aurora loses,
just make sure that all of us has your back and we trust.
Dude, Aurora's how do I say this? Their performance has really kind of shocked me. I don't know. It's kind of crazy to be seeing that Aurora's at 0-2 right now.
Let me just say
They haven't even faced another Filipino or Indonesian team. You know what I mean? Maybe it's not their performance. Maybe it's I shouldn't be saying that. Maybe I should be saying that the other team's performances have really shocked me because they've kind of like raised the bar for
and Ulfandar, only one team can keep their promise.
The beauty and the brutality of this Swiss rears its ugly head, and the layers in this storyline.
Is it belief in BTK logical? Nope, but I don't care. That's how I am right now. Is it logical? Probably not. But you know what? Fuck logic. I'm just gonna root for BTK.
Worked hard. What is this? Almost 6 months of your life.
Yeah.
Down the drain because of 2 best of ones?
Aurora giving a chance to others. The best of one effect? I mean, I guess.
In their like the stories behind what they want to prove as a team here in the world stage.
Yes, I understand. I understand BTK is not in the elimination bracket.
Between these 2 teams.
So that means that BTK is not in the elimination bracket, but everybody else is, right?
I mean, when Coach Osprey mentioned about how he thinks the specialty of Filipino teams is really about stalling the game.
Gosh, she's pretty.
Would that apply really to Aurora?
Damn, nobody wanted to tell this girl her button is sideways.
That's kind of Aurora's struggle.
That might actually be the pain point, because right now, if you ask me what the strength of Filipino teams is,
Nobody wanted to tell Naisu his button is fucking sideways either.
Going for it, bar none. Just
damn.
eyes on that goal. Aurora and Fnatic Onyx.
No friends up there. No friends. Not a single person is like, hey man, hold up. Your button's sideways, bro. Gonna send them up there looking like fool. Not fools. I'm just kidding.
Eyes and in the words of the Thorned Queen.
Now, gentlemen, I have to put you in a tough spot. Yes, I called you gentlemen. No, she's a gentleman. She's one of us now. She's one of us. Yeah. Gentlemen, I'm putting you guys on a tough spot. In 3.
That's not sexist at all.
Including the score here. So I hope you guys got everything ready. Because in 3, 2, 1, predictions.
Oh, score.
Yeah, even the score.
Yeah, this is mine. Okay.
I got.
Is hers backwards? Hers is hella backwards. Somebody help this girl out. Are they both backwards? Oh, I guess that is right. It just looks faded.
At least we're unanimous by saying it's not gonna be.
Oh my God! All their buttons are fucked up, bro.
But you guys are going for Aurora. I'm going for Ulfandar. And one of the things is that
I think his is all the way upside down.
I really think that they're strong, and I believe that
bruh,
make you stronger.
Oh. I mean, honestly,
Mentally, if they're there, they can do it.
honestly, like it's Ulfenor. They've been here for quite some time, right?
Yeah.
I feel like they just really were a little
She's a new
bit
caster, I forgot her name.
change into best of ones, but Aurora, it's different. It's a transition from best of one. Now it's just really best of three.
My only kind of complaint is like,
Not sure of what's actually going wrong. Is it the draft? Is it the execution?
like if I close my eyes and she's casting and Eternia is casting, I can't tell them apart. And I'm kind of like, if every single guy, well, I won't say every single guy. Leo, Mirko, Gideon, Trex, who else? Like, well, just like most of the males, they have such a unique sound, a cadence when it comes to casting that I can tell them apart.
They just debuted last season, but their chemistry.
When I heard her casting before, and I thought it was Eternia.
When it came to their performance, it wasn't as consistent as we expected it to be heading into the season.
Is she even PH?
We know that Aurora
Is she
can really
PH?
Take their time, but it's now or never that they're heading into this elimination match.
Chemistry can only
PH has a lot of casters. Yeah, I heard over in PH, it's like fucking, like it's a fight over there to cast because they have so many people, so much talent over there to cast for. Like it's crazy. So like these dudes are like so fucking lucky that they've been able to like get to this point where they can cast Mobile Legends and stuff like that. You got enough pillows back there?
Alien has gone up against Edward.
Dude, I have like a ton of pillows because I'm a messy sleeper and I like kick off all my pillows when I sleep. And I hate like waking up in the middle of the night and like searching for my pillow. So usually it's like, where's my pillow? Doesn't matter. I have a fucking another one. Boom.
It so happens that come mid or late game, a particular mistake in the objective takes or a slight miscommunication costs them.
Do you think Fnatic Onyx will target ban Zane, like blacklist it? No, I don't think any smart team target bans Zane. Take that how you want with how that delves with Cloud9 and stuff like that, but I don't think any smart team target bans Zane. If you need to treat them like they're a normal fucking team. If you give him what he wants, he's got favorites, fucking give him his favorite, but counter it, counter pick it. You know what I mean? Like that's how a team counter banning Zane has always resulted in a fucking loss. Ever since M3, and I said this when it came to fucking when it came to NACT on when it was the grand finals. I'm like, what's they need to do is they need to kind of bait them into banning Zane, putting all their picks to try all this effort into banning Zane and let everybody else get the picks that they want. And they ended up doing that, and it fucked them over hard. BTK doesn't play for a few hours. You got Aurora versus Ulfric, Vamos versus CFU, Team Liquid versus Team Spirit, and then BTK versus Fnatic Onyx.
Does not know what to do. That might be their
I think they will target ban Zane. They won't if they're smart. I feel like, yeah, if they're smart, they won't. That button is really bothering me, bruh.
I didn't feel like they were really able to perform
Is it?
the way they wanted.
Like, would I get in trouble with HR if I was like casting with her and I just leaned over and I was like, like, excuse me for a second, boom, I feel so much better. Thank you. Oh, for fucking.
The past few games that we've been seeing them, it really felt like they had this idea, they came in prepared, but once it doesn't fall into place, it becomes so hard for them to look for another way to deal with everything.
Yeah.
I think they will target ban Zane. Bro, I think if they're petty like that, they can go ahead. This is what happened with Blacklist. You remember that they target banned Zane because they thought that they could, like, he's got a deep enough. Here's the thing. Zane might not have the deepest hero pool concerning the meta, but he has picks that he can rely on, that he plays better than most people play meta heroes. You know what I mean? So it like more than makes up. Whether it's a fucking Saber, a Belmont, a Fredrin, something like that. You can try to ban him out, but he's always going to have picks that he can play better than most people can play meta heroes. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of a useless thing. And then if you do that, you stop them from prioritizing Zane. Now they're going to prioritize people like Hoon and Zia and Shark and get them the picks that they want. And that is the worst thing.
We made some mistakes on the second turtle, which had led to a shaky performance because of this. Securing the consecutive Lord.
I feel like Zane shouldn't pick. I kind of feel the same way. But you know what? I felt like Zane shouldn't have picked Fred this entire time, and he's been successful. So I'm through with my input about what they should be picking, because I mean that's why I'm not a pro player. Obviously, they have a deeper understanding for this.
Every single thing right. The only thing is, like, again, I'm being real here. Sakai's got lucky. He got lucky. The retribution was more than enough to actually secure the turtle, and after that, they control it.
Yeah.
All teams have been picking Fred. Did it start with Zane, or honestly, I don't mind what BTK has been doing. I feel like we've been doing something that I've been complaining about for the longest time, where we're not trying to get good at their meta. We're just inserting our own picks into it and playing those picks really, really well. The Fredrin, the fucking Guinevere, like
that really turned things around. But this is the real deal, Fel. I mean,
yeah, right now we're jumping straight into the drafting phase. The first draft.
Oh, let me make sure I'm caught up here.
They already got a head start here. We're gonna see. Looks like Aurora's gonna be first pick. Openar will be second pick. Betting out the Hilda as well as the Eve really shows that they're aiming for getting an assassin or that alpha. Zane Madakai. I wonder how bad they've been getting their ass kicked on Paquito.
yeah, and I'm also starting to think about how this Eve may also...
What's up, Ant?
All mine, estamos en el porch, en high, dame un broach, goodbye, ya mismo estoy que firmo con la night, fresca pero ya mismo en G5, putas quieren chingar con mi
They weren't really able to get their hands on that Jushin, so it's either going to really be a trade.
So what are they gonna do? They're gonna go with Suyu first, Zuxin. Oh, Zuxin and Suyu are open right now. Pylos is still out there. Damn, Hilda's still out there. Oh no, she's not. Hilda's gone. Never mind. Let me stop talking. So we got Suyu, Zuxin.
Don't get me wrong. We've seen it work.
You can still trade it for the alpha.
Exactly. Like, they already banned out the Hilda as well as the Eve. They could even still opt for a Joy. So I'm looking at the...
So what are you gonna do? You're gonna give a Suyu and then fucking... I heard it. It was Zuxin, wasn't it? Yeah, it was.
Aurora's gonna take it. And
Who counters? Who counters? Eve counters. Oh, they banned Eve. Oh no.
Bruno will be good.
Yeah, but, if they don't...
Yeah, you have to pick up Bruno. You can't give him Bruno and a Suyu.
Aurora does tend to really reserve like the Reggie here for last. I mean, they do often go for flex picks in the beginning.
Oh, can we get full screen? I am so sorry.
I mean, one of the most comfortable picks for Edward really is the Eden.
Can you guys see now? Let me see.
Like, will they be considering it this time around? Because like,
yeah, we're good.
Yeah, it hasn't been so well for them. But they did not get the Bruno.
What? Did you just give them a Bruno?
And even they're a bit shocked here.
This is one of the few heroes who can actually make a beeline for the Bruno.
Yes.
We've seen it happen.
Yes, Dax. Don't give me flashbacks, Leo. Don't give me flashbacks. But
you still see Innocent falling now.
But this time, Aurora, they can opt for more.
I don't know, bro. Is this a best of 3?
It's one thing to do with the Joy and Bruno. It's the other thing just to deal with the Joy.
Is this a best of 3, guys?
actually reacted to the Joy and picked up the Kaja.
No,
Things didn't
don't
really
do
go
that.
well for them, so I think they won't be as reactive as much.
Oh, there it is.
Soft answer. I think the Phoveus is a soft answer.
Oh, damn. Phoveus has a 30% win rate. That's rough, bro. Who do you go against Phoveus?
For sure. 'Cause they're
What do we
gonna
pick
go.
up here? Do we pick up an XP lane like a fucking Khalid? That's early game, I guess, right? Or does Zuxin counter early game?
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you loud and clear. They're picking up the Granger here.
All right, so they're gonna pick up the Granger and they're gonna probably ban. Oh no, they can't. It doesn't matter.
The head-to-head matchup.
They didn't want all the good. They didn't want all the good marksman picks to get banned out because they already picked up a Bruno. All right, so what are we gonna ban out, boys?
I don't care. Bring out the numbers, Bruno.
We got a mage. I guess we're gonna ban out what? Suyu, Alpha.
Really is you can target the jungler, and it looks like they're targeting.
Oh, now we're banning Fredrin, bro.
The Joy. So they're really looking to make TNZ shine.
Eve Hylos combo. Well, Eve is already banned out, so there's no there's no.
Shoutouts to
What's going on, Playful? How you doing, girl?
Shout out to Zutsujin, the mercenary, the babyface assassin.
What are you doing up right now? Are you about to pass out?
Shoutouts to MC. Shout out to my mom and dad.
But at this point, right, like, they even, I'm so surprised by Aurora deciding to ban both the Hayabusa and the Edith.
Yes, I am. All right, girl.
Like one of the best performing assassins for Demon Kite, really, if they want to stick with that, since I think they'll need a little bit more of physical damage as well.
Lilia Rosa. I think Lilia gets countered hard by
Took out the Edith. So
I think Eve is the only real counter for Zuxin.
Like if you're
Who's the other mage you can go here?
when the Hilda is already out?
I mean, I don't even know.
There's no Hilda. What's stopping me from using the Haya? So actually,
Vexana's kind of close.
It's a two-way.
Who else?
Ban.
Lu Yi? Does Lu Yi work here? I don't think so.
Again, take it away from TNZ and to protect Doming.
yeah.
Yep.
Last ban.
Oh man.
It's just mostly the alpha, like the remaining junglers here for Demon Kite.
Or the Gatot.
I think Vexana's too stationary. I mean,
Got it. Honestly, the
I think there's too many ways to come at a Vexana right now.
If they want to go for a bit crazy, but we've seen the Ling.
Ban the Gatot, ban the glue.
Aurora, I wonder if Aurora works here. I don't think so because they're not really like a melee heavy composition coming at you
Either is fine. Either is
from the front.
There are more ways to attack.
They should definitely, well, that takes that off the table anyway.
For Rosa.
It does show that they want an alpha. They ban out the
Sicilian gets bullied out of lane. He kind of does. What do you do for, I mean, you've got a Hylos, so you've got some type of protection there. Who else could you use?
Meta heroes, we see the Farsa.
Yeah.
I wonder if Lu Yi works here. Definitely should be Cyclops. Definitely pick Cyclops. Gord is too stationary, I fear. I think Zuxin would walk all over him in team fights.
Okay, so they do.
Oh, a Farza.
Thorn Queen special. Now we're gonna see finally what they put into the hands.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that. She's got decent range, so she can outrange Zuxin. She can stay pretty far back. You just have to work on your you're gonna have to work on your placement. You know what I mean? She's got to probably come in a little late so that these other guys can burn out their skills, and she knows where everybody is before she sets herself down. Oh, who do we have to set? We don't even have a setter. What are we gonna do?
Wait, that's a chip? Oh my god.
Oh, who? What? Bro, I'm not gonna lie. Chip has gone under. I think every single series that I've cast in the last month, every single time they've used Chip, it's been like an auto loss.
Excuse me, my man. We have layers to how we play.
Just fold the map in half.
This motherfucker said Carmilla XP. No, Carmilla's right up there with Chip right now. I don't know why people use Carmilla, but I have literally never cast a game where she's won. I don't know where this Carmilla infatuation comes from. I used to be global on that bitch, and I know that she doesn't have a place right now. And I would love to use her as, like, more. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You guys cursed it. You guys just signed Ulfric's goodbye. Oh.
We're giving it to Mirko and Ingan.
You guys.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the caster desk here. I'm here with Ingan. It's Mirko. The hunt continues for Ulfednar up against Aurora, the Northern Lights. And just as a reminder, this is an elimination. 0-2 bracket.
Now the question is, will history repeat itself? Will Aurora once again upset or overtake Ulfednar?
I feel like they're sitting really, really close to each other.
Really intense right from the start.
Again, though, for Ulfednar, their main vision, their main sight is still, we're going to counter the Bruno.
Are they sitting really, really close to each other, or is Mirko hogging all the space on the table?
Aurora MLBB takes on Ulfednar.
All right, guys, give me a second. I gotta get my drink and my chicken nuggets.
These teams are no stranger to the best of three. Welcome to the land of Dawn for game number 1. Tianzi and Demon Kite both starting on purple.
Okay, so both of them aren't really, are actually used to pressure. Because if you can recall during MSC, Rosa actually said, and the rest of Ulfednar said that they always have a first game series curse where they always lose the first series, but this time they lost 2 already. And Aurora's used to climbing out of the lower bracket, so they're used to this pressure now. It's just going to boil down to who is going to rise above that pressure.
Well, you guys can certainly rise in-game if you guys want to get, you know, some cool skins for you, some actual exclusive skins too, like the Claude M6 Challenger Spark. Go ahead and complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free. Get amazing rewards, including the Claude Battle Emote too, and also that Glory Avatar Border. Ulfednar, early on, I mean, taking a look at the... Oh, Sunshine actually going for the Quantum Charge. Usually we see more of the Impure Rage for the Granger in the lane. And it is still the same, though, for the Festival of Blood and also the Rupture. Master Assassin for Domeng.
Yeah.
He's really gaining that confidence on the world stage.
Again, he's not going to be considered the next standard if he hasn't proven himself, but this time he has to. Okay, an early engage coming in from both of these teams. A First Blood onto the hit. Revitalize, the sustain coming in from Ulfednar.
Great start to the game for Ulfednar. Good timing, too. Despite the fact that Renegade here has gone for the concussive blast.
You guys want to see my chicken nuggets?
And unfortunately,
Yeah, I'm a grown-ass adult eating dino nuggies. Roar! Roar!
47 still level 3 with Renegade. Alien's going to be delayed quite a bit. Ulfednar have to concede.
And Aurora MLBB looks like it's going to be an uncontested turtle for them. But they still want to go for the clash.
And no, I do not have kids. There is no excuse, except I love dino nuggies.
To bring down Iyue, and it looks like Aurora bit more than they could chew during that clash. They already got the turtle, but I think they got a bit of greedy.
Oh, Domeng! Sunshine's gonna go and gun him down for a bit. He's gotta respect the damage. Tianzi!
Okay, Tianzi. Very, very, very in a peculiar spot there. Got taken down once again from Aurora. So Aurora still, they're relaxed. They know that they can look for the trades that they're wanting for. They know their power spike, the capabilities of their lineup. So they're gonna try and be as disciplined as possible. But again,
damn, she took a lot of damage. Was that just from the Wave of the World or the Worldy?
Invade as much as possible, and they could do this with the current composition that they have. Again, they have the Joy. And at the same time, we've seen this yesterday with Ulfednar when they were actually ahead 4K gold in 5 minutes up against SRG. But for some reason, SRG was able to turn things back. So if Aurora managed to do that up against Ulfednar, they could take game 1.
You gotta be clinical on these.
Man, they're really losing this mid lane hard, though.
Ulfednar, they played the game perfect up until turtle number 2.
Apex.
Apex stunned up, no pressure here. Apex will just take a bit of damage there.
Good job. I would have waited. I would have waited for Rosa to come up, but oh no!
In turtle number 2, so Aurora, can they do the same?
It's a trap.
Chance to do it. They have Suyo. Now they're gonna try to look for a
Ooh.
in this lane so well.
Okay, so this is where the discipline from Aurora is showing once again. They're showcasing their discipline, their macro. They know that they can go for the over-aggressive, over dives that they've been showing for the past 2 days. They really want to play this as safely as possible because they have the Bruno. And again, looking at the stats, Bruno has a 72% win rate all throughout the M6.
Both teams are
Broccoli trees and mashed potato mountains make it a kid's food. Well, then I guess I'm not eating I guess I'm lucky I'm not eating mashed potatoes or broccoli. Or I would have my little dinosaur walking through a forest.
Despite the fact that he has 3 kills down, the goal lead is non-existent. Ofednar neutralized. It's completely neutralized, that goal lead. And Aurora are actually taking things real slow. They're not rushing into the neutral objectives.
Because again, they have the chip. That when it comes to those neutral objectives,
It's not my fault. They always sell the normal chicken nuggets next to the dino nuggies, and they're the exact same price. Who in their right mind sees normal chicken nuggets next to dinosaur nuggets and says, I'm just going to get the normal nuggets?
Wanting to get the higher ground on this turtle pit as Aurora MLBB looks to find a trade up.
Fucking sociopaths, that's who. Oh!
Here comes a shortcut, but will they go there in time? Trying to go for Rosa. Defender extra takes there with the flicker.
Renegade taken down. Alien brought back to the team. Edward going in front of pursuit. Tienzi gonna go on towards the turtle. But Demon
He gets the turtle. Are we going to be able to punish them for this or what?
Jumping in front of pursuit. Alien knocked up and
Damn, see? Carmilla down for the count. Fucking provided no fucking help. Apex is going to go down. Now they've tied things up.
Severs his soul.
This time perfectly executed for Aurora. We have to give a lot of Edward for forcing out the flicker out from Rosa when he casted that feathered airstrike, really displacing the members of Ulfedna there. That's why they weren't able to maximize the capabilities of their skills, and now they have an established lead of 1.5k. Look at Renegade on the back line, stopping Rosa's feathered airstrike once again. Yue with the lantern there. Here comes Tienzi. Renegade is a bit too deep there, and Ulfednar will punish that.
That was an interesting dive. You know, I thought the crash course was ready together with the shortcut, but it turns out no. It was still on cooldown, so a bit of an off.
Oh, ASMR. Let me put this up here so you guys don't have to hear me eating. Oh, are we going to get him? Pause, stop, cough, and dead. Nice.
The next stander, that was a good initiation from Ulfednar. Now it looks like they're giving Sunshine huge amount of space to work with.
Renegade looking for the flanks. Tienzi catches him.
Okay, does he have the shortcut though? Again, Renegade.
Damn! Damn!
Crash course right on time.
Sunshine taken down. That's a killing spree for Edward. Tienzi's going wild in the back though as Edward gets isolated completely in front of Pursuit with a Crimson Beacon. It's a shutdown.
Oh no, Yue! Looks like he's gonna fall down, but Demon Kite jumps in. Once again, one more kill will bring down Tienzi.
Watch out, Apex! Watch out!
The answer is there, but Demon Kite escapes.
Woo. Demon Kite, the smiling demon at the start of the game. He wasn't smiling, but I bet you he's smiling now. A clean escape. But still, it was Aurora losing in the trade. Ulfednar were able to clinically get the
You're welcome, princess.
fight. And Renegade's got to be way more careful here. He's in the bush. Are they setting up for something?
Let's see.
Okay, they're chilling. They're chilling for now. Turtle number 3 will spawn in the game. Sunshine spots him out, and Ulfednar have rotated Sunshine together with Domeng. Domeng's actually almost 2 levels ahead.
Yeah, and so far, Aurora MLBB still holding on to this 2k gold lead. They're going to approach this final turtle.
What's going on, check-ins? The best caster in the NA. How are you today? I'm doing good. Tired.
On the other hand, Demon Kite working on the bottom lane. Again, they have the chip, so at any given moment, Demon Kite can do something in the clash, but they're going for Renegade!
Ooh, Renegade's done. Done!
Demon Kite looking for a trade in the bottom.
They're going to get this mid, though.
Should be able to get, yep, the tier 1 in the mid lane.
They're going to get the tier 1. Are they going to be able to get this tower, too?
The neutral objective. Sunshine clears out the wave. Apex.
Here comes the glorious pathway. Domeng has to use the flicker out. And Edward into the midst of
Tienzi gets it.
Infernal Pursuit. They want to fight it out because Demon Kite is right on time.
Goes for the damage, and Edward cleans him up. Now you.
Dude, somebody tell me, what has this Carmilla done this game?
They get the turtle and trade it for Apex and Alien. Tienzi. No. There's no way he goes for that. Just goes for the wave clear in the mid lane. Whew. We got some action here.
I did not expect this game to go this way. Action-packed, 8-12 scoreboard, 8 minutes in. Domeng gonna safely get the turret up top. So that was a good play coming in from Aurora MLBB. They were also able to get the turret down below when Demon Kite was working on it, and the rest of the members of Aurora bought enough time actually for Demon Kite to catch up all the way from the bottom lane to the top turtle pit. That's why they were able to take 2 kills.
Chip is feeding, but they're still ahead. You know what I mean?
For Aurora MLBB. Now they're ganging up on Renegade.
Electrifying beats, TNC. Looking for Renegade, gets caught.
Ah, he gets caught, and he's not going to be able to get the kill.
Edward caught low.
Edward was able
Bro!
to counter-attack coming in from Aurora MLBB. Demon Kite onto the back line, gonna bring down Sunshine. Another kill. Alien as well will fall down. A double kill for the smiling Demon.
The Demon smiling, all right, especially with that flank. A phenomenal play from Demon Kite to swing it again back to Ulfednar. 4 members.
This is why you don't go Carmilla.
Rosa goes in with a feathered airstrike to clear out and zone out the members of Aurora MLBB, saving the inhibitor turret down bottom. And now it's not looking good for Ulfednar. They have a 5.3k gold lead. Again, it looks like the meta as Bruno wins games. You have a 5.3k gold lead. You also have the chip, so it's not looking good for Ulfednar right now.
You've got that Melfic gun too, man. Ulfednar, they stuck to their guns by trying to counter the Bruno. Something that all of us kind of, reacted to already. It was like, oh man, they didn't go for the Bruno on second pick.
Yeah, we thought it was
Fucking Bruno, you gave them Zuxin. This is a best of 3, right?
And if you know the rotation of Ulfednar, they feed a lot of their resources to their jungler and their gold laner, but this time around, it looks like all 5 of them are hungry for gold, are hungry for resources, just to match up the damage and the sustain.
All right, let's just wait to see what happens when they show Suyu. Oh, Suyu gonna go in? They both don't have their jungler there.
So far, it's been Edward and Demon Kite. They've been the
Oh damn, they're baiting it up so that Suyu can come in here at the end and grab it.
Okay, feather airstrike coming in from Rosa, but
That's it.
MLBB will safely take away the Lord and will be disciplined enough to back away, not force anything. They want to actually use the Lord to their advantage as Doming picks up a Rose Gold Meteor.
That's a Rose Gold dog. A clean, neutral objective take for Aurora MLBB.
You can see at the top of the screen. Oh yeah, it does say best of 3.
They were playing in the early game a bit aggressively, but now as they have that gold lead, there's really no reason for them to risk anything. Yue?
Damn.
It's too close, but they were able to pop you as Flicker though. So still Feldnar, they were able to get the purple buff and at the same time expend a battle spell. So still win for Ulfednar. At the same time, they still have resources to defend up against him.
Sunshine not doing great right now. He rushed into Malefic Roar, but
Sunshine building towards his 3rd.
he doesn't have any really raw damage. He's got the Hunter Strike, but what is he trying to build right now? Oh yeah.
About the Bruno so much, It doesn't look like in this
Lorax.
too much based on KDA.
So he's got a little bit more survivability, a little bit more penetration, a little bit more cooldown.
For Doming, like the feathered airstrike, it's kind of tough knowing that he can just outrange so many of Ulfednar's members. Good clear though for Ulfednar. They have a Farsa, they have a Granger. It should still be okay with First Lord, but man,
Look at that, dude. Look at him, just fucking, just slapping that tower down.
Ulfednar still has a lot of resources to expend for this defense. In the Aurora MLBB, no overextensions, even though Renegade was off to a shaky start. 2-3 early kills onto the Hitman. He's playing this disciplined enough. He doesn't want to be over-aggressive. Even though he has the flicker, he's just playing it safe right now.
The poke from Sunshine, though it is great, it's not great enough to actually throw Aurora away from the siege. Doming Worldy.
Look at the range.
The poke from Aurora. They're the ones winning out of the poke battle despite the range disadvantage. And now we get to see the player.
Malefic Gun doesn't affect Bruno's Worldy, right?
226 gold per minute ahead as well. It's Bruno. Tienzi still gets that. Gets the red tree down. Demon Kite doesn't want to commit that retribution. So Tienzi is still a threat that is growing. We saw just how threatening a Joy could be in the late game yesterday in the SRG versus...
Granger isn't affected by cooldown, so it's just 20 attack. Yeah, that's something too. I'm kind of on the fence about it. I almost feel like there should be a better trade-off.
Twisted Minds. I forgot their opponent. There was.
Or is the trade-off that he doesn't need mana? You know what I mean?
And the Joy who was defending actually used the shortcut to their advantage to get a win. So,
dude, I don't even see a way for them to go home. Who's gonna be going on to Zuxin?
It's all calm now. It's the calm before the storm. as Aurora look to utilize their lead again. You mentioned this, Ingan, early on with the chip. They're waiting for the late game power spike so that they can
Why? I mean, are we still just gonna allow them to get this? And if we're gonna allow them to get this, then everybody needs to fucking turn away. We can't have anybody out there.
It's gonna depend a lot on Rosa.
Like, I don't understand this, that we're just gonna hide in the bushes near it if we're not even gonna try to attack it. Then, like, what's the point of going out there?
Edward is bringing in along with Yue. Yue almost all the time. Crimson beacons in, flickers in, just to make sure Rosa doesn't capitalize on the utilities that they have. And Aurora MLBB again will successfully take an uncontested Lord.
Now it's an 8,000 goal lead, and it's an enhanced Lord in the 14th minute.
Bruno's gonna come in clutch. He's already clutch.
Is it enough to deal with Domain on the Bruno? Just constantly shooting from so far away with so much utility. You Renegade. We'll see in the trees. Domain already shooting mid lane.
Oh, Lord coming in. Rosa in an opposition there. Casted the Feather Airstrike, but canceled it right away as Ulfedn are trying to save their.
There goes a tower. By Rosa. There goes Apex. By Alien.
They're going to bring down Alien. 2 members left. They're working on the crystal. Doming with a maniac.
Good job, Carmilla pick.
1 win.
The Northern Lights shine again. They start the tournament off 0-2. But this is Aurora. They always come from a deficit to defy expectations, to defy the odds. And in game number 1, finally, they get their first game win in the Swiss stage. For Ulfednar, this is a 3-game lose streak. The hunt, what do they need to do?
A few things. First of all, the Granger, Sunshine was already in the fountain, and Bruno still killed him, still had enough damage to get that maniac. Where do we even begin? Let's talk about Bruno Granger matchup. Looks like, looking at the numbers here, Bruno has won 3 times, Granger has won twice, but now Bruno has won 4 times.
Okay, to be fair, the draft was sound because they wanted to open the Bruno, take it down with the Joy and the Farsa.
And I guess the Granger.
Sure, but it just did not pan out because they didn't attack the Bruno enough.
Yeah, and there was a response to the chip even. Like, they weren't so
The fucking button, bro. It's looking at me and it's taunting me. All of their buttons.
Pick up the Carmilla, which I think Ilya was able to play.
What nationality is she? She's so pretty.
Quite on point, but it seems like Aurora really found their timings already. They weren't really shaken. They could just like, oh, wait for a bit until like the Curse of Blood's already baited out, and then that's when we go in. And Renegade could even position himself like appropriately. So I put it here, but I attack the other people. So like you don't have anything else to think of when you just go into the portal.
Gentlemen, including Brigida, you're a gentleman now. You're a gentleman now. Honestly, when we're talking about this game,
she's Filipino.
I want to look at the macro here. I want to look at the trade. Because if we're looking at the draft, I agree with
what the fuck did Carmilla do?
They're looking pretty good. Both sides have their logic, have their win condition, has their losing condition, but the way Aurora
2, 4, and 6.
You take the turtle, I take 2 turtles.
For Carmilla, bruh.
I'm a numbers kind of guy, and I kind of feel like 2 turtles for 1 turtle. Heck, they didn't even get a turtle.
Exactly.
Yep.
They still take it anyways.
Yeah.
And I think that's what made this win for Aurora so vindicating, so I'd say relieving for all of the people watching and saying, what's wrong with Aurora? Because for the first time, I think, in all of the Swiss, they're able to draft a lineup that has a straight line towards victory.
Yep.
Talking about Ulfednar, let's look at the other side of the coin here. They drafted a lineup.
I'm not gonna lie, I think both of the roams did shitty, though. The chip was just as ineffective as the Carmilla was. It's just that these guys played a little bit worse, and they chased the chip. Has anybody had these before? Turbo's Flames? They're like some of my favorite chips, but they're fucking spicy. I want to see how they taste.
Yep.
I think even that was part of Ulfednar's strategy. If you can, again, pop the Bruno even before he can start setting up his free hits, even before TNT can cut right through, you have to hit the Curse of Blood. So there's extra combo, extra damage, extra setup.
I'm not sure I like it. They just taste like nothing but spice.
Yeah, and also like both.
You know what I mean? It's like I could eat anything that just tastes like spiciness and I'd get this. It'd be like hot Cheetos.
Draw supposedly with those really fast fast rotations coming in from Chenzi. I mean, Joy is one of those junglers who can really rotate fast, even towards the mid lane. But this also feels like one of the most, I would say, one of
Meh,
Euro's most
I don't really like
careful
him.
games ever. Like, he wasn't the easiest target.
Yeah,
to
I'm not a
look
big
for in
fan.
the early stages of the game. I mean,
Spicy
yes,
for the sake of being
Renegade,
spicy.
they found the kill on Renegade
I'm gonna put you
during,
over there in the
like,
punishment
first few
corner.
minutes of the game, but after that, they did not hold back. They were still just as aggressive as ever, and they were able to shut down a lot of possibilities from opening
That's-
on.
Safe to say, Aurora gave up the kills that they could afford at that point in the game, and that was an economic trade that played into the long game. They were feeling the benefits of that decision 12, 13 minutes in the game one.
Can I talk about?
I just don't feel like Granger is an adequate counter laner to Bruno. Granger just doesn't.
Aurora. No one was there, but the shortcut was there, and it turned.
I just feel
around.
like against Bruno, Granger feels like super inferior. The damage that he can do, his ultimate, like, pretty much tickles unless you're super far ahead.
I mean, Renegade already knew.
And Bruno, compared to what Bruno has when he hits his power spike, it's just like there's no real comparison.
So it was really the Radiant armor, and then he didn't like think of anything else.
I almost would prefer like a Clint in the lane as opposed to Bruno, but Clint doesn't really have an escape. Just because Clint can match the burst, Clint can even outrange a bit, but against some of these tankier compositions,
Always stay on point. He had to make that decision, split-second timing, and if he didn't, well, the inevitable was going to happen anyways.
Yeah, and now we have our MVP.
yeah, I feel the exact same way, Viviz.
4,000 total damage. Mind you, we saw at one point of the game, the highest damage was Yue, far above everyone else. Domin kept up. He's just like, okay, I got my items. I got my Malefic Gun. Heck, I got my Windtalker.
Is saying that somebody is pretty a simp? Yeah, that's just people who don't know how to interact with the opposite sex.
He didn't even need to sell his boots.
Yeah.
That just shows you how locked in, how focused Doming is. And we talked pre-game how of all of the members of Aurora,
How much gold did he have
stepping on international
altogether?
for the first time in his career. This match, this performance, a revelation.
Yeah, I also really want to see like what happened right before that kill he got on the fountain, because it started with him taking down Rosa in the bottom lane.
Granger's gold doesn't even seem effective to me. I mean, not against Bruno, but there's a lot of people he outclasses really hard. At least in ranked. Like, I'm gonna tell you right now, in ranked, he's pretty strong as a gold laner, especially because you're dealing with mostly Mias or Mias, Laylas, fucking other late hitters like a fucking Wan or something like that. He does really well.
Here we go. This is what you're talking about.
Triple kill. Sunshine in the base. In the base.
Especially super early game.
Is higher than the healing. Do we have any other heroes that can out damage the healing of the fountain?
To be fair, now that we've played the tape back, I reckon Sunshine only really got maybe one.
He fixed his button. Hell yeah. He noticed it. Damn right, Leo. Always be checking yourself.
1,000 again. I think that really does outscale the heal on the fountain. So, crits, man.
Yeah.
The crits.
But again, I really want to talk about draft. Amazing, for sure.
And this motherfucker's button is still upside down.
I think it is because of the macro. I feel like Aurora won that because of the macro.
I think it's because of the speed at which they made decisions, and safe to say it's also because they were rocking the ROG Phone 9.
Hey, you know what? Let's take a picture, right? Let's take a picture. Come on.
Okay.
Come on.
There it is. That's something that they actually worked on and improved since the ROG Phone 8 series. They made it more of a...
I'm gonna do that if I'm ever on the casting desk and take a picture. I'm gonna be like, yeah, let's take a picture.
Got a good engagement.
That fucking, the Asian girl, the Asian e-girl pose.
Mobile masterpiece. This is what it does. It creates memories. Because, Brigida, I haven't worked with you much, but now we get to keep the picture.
Yeah.
Right here. Come on. ROG Phone 9 Pro. If you have that, then you're not a disappointment. Get that phone.
It's literally what they're using on a world stage. Like the best of the best players in the world.
Can I try holding it?
Yeah, of course.
I feel like that phone is the reason why Bruno is that strong. Because before this, we just like, it's Bruno's, whatever. But now,
I would usually, you know what? No, I disagree.
Damn, somebody's in their ears right now and is like, something's wrong with the fucking phone on stage right now. We need you guys to fill for 20 minutes.
You listen to me.
Okay, again.
Right.
Let's take a picture again.
okay,
You'll be the one to hold it this time.
okay. This is your phone, right?
Yeah.
Or,
No.
all right.
I can't take pictures when I'm hungry. No.
Yeah.
But
I don't
we
like it.
but we have this.
Oh, thank you.
Wait, what about me? Why does he get the Hello Panda and I don't?
Are
Bring
you
it up.
hungry
What are you
too?
doing?
Okay, wait, come on, let's open it. Let's dance the task first. Hello Panda.
Suka biscuitnya. It's semua suka biscuitnya, which translates as everyone likes the biscuit. For you guys at home, fuel your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda website for more.
I can take a selfie now if you want that.
No, I'm good. I already got my Hello Panda, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right, suit yourself.
Did he give your phone back?
Granger supposedly, that's why you see a lot of people with Granger. All right, so let me just read it so that everybody can catch up here. They're talking about Granger, like my chat's talking about Granger. They don't like him. They're saying his gold doesn't even seem effective to me. It also feels like the build for Granger is really awkward. His crit passive on the first isn't capitalized on. His skill damage for War Axe is nerfed by him being a marksman. And his basics are too slow, which all of the stuff I agree on. And somebody else said he can't even clean Lord. So it's supposedly able to make up for it. Like, it's not supposed to be all about the damage. That's why a lot of people are starting to use Fighter Emblem on him. And Fighter Emblem with the War Axe, with some of the other items that he has, it kind of keeps a little bit of, what do you call it? It keeps him in the fight longer because he's able to like dish out damage and heal a lot more for it. Like I want to say last game I just played with Granger, like I was taking on a Hilda, and as long as I was still hitting her with the full barrage, like this bitch could not take me down. I would just like dash right through her and then barrage her again, and I was still able to keep up my health while facing her. But yeah, I kind of agree when it comes to like as a utilization in a team fight scenario, he's not doing enough to skill. Like when a Bruno comes up, you've got this very small window of Bruno's close enough to me. Do I close the distance on him and try to take him out? Or is he doing too much damage to where I need to fucking run away? And for Granger, that answer is always close the distance and try to take him out, because he's never gonna, it's gonna take him too long to do the damage that Bruno does. That will scare me and be like, oh man, this dude's actually fucking chunking me. I need to fucking get the fuck away. Granger's just like, ba, 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 ba. All right, I got another one. Ba, 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 ba. It's like, oh my God, he's still alive. Ba, 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 ba. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, especially with some of the front liners that we have. Maybe if he catches the squishies, yeah, it's different, but he can be a little awkward.
I trust Daxstar and them saying, this is it. Come the BO3, they're looking at it like an extended BO7, extended BO5. This is game 3, technically.
By the way, small tangent. You know how every coach talks to the players and always tell them to have a best of one mindset?
Yeah.
Now we can see it's harder than you think. Right? Best of one is much harder than you think. So I believe after the Swiss stage, next time when the coaches say have a best of one format, they'll be like,
I'd rather a Maya and a snowball. Well, that's the thing too, is like a lot of people are like, oh, if you snowball, you'll do well with him. Like, yeah, but that's true of any hero. You know what I mean? Like,
the wounds are very fresh. Ouchie. But he told me the same thing. It took
fucking Layla's great in a snowball.
Play like it's a best of one, even if it's a 3, a 5, or a 7, and it really just. It clicks.
Bro, I just want to see this dude's notebook. Show me in that notebook what your notes are that said Carmilla will be the optimal choice here.
the coach be like, thank God, it's been months.
Yeah, and the payoff is literally not having to fight for your life. Because that's what Ulfednar's thinking right now.
That's stressful.
Everything, once again, for them, from now on, is a best of one.
I talked with my doctor. Doctor says stress is bad. This is not good.
The makeup artist earlier found several white hair, and I thought it was stress.
On your youthful head?
On my youthful head.
Bring it at 16, by the way.
I am.
Now we can establish the lore. You're actually 42.
Wait.
That would be more impressive.
It's one or the other.
Can it be a little lower or something?
No.
It's either 42 or 16.
You guys decide.
All right. So it's this time Ulfednar on the play. They ban out the Cho. And maybe this time, LaFell, for your sake, maybe this time, they're setting up for that Bruno first pick.
I don't know, man.
I have time to play a Valorant game in these breaks. Yeah, bro, that was kind of hella. That was hella long.
And he was like, we've seen plenty of times it was open for them and they refused to take it. And I'm unsure if Sunshine is unable to play with the Bruno or
I'm kind of at a point, like, I mean, I guess Bruno's just right at that cusp right now where he wins games, but he's not important enough to ban yet.
History of banning out the Bruno.
Yes.
At least here in M6, so...
Yeah. Ulfednar still has to ban the Hilda.
Nolan is good versus Bruno. Nolan's kind of fallen off because he has some very important checklists that he needs to do to be successful in the early game. He needs to get kills, and he's awful from behind. So it's like, ugh.
Suyo trades. There it is. Finally, respect.
Okay.
There it goes. Oh my God. Who do we leave open though?
I'm kind of sick of talking.
Eve is open right now. Hylos is open.
Prior to this, Bruno was only banned blue side 3 times.
Yeah. I remember, yeah.
So this is a...
Wait, does nobody on Ufeldnar play Bruno?
And Aurora,
Why would you ban it out?
Oh, but they don't. They banned it.
All right, there's the Eve. Eve is taken off. So we've got what? We've got Hylos out there. We've got
Edward pretty well. It's still open to...
Hilda's still out there. Oh, Hilda's gonna suck. You need to get Gatakacha, I would say. I would say almost you need Gatakacha because you need to counter that early game invade. If you pick anything else, if you get Hylos and they get Hilda and Gatakacha, that means that they've taken away like the only real early game.
Hylos, Gatot, maybe Hylos, Suyo.
Maybe Hylos.
Yeah, up
Hylos, Gatakacha, Hilda. Those are the big ones that are out right now.
On the red side?
Blue side. Oh, yeah. Red side advantage. So it's relatively healthy. There's the Hilda.
And now, honestly, Aurora,
So they're gonna go with the Gatakacha on Aurora.
Doesn't care about the Hilda, right?
Right?
Alpha. Like, as long as you stay away from the Joy, from the Hayabusa, and then you're fine.
Yeah, you want to stay away from assassins and stuff like that so that you don't have to worry about
That's the only thing you'd probably have to consider if you're Aurora.
And the Joy.
So they're not going to go for an assassin. They're not going to go for a Joy.
Now they have a lot less to think about. So would they go for the safer options right now?
Is there a prio?
Oh, is Matilda out there too? No, she's not. Okay, I was about to say.
Or Yue, if he wants to go with that.
A little too early though.
But then
I don't know if you want to go for a Fanny here. I don't think you do. A Phoveus and Vexana. Interesting.
I was thinking picking up a mid laner here that can really dictate the flow of the game.
So they're probably going to go for a fighter jungler.
Maybe just move around a little bit more and having more.
So what can we do with Hilda here?
I'm actually looking at Demon Kite, and maybe he does want something with a little bit more damage.
Maybe he can play the Joy.
Maybe something early
He
game?
can play the Joy. Now that you have a Vexana, it's possible.
After seeing what comes through in the blue 2-3. So you got to make sure, because Hylos is still at large.
Yeah.
And
Rora banned Fan. Oh, yeah, they did. You're absolutely right.
Will they pick it up here? But then...
If you don't pick it up here, he's going to get banned.
Well, they wouldn't want a Fanny with a Hilda on the enemy team anyway.
I'm thinking of like all the possibilities here. If ever Aurora does want to still go for the... Since the Hylos is likely going to Ulfednar here.
Is this too early to use a Lu Yi?
Combination in the mid sounds nice. If ever Energy wants to consider that, like against this lineup of Ulfednar. But for now, they might want to like pick up something else because that would reveal too much of their draft.
So, I mean, this isn't bad. But
They'll have more choices after.
this is really going to rely on can can Rosa use this Lu Yi, get it like the way Hoon did? Every single time you have that fucking diversion ultimate, you need to be going somewhere on the map. And then the entire team goes out there, tries to get that gank. That's what they need to do here.
Safe for you to move around. So that's something that you have to consider whenever you're fighting against a Lu Yi.
Yeah. The Malefic gun, like marksmen who benefit from the Malefic gun.
Oh, but they want the Moskov.
Oh.
So far, Moskov has been such a polarizing figure in M6. Like the good Moskov.
Moskov, huh?
Yeah, Banix is also
And then there are
Who counters Moskov?
This is really Doming's super comfort thing. Like
it's more comfort. So I'm guessing they said red 3 is where we wait for Ulfednar to
So now they're gonna ban out a bunch of marksmans on Rora's side, and
there's a lot of junglers still open here. And if we're talking about roamers as well, there's still a lot of good roamers that you can still utilize. Something like the Kaja, even if they feel like they want.
was that Harith banned out? Yep, they're banning out the gold laners.
But I'm just saying, it's very open. We already saw the chip. Whatever that they want, a Tigreal, a Ruby, what else? Heck, even the Guinevere, right? There's a lot of options.
yeah, but this
Maya, there's no way they ban a Maya here.
Yeah, I wouldn't Guinevere there.
Really? Ban the chip? That feels like a wasted ban, bro. You might as well ban Carmilla now.
We don't know where the Joy is yet. So if the Joy comes through in blue 4-5, they can Ruby red 5.
That's true.
I think that
Fanny's not open. Fanny's banned.
Passive on Phoveus and the Infernal Pursuit.
So would, like Aurora still target ban another gold
Gold laner?
laner at this point?
I think
Like,
so, just to protect Doming, just to make sure he wins that lane.
So like, is it gonna be the
Granier?
Granger?
Honestly, it's.
Did it say Granger? Who the fuck is Granger?
It's pretty good.
Is it Granger? Am I dumb?
These days
Yeah.
for it to matter, because imagine the lineup, the matchup between Iritel versus Granger, Iritel versus Bruno,
At most,
Iritel
I
versus
think-
Moscow.
Like, but at most, I think it's like against the 1-1. It's like mostly used against the 1-1. Oh, okay.
Great read by Ulfednar. They don't
Whoa.
want cheese. They don't want cheese because it's so easy, especially with the open picks for Aurora. They could have easily picked the jungler and then suddenly the Angela.
Yeah.
So
Now keeping them honest.
And like the suggestions, they're still there.
yep,
like,
your Edith combo.
the Edith, it's still possible for Aurora if ever they want to go with that.
It's a good way to shred the Hardy, Hilda, and Hylos.
What's that?
Okay, for the Alpha. So you
Alpha.
Oh, okay.
This is good. The
And-
Alpha into the Hilda's good.
And they can't even pick up the Edith for themselves. They already have the Hilda as well as the Hyla. So yeah.
Hey, what is the gold lane here? Gonna
Maybe
be
you
for?
go with the gold lane. Maybe you go with the Ruby gold lane.
I mean, if you
Ruby
want to be
Gold?
safe, I guess the Beatrix still fine.
They could go Beatrix
Jungle.
Joy.
The Nolan also still available?
Oh, please don't go Nolan. Please. I think Nolan's got like an awful win rate right now.
Right.
So I'd say
Suyu is still open. Fucking Xborg. Who else is a fighter? Fucking Julian fell off, so they're not going to use him.
So they go
But there's plenty of good picks here.
or
If they want to go crazy, they can pick up a Claude with the Louis combination. I don't know if they want to go that local.
okay.
They go for the Joy, and they go for the Granger.
Ooh, Granger again, bro.
he likes that Granger.
I mean, Granger is.
He really does like that Granger. I think this is a love affair that's gonna fucking, it's gonna hurt him in the end.
Closing out the game. That's just one of the things.
Yep,
Actually.
and closing in on range.
Yeah.
Despite the Death Sonata,
Oh, la, 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 la.
an infinite cap, theoretically, that's just a finisher.
Yeah.
It's just an initiator. You really can't win fights off of that alone. You're technically a mid-range marksman.
So it's really like Granger just chunking everyone down.
Are you in VC? Yes, I am.
Clean up shot.
And does Aurora respond to the Joy? Like, do they react to it? Or
Is it worth the Hilda pick when Alpha is open? Yeah, they were talking about that too.
A reaction and a proactive move.
Yes.
Damn, dude, this is a lot of CC on the side of Aurora.
Thank you very much to our panelists. And now we're throwing over to Mirko and that might be the end of the game.
I agree with you, LaFell. That
I feel like the game goes mid to late. It's gonna be all Aurora. If this Ofelnar is gonna win, they have to win at the beginning.
Renegade the Tigreal. Obviously, it's a staple. That's why we call him the Hitman, and the Hitman is looking to be good with this pick.
Let's see if he can hit, man, on the Tigreal. Oh, dude. We haven't seen Renegade on a signature pick this Swiss stage at all. And now we get to see it, the Hitman on the Tigreal. Ladies and gentlemen, match point for Aurora. The Northern Lights shine brighter than ever up against Ulfednar, who must climb, who must try to equalize. Welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 2. 1-0 to Aurora. And again, that signature pick with the Alpha 2 in the jungle against the Hilda. This is looking great for Aurora.
You know, Aurora's really going to have a good time, especially if they don't get picked off, especially in the early game, because we know the power spike of the Alpha. Once the third turtle comes and they've secured it, it's going to be huge advantage. They can snowball and end the game early. And at the same time, I do agree with what Leo has been saying with the Granger. Although the Death Sonata is indeed a range type of attack skill. But the problem is when it comes to basic...
Not even one Purify against Tigreal? Yeah, that's interesting.
Or a Moskov that could easily take down turrets without having to position themselves close to the vicinity of the turret.
Okay, so Sunshine tried to go for the kiting route, you know, a bit more movement last time around with the Quantum Charge. Now it's back to the usual emblem for the Granger. It's the Impure Rage. Does seem like Domeng, though, will still stick to that Master Assassin. It worked for him. Great Terrify from UA just to provide a bit more poke. But also, this is a safer choice from Rosa. Usually we see a lot of low Yis go for the Lethal Ignition.
Nice Apex.
Apex reading it really well. Everything else, though, quite normal, except, wait, Alien! Revitalize, Vengeance is usually the case for the Hilda choice of battle spell. This is,
Oh, he did it. He didn't go with Revitalize. He went with fucking Sprint. The fuck?
The chase want to really outmaneuver, outposition Aurora MLBB, and I do agree. Although Rosa's pick is quite safer compared to what we've seen him using.
I feel like the Sprint isn't really a team-centric spell, though. Like, you don't want the Revitalize just for yourself. You want it for your team that's going to be in that Revitalize with you.
The type of game Aurora MLBB is playing, which is dominate the macro later on.
All right. Both teams taking
Oh, he's actually zoning out the Vexana here, the Rosa.
The Alpha to just go in, but man, wait. Edward just won out that skirmish against Alien up top. Has to regen. Now Demon Kite's on at both junglers, level 5. Edward walking in.
Okay, Edward just trying to clear out the zone. Alien has to walk away.
Ooh, nice, Alien. Nice. Ah, TNT gets it. But are we going to be able to get this fight? In comes... Oh.
Connecting to bring down 2 from Ulfendar. Edward still on the chase with the Infernal Pursuit, forcing Rosa to
that was not worth it.
The range on that, the double spear from Aurora. It ends up being a trade, the turtle for 2 kills, and certainly I'm gonna have to say Aurora definitely got the value out of that trade. Way better than just getting the turtle. Tienzi though, now he's gotta be very careful when he decides to go in, because earlier, Renegade didn't have ult.
Greetings from Chile. Almost 4 a.m. here. Brah, it is midnight here. 1 a.m. here.
Has been popping off in the Suyo earlier in game 1. Now we give him something like a playmaker, something like an alpha. Sunshine.
Oh, Sunshine.
You're great, Private. Thank you, Shinya. I appreciate it.
The Death Sonata attacks coming in from Sunshine, he was able to out-sustain it. And this is what you can see. Why Sunshine is aggressive. Again, he has the Festival of Blood plus the Impure Rage, meaning he has a lot more sustain compared to Domeng. So let's just see how it boils down. But Demon Kite goes in with the Spear of Alpha to bring down Rosa.
An Alien can't get the trade. UA just flickers out. Rosa wasn't even given the chance to flicker out.
They're kind of playing super sloppy here, dude. Like, Rosa was really betting on Alien to come in and take out UA, but they didn't even clear the other side bush, so they had no idea if somebody was hiding in that bush, and fucking surprise, somebody was hiding in that bush waiting.
And Apex 47 will spot him out, so looks like Sunshine, the sun is still shining. He's safe on his lane.
All right, let's calm down here, right? 3-0 for Aurora MLBB. Currently, Sunshine gets that first item priority on the Hunter Strike, so a bit more movement speed, a bit more penetration as well. Ulfednar, though, they're running a bit low on resources to actually handle the neutral objective, I would say. You know, the Hilda, really good against the Assassins, but against the Alpha, I don't really think it's a tool to actually threaten the neutral objective at
Not
all.
just that, but if a fucking Hilda... Can you guys hear them casting?
And that's why you see Demon Kite on it.
Okay, Apex 47 casting Glorious Pathway. Ren and Jay just trying to zone them out. Alien on the other hand pops his sprint onto Demon Kite. Who's gonna get that turtle? Still gonna go onto you, and the clash is still going on.
Electrifying Breeze from Tindy gets knocked up. The Spear of Misery over to the back. Uwe trying to go for the
Rosa!
barely hit it.
Domeng trying to chase for TNZ as Rosa has to back away. Got hit by the tower. Here comes Sunshine to the rescue with the Death Sonata. And it's
Nice Death Sonata. He's like, back up, bitch.
Woo. Again, another close battle. And again, it's Aurora who walk away from it with the dub. The turtle secured by Yue. That was a cursed blast coming in from Yue to secure it. And man, now it's 1,000 gold lead for Aurora. Ulfhednar somehow actually, I would definitely be thinking the gold lead would be a bit bigger here for Aurora. But again, they're all chill. They're still waiting for Dominic to hit those power spikes anyway, right? For Ulfhednar, I guess they can still play for the mid to late game as well. So the third turtle, I think that will really be the neutral objective to fight for and to determine who has the swing of the pendulum.
Yeah, at this point, Ulfhednar, although they have the diversion always ready to be expended, they know that it's not yet their power spike. That's why they don't want to make those crucial mistakes, those crucial overplays, those outplays. So we're just right now we're just really waiting for Rosa to be activated, make those right calls, catch Aurora MLBB off guard, eventually gain an upper hand, gain the lead, and stop Aurora.
Oh, you're surrounded, boy. Back off. They're about to fucking surround him. Dude, watch the flank.
It's gonna connect onto Sunshine, but they're not gonna overcommit. They're not gonna dive deeper though. They just want control over the bottom lane.
And they get the control over the bottom lane. The crab.
Dude, Apex is right there. Why are you shooting into that bush that he just checked?
Try to get that gold crab, get your gold laner ahead. And Domeng, wow. They're actually going to give him so much
He's like literally checking the bush next to his... Maybe he just doesn't trust his roam. Like, I mean, I'd do that in a ranked game, in a solo game. I'll be like, bro, I don't trust this motherfucker. Let me check all these bushes real quick.
Because Aurora, once they get that snowball, it's going to be real scary. Apex trying his darn hardest to keep it.
Dude, where is your jungler?
Have 5 members rotating there already, posturing up and now clearing up mid lane for Pryo.
Okay, this might be a huge match. A lot of battle spells are here. Domeng though has to walk away, coming in for the damage of Ulfhednar. Renegade important to note that he has the flicker plus the implosion play. Let's see who gets the setup first. Here comes the Glorious Pathway plus the Infernal Pursuit. Renegade to the Tenzi!
Implosion now with a shove back. This is going to be the Spear of Alpha.
Demon Kite gets some shielding now. Rosa doing all right, putting some damage out there. Oh, God damn!
Rosa, they're not even done. Edward goes in with an Infernal Pursuit, but they might be able to out-sustain him. He's going to bring down Sunshine. All of a sudden, the tides have turned. 4 members are gone from Ulfhednar. TNZ is the only one left. A triple for Rosa, but a shutdown for Domeng.
Oh, man. Aurora. You see them take control of the fight, and it was Edward.
How you doing, Princess?
Last time we saw that kind of crazy Phobius carry the game.
Let's go to bed.
Mr. Man, let's take a look at the highlights again. What the heck happened in that team fight?
I'm not sure, and we have to clarify, but it starts things off with the Glorious Pathway coming in from Apex 47 as Renegade goes in with the implosion to try and zone out TNZ. But this is the good thing, Edward just dishing out the damage.
Where did the damage come from? Was it Edward that was killing everybody?
At bay, enabling Domeng to just burst down Sunshine.
Yeah, it was Edward on the Phobius. The Phobius was fucking wrecking them.
They were able to chase down Ulfhednar and get 4 kills of their own.
That Spear of Misery landed on 3 members, I think. That's what enabled Edward to do that. Edward just constantly going at it. Rosa still respawning. Renegade there. Oh, SOD? Nah, just to zone them away. They're going to get a tier 1 off of this. And Ulfhednar are back, just going for the defense. They didn't get the turtle. They didn't even get the favorable trade in kills. Aurora in a slow game. They're the masters at this.
I like how
it's only a 1K gold lead, though, so it's not terrible. It's just that the map's being opened up by these idiots.
With the 3-man, 4-man implosions, he wants to go for the proper target. And for that previous splash, the proper target was TNZ. To have Ulfhednar zoned out. Although they got the turtle, Renegade's play was able to misposition the members of Ulfhednar. That's why Edward was just actually able to wreak havoc and give enough space for Domeng to just do the free hits. 2-0-6 for this Moskov compared to a 0-1 for Granger. It's not looking good for Ulfhednar. And if Aurora MLBB manages to pull off something like that once again, for this major
Granger flicker was a huge mistake. I mean, I see Granger flickers all the time. I don't really know what better you can do on him.
site already completed by Doming.
I guess Purify would have been better here, especially with Renegade on the Tigreal. Dude, we need to fucking have a plan here, like, because we've lost every single objective up to now, except for one fucking turtle. Damn, Renegade.
Getting poked down by Alien, but Doming is here to the rescue. 5 members are here. Chenzi goes in. Apex
All right,
the
there it goes. Are we gonna be able to do something here?
Renegade manages to get caught up by Sunshine, and Apex 47 and Chenzi will fall down. A kill spree coming in from Doming.
Oh, Alien's fucked.
4 members are there. Doming has to walk away. Here comes the dispersion rotation coming in from Rosa. Damon Ted goes in with Spear of Alpha, and the clash will stop there. But the Lord will be safely secured by Aurora.
Oh, Fednar tried to play it quick. They tried to go on Renegade, but he was still able, with a sliver of HP, to get the implosion down. And that's the turn in momentum again in the team fight. What looked to be an Fednar win was turned around. You don't give the Hitman the Tigreal. Aurora capitalized on it and went in. Now, Lord going to be cleared out. It won't be a full Lord advantage. Apex going in for the stun. Both teams understanding that at this point, I don't think it's time to fight. You know, they already got a little bit of a dub there, and the gold lead will be rising for Aurora. But for Fednar, not the worst trade considering their position. Actually, yeah, keeping the Lord advantage low is all right for them. That's the best they can do.
Well, bye-bye, Ufeldnar.
Okay, Doming, look at the attack speed just literally bursting down the mid lane turret there. And so far for Fednar, although we witnessed the damage, the dispersion rotation that Rosa can dish out onto Aurora MLBB, it's not going to be enough. We have to see huge diversion plays, like what we're seeing right now. But the problem is it gets spotted out by Aurora MLBB, so they have to make a play. They have to be proactive. It's not really active up against a team like Aurora MLBB. But again, the problem is...
It's kind of disappointing. I was hoping it was going to be a little bit more competitive than this, but Aurora's pretty much rifle stomping them.
They have the Spear of Alpha from Demon Kite, who's not afraid to cast it, go in the front line. Even if he dies, he doesn't...
Like, I haven't seen any good, like, ultimates come out of Rosa here. And I don't even know if they could. Like, who do you lock on to? You want to get maybe the Vexana, take her down? Like, what is this ultimate? What is this?
Just back to get back to mid lane, but
like, why?
Coming online here in this series.
This is the problem with Lu Yi, is that, like, you need to be able to use every single one of her skills, including that ultimate. Especially here at a pro scene, at a pro level, you need to be able to use everything on it, or you're wasting her potential. I know the Yin Yangs are coming in clutch, and that's the only reason that Feldnar is not getting, like, wiped completely off the map during some of these team fights. But, like, there's better picks if you're just looking for, like, AoE type of damage. You need to be, if you're gonna pick Lu Yi, use that diversion.
Not necessarily the damage from Rosa. They need the diversion to be clean. They need to somehow catch Aurora off guard, because if they don't, it's looking like an Aurora 2-0.
Yeah. I mean, it's not just Rosa that needs to step up. I believe it's also Alien. Alien really needs to zone out the damage dealers of Aurora MLBB. Try to go for the backline. Try to put Yue and Doming out of position, because if he's not successful, then I believe the sprint...
Like right here, send Alien up front, and then have everybody else go in with a teleport with fucking Lu Yi.
Now, Aurora MLBB, they have a huge advantage when it comes to this Lord. So, Fednar, you really need a good diversion.
And they're not even grouped up with Lu Yi, so we're not going to get a fucking diversion that we want.
It's impossible for them to look for a good diversion. Aurora are occupying all the bushes that the diversion could come through, and that's why maybe Fednar are so shy to use the diversion. Every single... Oh, that was a good shot over to Doming. Good poke. Aurora, they've occupied the bushes enough. They have the pressure. TNZ's zone, a glorious pathway.
Oh, that was an early glorious pathway, bro. You're starting the fight here, and the Lord's not even low enough to distract them.
Standing strong still. Demon Kite gets with Spear of Alpha. Apex 47 has to walk away. And now Doming going...
Demon Kite gets it. Are we going to get some damage out here? Are we going to be able to make him pay for it?
Aurora MLBB executed that to perfection. Now wanting to extend the lead by taking down TNZ.
Ooh!
Doming goes in up against 2. And Aurora MLBB will safely secure a Lord as TNZ cuts off the minions.
Oh, TNZ, you're so fucked. Don't even try to go for your purple buff.
Catch TNZ, and he's looking for it again. Doming, he wants to go for the cut onto TNZ to mid lane. They will be the focus of Aurora. Let's see Spear of Alpha, TNZ
Oh,
buying some time.
electrifying beats coming in from Teddy. Domin goes in after Sunshine. They still have their own Lord as Alien tries to delay the Lord push coming in from Aurora. MLBB Domin just trying to work on the crystal. Killing spree coming in from Ioe. And it looks like they're able to clear out the Lord, but Aurora MLBB is still here.
SOD to the back. Demon Cat looking for the angle. He's going for the base. Coming! We'll go for the SOD. It's a 2-0 clean sweep.
And the Northern Lights
effort,
will
bro.
once
Good effort,
again
guys.
illuminate Aurora's
Oh.
with a flawless play in a 2-0 sweep over a familiar foe in Ulfednar.
A 0-2 start does not mean the end for Aurora. The best of three has only strengthened them even more. But for Ulfednar, we will have to bid our farewells. GG, well played. Panel, we're gonna throw it back to you guys.
Tigreal looking for joy at every objective, yeah.
You guys have thrown it over to us, but I'm just looking at the stage and yeah, I mean, like, competition, right? Someone's gonna be happy, someone is gonna be the opposite of happy. Congratulations to Aurora for winning a clean 2-0, but that does mean this is it for Ulfednar. One Turkey representative is out, one more still remains.
Regardless of what happened here, as the Filipinos rejoice in IOI and wherever they're watching from around the world, this is still an upset, ladies and gentlemen. None of us expected that.
Who else got eliminated? Oh, was it Argentina who lost to China? China?
And it's sad that it's the face of Turkish MLBB that had to bow out.
The dynamics of the Swiss stage, we're really starting to feel it right now. From transitioning to the best of one.
I feel like her button's in a different position every single time she's on camera.
And we've seen the beginning of possibly Aurora becoming really, really comfortable in what's to come. Although they've already been in a very difficult position. If this is where they really want to play,
bruh.
The 1-2, the 1-2, it's very scary because SRG is there as well.
Yeah, I like that, Brigida. You brought up the dynamics. I call it the deadly dynamics. Because all the more now with the best of three, that's something more veteran teams can play around.
Yep.
Yeah, best of three is scary for a lot of people, but also comfortable for a lot of people as well. But again, we got to stay on topic here. Aurora as well as Ulfednar.
Let me take a look at some of these stats here.
I already see them standing by. After this, we're going to dive in a little bit deeper. But yeah, I hope Ulfednar keeps it up, and I hope we can see more of them.
I'm looking forward to seeing absolutely more.
Damn, they didn't even make it into the top 8 this time. That's kind of sad for Fireflux or Ulfednar or whatever. Does anybody know what does Ulfednar mean?
Yeah. For now, we're throwing it over to Rose on stage with both teams.
From the wild card, the team that tried to defy the odds, trying to claim the
Wow, Carmilla has a 100% win rate before this match, but she's only been picked like twice. Wait, what? Is that right? Wins, losses, yep.
I would like you guys to give a final bow on the M6 World Stage. In 3, 2, 1.
How come there's only 4 players up there? Where's the 5th one? Tell them to man up, go up there and bow, bitch.
In the upcoming tournaments. And the team that has just survived elimination. The team that also justified the odds. Aurora MLBB, and with me here we have
Justified the odds?
First of all, Demon Kite, congratulations. Welcome back to Malaysia. How are you?
Or did she mean defied the odds?
Nakabalik ako sa Malaysia, tapos parang pangalawang best na MSC, ganun lang yung feeling eh.
Okay, he said he's so happy to be back in Malaysia, and it feels just like MSC once again, because back then he did get an MSC championship back here in Malaysia. So who knows? History could repeat itself. We don't know. Okay, now Demon Kite, before anything, maybe you could take us back to what happened to the past few days of the Swiss stage. What really happened inside Aurora? Did you guys struggle with the best of one, or were you guys actually struggling with the meta still?
Feeling ko na-overwhelm lang kami sa meta ng M6. Kumbaga, nag-shift kasi yung meta agad bigla nung pagpasok pa lang ng Swiss stage. So medyo nanibago kami. Tas ayun.
Well, Feldner just got overhyped by people. I mean, they weren't overhyped if they were winning. You know what I mean?
Okay, he said
I don't think anything got to their heads. They just faced a better team, bro.
When they entered Swiss stage, there was actually a new patch for M6. So they haven't really adapted to it, giving them a hard time through the first 2 days of Swiss stages. Okay, now, sorry, Demon Kai. Yesterday, you guys had an off day, right? So what did you guys do to prepare for the match today? Because this match is very,
Overhyped
very
turkeys.
important to
Okay.
ensure that you guys still have another life.
They've consistently been top 8, so I mean, it's not really overhyped. It's just this time, I mean, there's just better teams out there now.
Mga unang laban namin. Then, nag-prepare kami ng maba sa ano eh, sa lahat eh, sa execution, sa drafting. So, ano, put kami ng maraming effort sa preparation namin kapon.
I see. Now, he said that yesterday they looked back at the root cause of their losses, went back, redid everything, re-strategized, redrafted, and had like pretty sure heart-to-heart talk with the team as well, right? Okay, now, Demon Kai, was the best of 1 hard for you guys?
Para sa akin, kasi ano eh, iba yung mga hero na nilalabas nila, yung mga strategies talagang kung ano yung ginugol nila para ano sa preparation dito sa M6, lumabas lahat. So, prepared na prepared talaga lahat ng teams.
Now, he did in fact struggle with the best of 1 because he said that all the strategies that teams actually have prepared all came out in this best of 1 because I'm pretty sure everybody wants to get the upper hand. Now, Demon Kai, I have a question. Your upcoming matches are now best of 3s. Are you more confident to get a comeback?
100% confident kasi feeling ko parang nasa comfort zone ulit kami na
Sometimes Filipinos trip me out because I feel like because they mix English and they mix English and Tagalog together, and like sometimes when they're talking, I'm like, whoa, I just understood that, and then my brain like finally catches up. It's because he was speaking English, stupid. I was like, oh, okay. It's like I hear blah 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 100% confident, and I'm like, oh my god, I understood that. I'm like, they're like, oh, it's because it was English.
maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Aurora tsaka ano
I feel like I'm somehow absorbing the language and understanding.
He said, thank you very much to everybody who's supporting Aurora. We will do better for the upcoming matches, and we will not let you down. Thank you very much to Demon Cat. Congratulations on surviving elimination. And with that, let's throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game against Benar.
Thank you very much, Rose, as well as Demon Kite. A lot of insights here, and I believe after he said that, even Muntan is like, I think we will have more best of 1s. But either way, we got to break down about what happened in game number 2, where, let me just say, first of all, before we even get into it, I'm so happy watching a Bruno's game. I'm just going to put it out there.
Feldar referred to a special type of warrior capable of performing feats far beyond the abilities of normal people. Interesting.
Leo. I get what you're saying. I respect it, but bro, thank you, but we have to save it for the second batch. At least for elimination. Respect it, you know? Like, vamos. Me, vamos could ban it out. I'm just saying.
This was good to ban it, though. Here, specifically.
Now let's look at the itemizations here. Ulfanar going up against Aurora here, where, again, the idea was there, but again, the
Damn, they rushed a Divine Glaive.
Yep, and I think majority of the fights, it was really Aurora who started it all. Like, even during the first turtle where
Damn, they had to because they rushed. They both look at Edward. Edward got a fucking
perfect, as you would say, but then they were still
I already forgot the fucking name. A radiant armor and a fucking not Athena shield. Oh yeah, it is Athena shield. Another radiant armor by Tigreal that was rushed. It was his second item. That's crazy. They really they had to. Yeah, I honestly feel like the fucking the Joy fucked the Louis here, right? Because the Joy basically made sure that everybody was going to be trying to protect themselves from magic damage here. Because, like, I mean, you're not really scared of Hilda's damage unless they get ahead, and Granger takes some time to come online. So, I mean, that's all you really had to prepare for here. Hey, you got a fucking rose gold up there, radiant armor. No real defense there. Radiant armor, Athena shield. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, except for Alien, which I thought Alien would use Revitalize as well. He went for a sprint.
He did in game 1.
Yeah. And it did feel like Aurora was so, like, the frontliners, at least, for them, they were so confident in doing all of those phase checks that I think even our casters earlier mentioned how Ulfenar could not even decide on where to use the diversion.
Yeah.
Because they were no longer in control of the map, and a majority of, like, the rushes, they were under Aurora MLBB's control. Even just, like, putting Edward in one, then Renegade in another, they could just, like, quickly follow up and support Ulfenar. So it was such a tricky game to pull off, considering that Ulfenar, they weren't really entirely reliant on just the
What
one
shit was he spitting out?
It's like they had to collectively decide on engaging in a team fight, but even though they couldn't find the perfect timings to do just that.
Again,
Are you talking about his interview when he was talking about Cloud9? Because, bruh, he had every fucking right, dude. That was fucking pathetic.
Yeah, but wait, what if... Yeah, no, but... And then they had to improvise along the way, and that's what led them to get the 8 kills, the few towers that they did, and even securing TNZ's buff halfway through the game was a struggle.
Yeah, honestly, it looks like option paralysis for them, where anything that you want to do, you second guess yourself too much. But now we got to look at the MVP, and it's Domeng again. And he is, despite all the maybe because of the criticisms, now he's like, okay, you know what? I heard you guys. Now it's time for me to show up.
The next standard is now. Domeng under.
But they weren't in there. They weren't there for 2 months.
That Ulfenar put on display here. I'm sure even the most casual of fans will see and watch Ulfenar here and say, that's not Ulfenar.
Yeah.
Domeng was the one.
I think he was talking about beating PH, but he was also talking about the fact that that Cloud9 spent so much time boot camping and actually got they lost pretty much every single match that they played. You know what I mean? He wasn't just talking about beating Philippines. He was talking about the comparison between BTK taking so long in a boot camp and, like, basically almost learning nothing or not really improving, which was absolutely true.
Do it. You're done.
Yep.
We got you.
And these are the multiple times that Domeng was just so ready to fight. Like, at this moment, Tenzi was able to escape, but, like, following all those other clashes, all of the implosion plays, they were just...
SRG versus Aurora. Is SRG still in it?
To allow Demon Kite
Yeah, they are.
successfully get the retribution on the objectives, and they were still, either way, ready to sustain and fight, led by Edward. I mean, this was one of the moments where, surprisingly, Edward was able to sustain everything.
All right, this right here, 7.5 minutes. If only the fight went slightly more towards Ulfenar, that would have been their winning image. If they're able to diversion in, scramble Aurora.
I'm not gonna lie, I kinda am liking the Swiss format just because it feels like a lot of people were unprepared for Swiss, and it's really giving some interesting matches and win-losses and stuff like that, especially with Aurora going 0-2. That just makes me a fan of Swiss rounds, just because it means it's just that added bit of chaos to these matches, or to the rounds and stuff like that, where anybody can kind of come up.
Because you will see these kind of compositions where it's like, we have a draft that counters how you play.
Yeah.
He fixed his button.
How you play, we have the heroes to counter that.
Well, to be fair, I feel like Rosa wanted the same. Like,
She fixed her button. Somebody came on camera. Somebody came over there and was like, hey, y'all, just
the damage wasn't
you
enough. And
can
Rosa
you
was actually one of those heroes who was repeatedly punished by Demon Kite. Like, Demon Kite.
all is well in the world now.
Alphas towards the mid lane. He couldn't use the flicker to get out of all those attempts. Those continuous layers of crowd control. As mentioned, like, it's the pollution, it's the Spear of Alpha. There are so many ways to set things up for Aurora MLBB.
And already that's a huge point of contention. The Nombo that is the Lu Yi coming through her own diversion which will put her in danger. Because there's so much when it comes to Aurora in terms of range, in terms of, again, immediate CC, and just interacting with a lineup that just wants you in one place. So I think Ulfenar just walked into the wrong alley. Aurora was waiting for them.
Yeah. Right now, this is for formalities. This is to officiate that, unfortunately, Ulfenar has been eliminated from M6. Now they join Make 'em Evolve in the 0.
Oh, poor Lise.
They are number 15 and 16.
I talked with Lise a little earlier because she helps out with the Moonlight Club. Dude, Lise is a sweetheart. I adore her.
Possibilities, because again, only half the teams can make it to the knockout stage because 2 have been eliminated. We have like what, 6 more?
Right. The casualties of the new and I'd say much needed, but still brutal Swiss format.
3 is really the number to watch out for. Like, you get 3 wins, you're in. You lose 3 times, you're out. I remember how like Kid Bomba tried to say it in a way. You just get so surprised. One day you're 0-1, another you're 0-2, and then you're 0-3. You're so embarrassed. Like,
Yeah.
It's just really how it goes because you have so little chances in the Swiss format with a best of 1.
Now the next match. The next match, it is Vamos going up against CFU from Cambodia. And let me just tell you guys, CFU is very strong.
I wonder if he's sick.
How you guys are feeling.
That's.
I'm here for it. I'm expecting.
Oh, you are?
I'm
He
expecting
kind of looks like he's under the weather.
balls to the wall action.
Me too, me
MLBB.
too.
Yeah, you too, yeah.
I am so excited for
Oh,
this.
great match, great match. Wish it could have happened sooner, you know? For sure. Not elimination match. Not elimination match, but whoever loses goes into the 1-2 bracket where Aurora is there, Selangor Giants is there, KBG is there. So
You think BTK has a chance versus Fnatic? I'm always gonna say yes, dude. I believe.
okay, they've used the
I am motherfucking Mulder in the X-Files. I want to believe.
Don't laugh.
I know, because those are such exciting picks. I mean, I want to try casting one. You know?
Yuzhong in mid?
Lapu.
What I need is time.
BTK match is going to be at the end, right? It sure is. Yeah, LaFell, does LaFell look under the weather a bit?
Vamos against CFU.
Believe, yes, down. Oh, guys. What we need to do is we need to get a fucking Need for Seat fucking couch for fucking Hoon for him to just lay on while he's up there. Dude, what was that? Is this their emotion for them winning? Boys look like they're leaving a funeral. This is do you guys remember the Ohio brothers when they were winning a match against BTK that one time? It was like this. Every single time they won, it was basically just like, all right. Good job, guys. All right, back to the drawing board. Oh my God. Fucking Vamos versus CFU. Bro, I don't think anybody's going to be watching this. Brigitta? Is it Brigitta? She looks so different in that picture. Vegeta. Cambodia. Yeah, I got Cambodia over Team Vamos too. All right, give me a second, guys. Let me go see if I should get another snack or find something to drink.
MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe,
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Going Suns, who picks up the
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
looking for the knockup, not able to find a sense who he wants for, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see another fight commences here. Gear goes in. It's going to be a lot of damage played.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Irie, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Oppie and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage. Returning to the M-Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a trade as he blocked the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies. Uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Eronshiki, the next-level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M-Series challenger.
The double Overlord goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming, with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
Yo, the Phil.
LaFell, we're live.
Come on.
I don't care. I don't care. I'm not okay.
The Phil, we're also excited for this. Come on, we gotta be excited.
Well, is it because of the Vamos thing?
No, shush. I'm not ready. Okay, give me 5 more minutes. Give me 5 more minutes.
It's a best of one. It's not elimination, man. I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, but if they lose, what would happen if they lose?
You're not doing the draw anyway.
They'll be in the same bracket as SRG.
Am I not the one doing the draw?
Are you? You're not the one. I'd be nervous if he was the one doing
You
the draw.
don't know that.
Hey, come on. Don't say that to break it.
But come on.
I'm the one that's sad, Leo. Comfort me.
What can I do?
What the fuck is going on this stream?
Tell me, what can I do to comfort you, LaFell?
Well, we can first talk about Kadia, if that's okay with you.
Can I take you to Kadia to discover the beating heart of Kadia City, the gaming and esports district, the world's first real-life gaming hub?
Yeah, he's definitely not reading that.
Of gaming futures, where you can play live.
Okay, that helps. That helps.
Are you
and
okay
I'm
now?
sad again.
Until he sees the Bruno band.
Okay.
Bruno's band.
If the Bruno's band, I'm happy. But for you guys, grab your tickets now, and you get to witness the remaining 14 of the world's best teams clashing it out on day 5 and day 7
That's
of
accurate.
the Swift stage.
Literally just the 14.
Just the 14. Soon it will be a little bit less. And now just to let you guys know as well, from the 22nd of November to the 29th of December.
Not enough fingers.
Yeah, I do. M6 support chests will be available for a limited time. Purchase the support pass for 50 diamonds, which, by the way, 50 diamonds is also one of the tasks that you can get. Anyways, to get a large amount of pass EXP with a chance to obtain a basic M6 pass, use that basic M6 pass to instantly activate the M6 pass, unlock additional pass rewards, and immediately get Claude Challenger Spark. How much am I? I think I'm 40 something now.
It's Claude with Dexter.
Technically 2 figurines.
Yeah.
If you
Yes,
do
technically you
end
get
up
2 figurines.
getting it.
I would grab it, but my filthy hands, it's not
worthy yet.
Not worthy. I'm not worthy. I'm not
level 75.
I'm not level 150. You need 150 for this one. Okay, let me just check. I think I'm
150? That's fucking crazy. I wonder how much diamonds that is.
48. Level 48.
Let's take him away from the reality, the harsh reality of the upcoming
Oh
best
no,
of
now
one.
you remind me.
Oh.
Now you remind me. Do you guys remember how much your past experience is? Level something. 40. I think I'm doing okay. It's 40. I met people that's already 150, by the way.
Who? Where?
You gotta.
In my live chat. He could be lying though.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
Now let's talk about the matchup. Vamos against CFU. Right. So we have
Max level for the M6 pass to get the statue.
From villains to heroes.
General did it for 20K. Is it only 20K?
The anti-heroes here, but after
Bro, if it's 20K, I'll fucking get it. How many diamonds do I have?
So CFU in a way.
I don't even know where my iPad is.
Here going up against Vamos.
It's an interesting use of words. Holding back CFU, holding back Cambodia First United. I think this is fair enough, given how aggressive Vamos can be. Watching Kamai MLBB.
From villains to heroes?
CFU have their moments.
Why? Is Vamos stand for villains? Or are we just calling this team villains for some reason?
MLBB, you know what I mean?
Dude, let me just wipe a little bit of my tears. Oh.
With your Dragon High genuine leather strap.
Oh yeah.
M6.
Yeah.
Dream watch.
Just gotta put it out there just in case of. Brigitte, do you have the watch?
I don't.
This watch? Are you asking if she has this watch?
That watch? You don't
I
have
was wondering why they were wearing these watches with such nice suits. I'm sorry, but these watches don't look nice.
It's made by Dragon.
I mean, it's okay. I have the green fairies.
Yes. You do have the green.
Did she just call them fairies? I was wondering why they were wearing these watches, because like they stick out like a sore thumb, but they didn't really match the overall like the veneer of like a suit and tie and stuff like that. Like, don't you want like, I don't know. Only rich people can get it. How much is it?
Which would be even more nerve-wracking and pressuring. I believe many teams would feel more relieved to be in our position too. Going to this match is still a best of one, and we want to prove that Malaysia still excels in best of one matches, which previously was a Toda thing, but now Vamos is like, no, it's a Malaysia thing. We like best of ones.
Yep. And honestly, I think one of the things I'm really looking forward to is like how tight the chemistry is. Like, how are we going to see that in action this time since they're going up against CFU? Because I think CFU is also one of the teams who like.
Try to post.
I just saw you from my peripheral vision and I had to do it. But again, I think CFU is like one of those teams who's also been together long enough. Like at least for Detective, Wadu, like their coach, and Z. I think they've been together for like since 2022. But we could say the same for like a majority of Team Vamos. Like 4 out of 5 of them.
Yeah.
At least they've been together for such a long time. So
What's your prediction, Fnatic Onyx versus BTK? Of course I'm going to go with BTK, bro. Despite anything, BTK could be fighting with just fried chicken, and I'd try to vote for BTK just because I want to believe. I'm going to go with 100% in that direction
Our chemistry is not bad.
because I have hope.
The topic is Clash of the Silent Vanguards. Smooth versus Wadu. Do you know why they're the Silent Vanguards?
Why?
Ask me a question.
Why are they the silent?
I'm not so sure that's a good thing. And I'm not so sure that's exactly the reason why they're the Silent Vanguards. Yeah, no.
I thought they just don't talk.
Versus Wadu come in from very, very proactive teams. I think they're the ones you can rely on to hold things down, to stand on business when your jungler is constantly trying to invade, when your mid laner constantly tries to play fighters.
So it's like big stepper, underground methods. That's kind of how they roll.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Exactly. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, she does it again. Oh my goodness.
It came out in a different order, but what I'm saying is when your team is, stepping on the gas and are, turning everything up to 11, you have to have the guy who says, all right, hold up.
Yep.
Wait a minute. 10, 2, 6.
Yeah, there you go.
So, no, because for reals, Wadu, low-key guy. Smooth,
very low-key.
Smooth. Regardless of what squad you find him in. So I think they're the perfect, temper.
Let's put it this way. When Vamos wins, everyone stands up and it's Smooth is like, oh well.
Exactly.
He's that kind of guy. But now we got to look at the team lineup here. Vamos, we got Nets, Zorn, Warlord, Chibi, and Smooth, where their defining factor here in the M6 is that their mage lineup lacks magic damage.
Non-existent. So far, they got to the 1-in-1 bracket without playing a single mage. Eve, Aurora, Vexana, Valentina. Forget about it.
Is that true?
To this match, expecting the unexpected already, and I just hope they're known to do that anyway, and in some ways it's been successful.
Warlord, known to play a Sicilian too. I think one of the pioneers hasn't played it yet. I think that's a personal handicap. You just say, Well,
Vamos logo looked like smiling. I think it's supposed to look like smiling sharp teeth.
They love their assassins. Let's talk about CFU Gaming, seeing Opie, Z, Detective, as well as Wadu. Detective is only like, what, 17? We got these youngings coming in, and then they're popping off.
Not even 17 yet. He's 16 and 11 months.
Get him young, man. Like, these young
Hello?
players are amazing. Mechanics.
Advanced happy birthday, if ever. It's like
2 weeks.
It's in 2 weeks, right? So I hope he like has a.
I wonder where else has a birthday coming up.
Well,
look in the mirror.
Yeah.
So we know a lot who recently had their birthdays though. But like for CFU, I think I'm watching out majority for Opie. Like he's going up against, Zorn, right? So we've seen a lot of players and roamers try to like attempt to spam the recalls as well.
Hey, here's the thing. Zorn might not be using a tank. Think about it.
Oh yeah. Right?
Oh, wait.
In their last outing, he played a Hellcurt.
I understand.
Rome.
People hate it when he recalls. So when he's using the Natalia, the Hellcurt, you can't see it.
Oh!
Only when you're dead. And that's what sucks. I think in their efforts to quell the advance of CFU gaming here, they have to play the mind games. And I think that's a legit part of their strat.
But here's the thing, Zorn, honestly, between him and Chibi, I would even say that Zorn has the better mechanics than Chibi, which is very interesting when you're comparing a roamer to a jungler. Switch the point, if the Fanny is open, Zorn's the one playing it. If the Hellcurt is open,
Is it me? Is it me, or I don't remember this much talking in between matches before this point?
That's Gila. Gila.
And maybe it's just because they're like talking about like nothingness, whereas I feel like the other ones were actually having like real like type of like breakdowns of matches and matchups and stuff like that.
Unless Zorn wants to.
It's meta.
It's you.
Gentlemen, are we ready to pick our votes on who's going to be the one winning this? All right. Ready? In 3, 1, 2, 3.
What's yours?
Wait, what?
What's yours?
Is this? Are you doing what I think you're doing?
Did you get the?
Oh no! I picked CFU Gaming. Oh no! Whatever shall I do? Well, oh well.
This is mainly with the caveat of them playing so out of meta that CFU's aggression won't work anymore. That's why I'm saying vamos.
Yep. I'm also watching out for Zorn.
I know that they're stalling, but I was just wondering if there was this much stalling the last few days too. Was it the same way? Maybe it's just because I'm a little bit more tired today, so maybe I'm a little bit more grumpier. It's probably because you're bored of these guys. It's always been longer yapping sessions for us. It might be. I think because I thoroughly enjoy the breakdowns and like when it's like very analytical. But that's just me personally. I know these guys are entertaining. Like, dude, if you talk with Leo, dude, he's funny as fuck. But for some reason, maybe just right now, I'm just not in the mood for like this kind of like banter.
Then the ocean.
That's true.
The ocean is very, very deep.
Deep.
The known universe, though.
Yeah. We can travel this season. We chose no. We're going up. We're going to space.
Neither here nor there.
So that's why I picked CFU. They're underwater creatures. That there's multiple movie franchises like Jaws.
Well, it has been scientifically proven that tiger sharks will eat anything, even highly venomous snakes. They don't.
If BTK beat Onyx, I think it sets us up for a good run in the playoffs.
I think they are.
I think it puts us in a great position in the playoffs.
Poison that Vamos comes in with, can CFU.
Because the brackets are going to be like the best team versus the worst team, right? For round 1.
Hey, you know what? Harley Road.
Right?
Harley Jungle. Harley Mid. Warlord picking up the Harley. Ooh. We have an answer here. We're talking to Zorn. What was the reason behind Vamos' defeat on day 1? He said the main reason was that our communication was really poor because we were nervous. So on the second day, we worked on that, and as a result, we managed to secure a victory. Now we feel comfortable on stage, and we're confident that we're 100% ready for this match.
That's extra Gila.
You should change your name to Private Panda. Why? Why Private Panda?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
And it was against
I'm nervous.
Twisted Minds. That was their first game, right? It was against Twisted Minds.
Could you stop talking about history? Could you like?
That's why we're here in your stream and not the official yapping stream. I think I yap just as much though.
Let me tell you, man.
I need to get the Kookman pretty face. That girl gets fucking 27,000 views for nothing.
A best of 1. And we'll see which one will be the first. Oh, I hear the Khalid band.
What?
Betting on the Eve.
Did the sound just? Oh, I was about to say, did the sound just cut off?
Ban out Bruno. I hear claps.
And they did.
I hear claps in the audience. They're like, thank you for banning on the Bruno.
All right.
You look like a Kai. Okay.
The Malaysian crowd is clapping for a ban.
I hope he does the
change.
Did Team Vamos, were there any close matches between them and BTR?
Coach, do it.
Or
I wonder.
I've never heard a crowd cheer for a ban.
Oh yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Vamos is looking to open the show.
top 3 teams that you think will win M6, bro? I don't know. Philippines looking strong like always. I haven't seen, and I mean, right now, this has been like the most even, besides the Filipino teams, this has looked like the most even that I've ever seen. Maybe it's just because it's the best of 1, and things will start to even out as we get to like best of 3s, best of 5s, and stuff like that. And like Indo will start coming back on top.
I've never seen a detective that can't play a Fanny.
It skews your draft so much if the opponent picks up Fanny. You have to lock her down. So Fanny being second most banned red side prio, take it out now. Coach Babs, do it.
If you're doing that, what is open? Hylos, Phobias, but Phobias we haven't seen first pick that much.
Oh, screen. My bad, guys.
Open. Maybe you can trade for that. Suyo just got banned there.
Wait.
Oh no, they banned the Hylos instead?
Yo, Fanny.
Am I crazy? Why are these guys casting? Or do they always break down the draft? Am I losing it, dude? Do they always break down the draft? Or was it Mirko and that other guy last time?
What if CFU doesn't pick up the Fanny and calls their bluff?
And they see it coming from a mile away?
Wait, what's that? Oh,
That's the Cho.
Not giving it to Zorn. Not giving it to the man.
That's the Cho. That's the Cho.
Not giving it to Raja. Recall.
Okay.
Did Team Vamos and SRG, were their matches close in Malaysia at all? Or did like SRG just like mollywop them?
Yeah. So if we see a Fanny, it might be Zorn unless behind the scenes they've been practicing. We don't know where this guy.
Why are you yelling at me, Bevis? No, they always do it this way. I'm just tired. That's probably what it is. I'm just fucking tired.
Fighter for Warlord, all the more possible.
This could be a
I only got a few hours of sleep.
It could be a Rome. Valentina picked up.
I will hold my breath.
What's the match after this? Oh.
Fighter mid in the second phase.
This is a Valentina though, so they get the.
I'm definitely gonna have to get some sleep before my cast today.
So good.
And then after too.
Whichever Nets decides to go for, gotta be careful. Like this is a Cho. This is a Valentina who might get her own electrifying beats.
And she can flicker, dash in, and then beats in your face.
Oh, I hate getting beats in my face.
You and I both. There's the Phobias. Already great triggers on the Infernal Pursuit. And still...
This was a perfect...
Because this is just confirmed for Rome.
Dark Night Falls.
Oh, that was so good.
Thank you. I've been practicing. Vamos bringing in the double assassin meta. And like you said, Leo, this does not mean that the Gatot is going mid. Can still go Rome, can still go EXP, can go anyway, man.
This is actually really interesting. I wonder if this might work.
Because they're first. They're first. I would not be surprised if Red 4 was the marksman for Nets. And then we go from there.
Probably... Physical,
Especially with an organized team that's on comms and stuff like that, and they can yell out who they want as the target. 2 assassins can like burst somebody down in an instant. That'd be really interesting.
Warlord is gonna play because that's another tell. If there's a mage in the jungle, a mage in gold, then more so fighter mid.
Exactly. And at this point, why we have to talk about double assassin here? Because Zorn is going to be the one farming.
I would almost say go for a Fredrin. Fredrin can tank all of this damage. Oh, did they ban Fredrin? They sure the fuck didn't. Yeah, I would go for a Fredrin jungle. You get the aggro immediately from Joy.
So Vamos have figured out some kind of rotation.
And I don't think what's his name's gonna be able to burst you down. And then if he tries to come in for the pinchers and doesn't finish you off, you can just fucking Appraiser's Wrath the fuck out of everyone.
They needed to take out the Hilda if that's the plan, because you can't like afford to revert to a jungler who really has to farm slow if you need to keep up with all the pressure that Vamos would potentially put on the table. So yeah, they go for a physical marksman in the gold lane. They're sticking with the Moscow for nets. So what jungler would be the safest option now for CFU? Will you like still risk it, even though?
Something a little bit tanky, because all of a sudden the Helka can be in your face.
Fredrin.
We have a fun fact for
Fredrin.
16 years, 11 months, and 14 days. Detective is the second youngest player in M6.
Yep, second only to Hiko,
yeah.
of Team Spirit. All right, talking about the junglers, what's available for Detective? Again, the
Alpha's
second
here.
youngest.
Alpha.
Alpha's good, maybe even a Fred, but that's not enough damage.
Double farm slow. Oh.
They go for the Hayabusa.
Damn, they went for the Hayabusa. Okay.
So gonna play man-to-man.
Nathan. The Nathan.
Nathan, but I don't know.
Damage from CFU, no?
I'm just worried that the Hellcrit can have a field day.
Yeah, I feel like this. All they got to do is call out a target, and they'll be able to fuck with. They'll fuck on CFU.
Kidding. We have a mage.
Or more of a tanky presence, because I don't know if that's enough peel and that's enough of
Fredrin mid.
Few's done it.
Few has done it before.
JP Brent's Few's done it.
Terizla.
We've seen Rosa do that.
A lot of things have happened in our careers.
Bane under Drian.
Yep.
Have we ever seen a Benedetta in mid? Badang in mid?
Lapu.
Lapu in. We've seen Lapu in mid.
You don't want a Lapu.
He's done that.
The Fanny is still.
Hold it. Take it easy.
Granger mid actually isn't terrible.
Wow. Okay.
Still don't know.
Still don't know.
Hold on. Warlord's holding on to Gatot. Warlord is saying, muscle of iron, bones of steel.
That must be it.
All right, now we're going to pass it to Bovingan as well as Mirko to cast for this one. A Mageless Vamos.
Hey, man. Lofel, Brigida, Leo, thank you so much. But
Oh, that's right. They're in Malaysia. I'm like, why are they cheering so hard? How come Mirko doesn't have a button? Is he too good for a button?
I'm not surprised.
He can't wear his button like everybody else?
Warlord, he wants to go in. Ladies and gentlemen, 1-1. That is the bracket that we have here. It is a best of one for Vamos. The villains of Malaysia, that might just be the heroes by the end of this. CFU trying to shut down the Malaysian hopes here of qualifying to knockout stage. But ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you. Vamos and CFU gaming go head to head. We're gonna dive straight in to the land of dawn for our second match of the day.
You know, from right off the bat, CFU, we know that CFU is a disciplined team. That's how they beat NIP Flash. If you're going to go back to the very first day of our Swiss stage, they were able to turn things around in the mid-game because they were punishing the over-aggressive plays of NIP Flash. This time, we all know how Team Vamos plays. They're going to go all in all the time, dive as much as possible.
Vamos draft looks good. It's not bad. I don't mind it.
Damage, and if you guys want pure damage in your games, go ahead and get these battle recalls, these rewards, man. It's phenomenal. Claude's battle emote, M6 Glory Avatar border, Baksha's battle emote too, and the new special skin, Baksha Dauntless Shield, all for free. You can reach to level 75 actually all for free. So go ahead, get your games in and get that M6 pass. To CFU, they're looking to pass through the 1-1 bracket over to 2-1 with this crazy aggressive composition. Speaking of aggressive, though, I don't know which one is more aggressive here, if I'm being honest with you.
Clearly, Team Vamos, they're going right after Detective. Chibi is already level 4, electrifying.
Oh, Detective!
The second youngest
Damn.
has fallen down in the hands of a veteran.
That's uno kill for Team Vamos. They got to get the Dos Tres very soon, man. But it's all about the aggression. Like we said earlier, they got to just push the pace with this kind of composition. Everybody can fight. The glue can go in. Warlord, he's a Warlord. And Nets, very early on in the first hurdle, I think he can be he can be online much earlier.
Will you stream until the BTK match? Most likely.
He needs to farm up.
That's my entire point for being up this late, honestly.
It's going to create a very scary threat for CFU Gaming, especially for Detective. He's not level 4 just yet. That means it's a 2-level lead right now, at least for Chibi. And Opie, he ain't going to take that. There's respect.
Yeah. The right call for CFU Gaming might be just to give away the Lord for Team Vamos and just wait for the power spike, especially since they have an ultra late game gold laner in Sing with the Natan as Team Vamos successfully gets the turtle. So right now they're starting out strong with the way they expected it to against a glass cannon type of lineup. Although they have a tanky mid laner, when it comes to the late game, things could turn around and go for the favor of CFU Gaming because they have a much more balanced lineup.
I like this whole setup that they go with.
Ooh, that was close. Nets almost just sniped it down. Warlord level 4. Seems like Zorn is 2. Detective still fallen behind compared to Chibi when it comes to the farm department after losing that early fight. Opie won't really be able to push in, but man, Chibi
Electrifying beats, getting chased down. Chibi.
Oh my god.
Again with another kill. Extending the lead to 1.1k, and already you can hear the fans of Malaysia excited for what's happening in the early game.
Now puts a lot of pressure on Singh. He needs to start winning this lane. He needs to start.
I don't like Zorn playstyle. Why is that? Because of the BMing and stuff like that, the recalling.
Kill threat on him, but you can see the damage already. We expect Joy to be a threat in the late game, and now Smooth.
Okay, they're trying to look for the kick. Here comes Wadu with Infernal Pursuit.
Warlord caught in the midst of it all. Great kick.
Nice. That was a nice nice group.
That's a good response finally for CFU Gaming again, but look at Zorn. But a beautiful knockup. Jit can do combination for OP to save the remaining members of CFU. They're going to commit the AOG, wanting to go for Zorn, but Zorn will safely evade. So right now, CFU Gaming.
Wait, what was that?
Tend to use the
What was that? That just hit Zorn really late.
Once we reach the mid game, once Zorn gets a lot of items, he can easily
From Gadakacha.
by himself. So CFU Gaming, the clock.
Or wait, that wasn't Gadakacha. Oh, I'm so stupid. It wasn't Gadakacha. It was fucking Valentina. I'm so stupid. Like they don't even have a Gadakacha on their team. It was Valentina's dash. I was so confused.
Compared to Mr. BBB that we know in MPL Indonesia. Up top, SOD.
It's gonna be a 1v1 entropy, and who's gonna get the parts?
Ah! Boy, threading the needle there.
Warlord tries to answer with a chase of the AOG, but CFU Gaming again using the over-aggression of Team Vamos to their advantage.
Wow, the 1v1 of the Natan.
Oh, Wadu, you're in trouble here. You went in a little too deep.
Detective goes in with a Wiki Shadow kill. Dark Knight falls for Zorn, and Zorn gets a kill onto OP.
Detective.
Oh, Detective still gets it. Not bad.
Split mounting him. Z has stolen it, now going out to Warlord.
Oh, bye, Z.
With the Petrify, Zorn picks up another, and the Raja emote with the signature emote after that kill.
Woo! Zorn on the Petrify. That's
Oh my God, you're tripping, Private.
He always goes for the execute usually. So far, the Petrify has been great at dismantling a lot of the initiations from CFU, right? You get the Petrify, it's a good disengage tool. You can definitely see Chibi there. He's starting to get online.
Depends on how bad I get. I might take a nap through the next game.
Is scary. Usually you
Though I do kind of want to watch the Liquid ID versus team team. It's not Team Secret. It's Team
And we know that the
Spirit. Damn it.
So he's got to be very careful. Wadu gets caught.
And speaking of dive, they're trying to go for Wadu. 3 members of Team Vamos. Wadu trying his best to outfit.
If Phovius jumps into the air when Gadakacha lands, does Phovius still get knocked back?
Holding Sing back. Zorn is in the bush. He's waiting for the time. Nope. He won't get it. No Spear of Misery. Z comes in.
Z comes in, trying to go for 3. Here comes the Dark Knight Balls. A kick coming in from OP.
Great kick. AOG stolen away. Not connecting. OP walking forward with the Chun Poo. A Smooth walks in. Chibi got stolen in the mid lane.
Okay, here comes.
Oh, bye, Valentina.
Goes in to try and bring down C. He's going to do it successfully. OP goes in with a Jeet couldn't do. But the damage from Sing might just be too much. Detective has a Wiki Shadow kill. Not going to overcommit, though. And just the trade after trade for this game. Everything's happening so fast.
I kind of dig this.
The Shrek is gonna connect. Here comes Nets.
Nets coming in. The Spear of Misery locks him down. Zorn will lock Sing down. He's still hiding away.
I kind of dig this composition makeup that they're doing here with the double assassin and Gadakacha at mid. It's just something different and it's fresh. The only problem with this type of composition is it's just kind of brawly. You know what I mean? And I feel like it's not. It's just so 50-50 brawly, and it can be taken down by a well-organized composition.
But they're trying to go in at Team Vamos out, keeping at them at bay. CFU Gaming just focusing on the turtle, and they will get another objective to their name. Just
Someone unknown. Hey, how you doing?
established in the very first minute.
Welcome.
To CFU Gaming, because of the favorable trades that they're getting away from the aggression of Team Vamos.
And now we have the Natan coming closer to the item power spike. This has only been a feathered airstrike Starlium Scythe Natan. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not the Holy Crystal just yet. So he's been doing that much damage, winning in a 1v1.
Did he call it a feathered airstrike Natan? Did he mean Feather of Heaven Natan?
Even Smooth might not be able to take it. Nets though very quick into that second.
Am I sleepy? Dude, I'm losing my mind.
The Natan, so he might get his items quicker.
Oh, a kick, but that might be the wrong target. Gets Smooth, just got this split. Here comes the AOG, they're gonna burst down.
That was a lot of damage that went onto that glue.
Down up top is another 1v1. OPG Kundo AOG.
So he had his own AOG, but Nets managing to deliver the damage and keeping CFU Gaming out bay. Look at Detective, wanting to go for the weaky shadow kill, but might get bursted down though.
Oh, he didn't even have time to go for that. Oh, that shit would have been over. Does he have the shadow kill? He doesn't. Wait, did he get stunned out of the shadow kill?
Jump scare. Zorn's still looking for him, trying to find.
He doesn't have his ultimate.
But he's a bit too witty for that. Warlord in the mid lane trying to go for it again. OP, conceal? No. You have to slow it down right now.
Damn.
And like you said, all of a sudden, now it's CFU Gaming who hold the momentum. And we have to keep our eyes on Sing.
That shit sucks.
Cambodia has been phenomenal. He's really been breaking records by getting crazy GPM stats. And on a Natan, you would expect, all right, yeah, he should be able to get the GPM. But not like this. You would expect him to farm. He's been farming heroes.
Yeah.
What up, Zoe?
Give a lot of credit to CFU Gaming's mid trio because they're keeping Team Vamos preoccupied. We've seen.
Oh, ooh, nice little way of the dragon. Zorn is down.
Now it's a Holy Crystal. That's an AOG.
Oh no, Spirit of Destruction did not connect, but Chibi goes in for the backline with Electrifying Beast, bringing down Ting.
Oh, POD Kundo. Chibi locked in, still able to escape. Now Wadu comes in as well. Z pops in AOG, and that's still kiting away. Wadu caught in the midst of it all. Now he goes in again, finding in front of Pursuit mounted on.
Oh, and they're trying to go for him, but Team Vamos manages to get him as Wadu falls down.
BOD this early on Haya. Oh!
Bring him down with the help of Z.
Damn, this is what I was talking about. Now all that brawliness is, now that you're on your back foot, is going to start having problems. And they're going to have a really big issues trying to fucking find their engagements.
For a target, Zorn doing the same thing. Fighting for the Lord is what they must do. Zorn will zone Detective away. OP's looking for an opening here, but I don't think he should go for Smooth. Good reset on the Lord. OP wants to go for it.
Oh, they commit the way of the dragon, but here comes Sing with the entropy.
Damn, they didn't even try to help him. No Dark Knight Falls. No try to jump on him. Now they're just going to have to disengage from this.
Damn, that's some damage right there. I did not expect Smooth to be deleted, evaporated. AOG.
AOG, Z gets the Lord, and here comes the counterattack coming in from Team Vamos.
Detective shut down. Option went away. Sing goes in with the entropy, and it's Sing who just evaporates everybody he touches. Next, he goes for the Spear of Misery. Sing!
Flickers in, trying to bring down Nets with a Shadow Strike, and will do so. Zorn, will he go in though? He has Chibi by his side as CFU Gaming with the last strike of Z. Got down Nets plus the Lord. Now CFU Gaming is in full control of this game.
Wow. All right, we finally have some downtime here at CFU and Vamos. They finally take a step back. They finally let go of the pedal. Never mind. OP, he might be going for it.
Okay, Deadly Stingers is here, but Zorn manages to dash away. CFU Gaming, okay.
Does Hellcurt have Sky Piercer? I have no idea.
Before they make a set. But look at Zorn, the damage of Deadly Stingers, half HP already for OP.
That's a Divine Glaive for Z. Zing in the bottom lane, good clear from Nets. Great blinks from Zorn to escape from the G Kundo. CFU Gaming will just go for the sieges. It will be a tier 2 in the mid lane and the bottom lane taken down with the first Lord of the game. Slow push up top, 2,000 gold lead still. And Mr. President is well fed. Sing is on the way to a Divine Glaive.
Okay, let's see if Team Vamos
Yeah, dude.
try to go for initiation. They did
That's why, like, it was a unique composition, but really kind of falls apart once the power spikes come in.
To reach Sing's power spike, even without the late game, Sing is already activated. And that's the
I thought they'd be a little bit more organized when it came to like calling out targets and like both assassins jumping on.
Certainly they are protecting Sing from the aggressiveness of Team Vamos.
And for the first time in 12 minutes, we don't have a fight. It's all chill. It's all calm. But usually, when this happens, it's only a build-up for a big play. OP, trying to look for that big play. He knows that he can kick anyone. That's what's scary for Vamos now. Usually you have a glue, you have a gata, then you can be like, all right, you can pick one of us, and then you're gonna be the one punished.
Okay.
Sing, entropy, defensively.
Okay. AOG coming in from Warlord. OP though manages to kick someone sword from the backline, and AOG for
Dude, that's a lot of fucking AOGs out there.
Detective working on Warlord right now.
Still in the midst of it all, OP gets a GQ. No, Wadu in the back, getting the in front of pursuit. Warlord is next, falling down. Wadu gets 2. That gets the kill, but Sing goes on a killing spree.
A 3-for-2 trade for Team CFU Gaming. They have a clear advantage right now. They also have Sing in their presence. They can actually take down an inhibitor turret against Team Vamos.
Yeah, this is the problem with that type of composition, boys.
He's got rose gold. Oh, but is it enough?
Oh, entropy in onto Smooth. Smooth with a split. Just trying to delay as much as possible. Detective going on for the backline to net.
Oh, what a disgusting shadow kill into the base.
Secures the win.
CFU Gaming will not let Malaysia parade in Malaysia. What a performance with a Natan. They snowballed with a Natan. They went through Vamos. Vamos were supposed to be the aggressors.
Oh, this is a best of one?
You will prevail.
Is the next one a best of one too?
Saying, at least they're not 0-2.
Oh, it is a best of one. Okay, then we'll be fine. I was like, bro, I don't know if I'm going to make it through 2 more best of 3s before BTK.
What a game. Panel, break it down.
Is he Cambodian?
I said CFU is good.
Or no, he's Malaysian, isn't he?
I'm not Daijobu.
You're more Nani.
Nani's.
Say Sumi Masari.
He's actually sad now.
The reverse curse.
Okay.
Called it.
You did.
I got a prediction right.
Here's what I was hoping for. That the cheese that was obviously put on display once more by Vamos would be enough. And for the first one,
I told you about CFU. Didn't I say they were going to
they
win?
seemed to have reverted to their day one antics.
They were so stable. I mean, if
Nah, it's on the schedule. You have to wait 3 more hours.
that their jungler was not going
What
to
time
have
is the
them
BTK
die,
match?
Their gold later was the complete opposite. Sing was just so stable in his lane.
Oh, man. It's like 3 more hours. You're damn right. Oh.
Seemingly fundamental to Sing. And he just did the rest for his entire team. Like, even when it came to a point where Vamos already knew, oh no, we gotta look for Sing. They couldn't even look for Sing.
And for Vamos, the X Factor seemed to be Zorn. Not so sure that's such a wise choice. To put
3 more hours for BTK.
In the roamer basket, that just wasn't enough.
I might just...
Because I don't think I can be sad on any other chair. Because here I can lie down. I can tilt
I might just log it and be like, yeah, guys, I'm totally still here. Definitely still here.
It's better to be in the secret lab chair. I know, but I need to look professional.
A sleep stream with text-to-speech on.
They're specifically built for miserable moments for Lafayette like this.
Is the interview ready yet? I mean,
yes. CFU is prepping up on stage, and we have to ruminate on the fact that Vamos have now fallen into the same bracket.
I'm so sleepy. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling it. Oh.
We don't know yet.
They're in a...
Normally, I wouldn't care, but I have to cast at 10 o'clock, too. And even though it's like a free one, it's a community event for a European event. I kind of want to put my best foot forward for these guys. I always want to cast with my best foot forward. I always want to kind of give my best for a lot of these events. I feel like, I don't know. Oh, damn, I kind of like her hair.
Give it up for CFU. And right now, I am with Detective. First of all, Detective, how are you after that intense game?
Normal.
Normal. Okay, now, Detective, we know that Cambodia is not new in the international scene. It is, however, CFU.
Why is that shit so loud? Sorry.
No.
I can actually turn it down, I think.
It has been a long time, and
we cannot be nervous.
Cannot be nervous. Now, what would you say be the reason that you guys are playing better than ever? You guys are super close to knockout stage.
It's the trust I have in my teammates and the confidence I have in myself.
Oh, that's so cute. So do you trust your teammates a lot?
Yeah.
Does your teammate trust you?
Yeah.
I like that. So that makes you more confident.
I thought
right?
dude was a translator up there. Is he just up there to look good?
One match away from knockout stages, and you guys will be playing a best of 3 from now on.
That's the job I want. I want to be the dude who just stands next to the players.
Like best of 3s?
You think I'm there to translate, but I'm just there to look cool.
Best of 1,
Nod.
50-50, I agree. Okay, now that M6 has a new patch, hey, kenapa, yes?
Yeah, ang glad ma ay kanyang panjay prang thing. I just said to him,
yes?
Please speak more Cambodian so I can translate to you. So I don't know what to do right now.
It's okay, he's feeling confident.
I don't know what to do right now. I like him. I don't have a job here, bruh.
This new assassin patch?
Yeah.
I'm quite happy with the patch because I can finally play ever since I was great,
What other assassin do you want to play on the M6 world stage?
That's a secret.
That's a secret. So
I like this guy. I'm sure I think he's probably like a Cambodian caster or something. Oh, that's great.
Away from knockout stages. Who do you want to meet next? Okay, there is Twisted Minds.
He's getting paid to stand there. The guy's just chilling. Yeah. Dude, I would just be fixing myself up there, just like. While this dude's talking, just like smile, give some little.
You want to meet Fabian because you guys look alike. You think you look alike?
Yeah.
Okay, you want
Just random fucking poses.
Who plays the jungle better?
What?
You want to see who you look alike, but who plays better? Is it?
We will see.
We will see. Okay, I am looking forward to that matchup. Thank you very much. Okay, do you want to close? Do you want to throw it to the panel, Poji?
It's alright, I'm set already.
You're sad already. It's all right. Thank you very much to Poji and to Detective. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this match against Vamos.
Thank you.
It's okay, Poji. You're not the only one that's sad.
You know what? I'm gonna speak some Kamai on behalf of Popoji. Akun and Homoy Mao to all of the Kamai.
He's smiling like he's just part of the conversation.
Moving up to the 2-1 bracket.
And let's not talk about the other one. Moving to the 1-2.
Let's talk about the game.
LaFell's sadness knows no limits right now. Even if they ban the Bruno.
Zing was good. Then the Natan, man. Oh, no. Choke kicks anyone, and then the Natan's like.
What's going on, True Spirit? Thank you for the raid. What do you... Wait, why would you stay up so late and then decide now to go to bed? You're in the middle of the fucking... You're in the middle of the M6. Thank you for the raid, True Spirit. Why would you choose now to go to bed? Is someone nuking private? That's my raid alarm. That's my... I'm getting raided on Twitch. It's True Spirit. He sent along his viewers. That's so loud, I'm trying to sleep.
They weren't able to really get a grasp of what they wanted to do because all of the fights, they came at the most chaotic timings and they were just happening all over the place, wherein you couldn't really project or dictate when you wanted to go in as the Moskov. You would ideally get to prepare a little bit.
BTK match is starting in 2.5 hours.
Every time he goes in, he just dies.
It didn't happen like
5 times.
5 times to be exact.
Everybody saw that. The world was watching. And it did not benefit Vamos that CFU had a
Is there a tsunami happening?
Yet Farmon Zing, Detective cleanup. Everyone was playing to that end. Watching Vamos on the map, it was clear. Smooth dead lane. Everyone else, that's the thing. Do what exactly?
Zing did 84,000 damage. No one from Vamos scratched 50. Stop laughing, Brigida. Be sensitive.
Even if you put Nets and Chibi together, Zorn and Chibi together doesn't come close to Zing's damage output. That just shows how a one-track mind, a good plan, goes towards a victory.
And speaking of Zorn, I think it's the recalls and all that hyper-aggressive plays and setups on the true.
Can you call Trex and ask him to move the BTK match? I don't think he'll be casting tonight.
But we were on spectator view.
No, we were not. Let's look. Ingan, are you okay? All right, all good. Zing, MVP. I wonder why. 84,000 damage. And let me just say, he got his items fast, boy.
Quick. We were wondering, did he have to build a Divine Glaive against Warlord? Because of all of the members of Vamos, it was only really Warlord who had struggled killing. Even Smooth, once he clicked split, was easy pickings. So that last slot that was actually built, the Blood Wings, was going to be either that. I think this last item would have been a Divine Glaive either way.
Yeah, he had so many ways to also
Damn, did he
survive,
start with
escape all those threats from
Wait, he said the last slot was going to be Blood Wings?
separate timing. Like it wasn't like a it wasn't like an attempt to work together. It was like just Zorn individually trying to jump in, and then we see Warlord attempting to go for the follow-up. Chibi trying to make his own play, so he could like reserve his Purify in the most crucial moments.
LaFell just died a little inside.
I died a lot inside. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, it started off with Zing winning that 1v1. After that, winning multiple team fights. And OP, the caster said it. OP can legit kick anyone. The toughest of the toughest. Like, Zor gets kicked. Smooth gets kicked. Warlord gets kicked.
Here you go.
As we're seeing Zing's highlight, we're also seeing OP's highlight.
What do you think about the Hellcut roam? I talked about it a little bit earlier, but like it's nice, and it seems like it's a good thing, especially when you've got a 5-man who's all in comms and they're organizing who they want to go for. So you've
Like the amount of teamwork.
Oh, I was about to say, it got silent for a second. So you can pick your targets and both assassins go for the same target. That makes sense, but it's a very brawly, very early game composition, and it starts to fall off towards the mid and late game once people start getting a little bit more coordinated, once defense items start to come in, once we get out of the laning phase where you can't just single out certain targets, it starts to fall off, and you really have to be super successful in the early game for it to really take off. And unfortunately, it's kind of why Vamos has gotten a lot of the losses that they have, is because after you get past the brawly part of it, it's just going to be an issue.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to be greater than ever. Marker here.
Luckily, you no longer have to call this match. You can wallow in your sadness.
Yeah, you have all the time.
You're off for the day.
What are you writing? Ooh.
Big L for LaFell. Big sads.
L for LaFell.
It's sinking in.
I think he's ready to like.
Leo.
Cut it now.
Yeah.
They missed a perfect opportunity. I would say you can't spell LaFell without a big L.
We'll wrap it up here. Set it up for the next set of talents. You guys are still watching. M6 got a couple more matches. Stay with us.
All right, guys, we're going to keep the stream on. Giveaway still going on. We will call the giveaway after BTK, but your boy's going to get a little bit of a break before this BTK match. I'll probably come back before the Team Spirit one ends, but we're going to chill out for a sec.
ultimate glory starts now.
Hello Panda, hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe,
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Go is Sans, who picks up the
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
looking for the knockup, not able to find a sense who he wants more, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see another fight commences here. Gear goes in, it's going to be a lot of damage playing.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Irie, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sichibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Poppy and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage? Returning to the M-Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a train as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Eronshiki, the next level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M-Series challenger.
The double, the Roy goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
The internationally renowned organizations are about to put on another classic esports banger. Team Liquid, Team Spirit, they are going to fight off in the land of dawn here for the M6 World Championship. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Welcome back to the panel. And of course, I'm joined by Gideon and Naisu. Anyone else freaking out that we're having a Team Liquid versus Team Spirit in the M6 World Championship?
Look, me and Naisu, we were able to do at least host the draw. We, with Boston Game, and I mean, he called it. Yeah. He called what he wanted, and we got exactly what we were expecting here today.
Yeah, it was a little weird. You know how accurate that he was with the draw, and we got to witness that. And this is where we now find ourselves. I think either way, though, Renmar, based on what we've seen today, maybe this is going to be an upset. Maybe it's a surprise, but I love to see it because both the teams have showed great things up to this point.
Yeah, be an upset for who or happiness for whom, we shall see. By the way, if you want to relate with me and know something a little bit upsetting, let's put a little tight focus on our two gentlemen over there. Let's look at Gideon first. Look at what's on Gideon's wrist. Oh, that looks great. Which colorway is that?
This is the Black Fairy, of course. The Swiss, inspired by MLBB. It's got little features on it that you guys probably can't see. It's got a little M-Series, little niceness on it, a little flashy bits on the side as well.
Yeah, there's a detailing of the M6 World Championship logo as well on the back. Yeah, right on the back. So luxury meets gaming with Fairy's first M6 Swiss watches. And they also have special jewelry collection based off of Juicin and Mia, and brand new championship rings and medals. Follow @Fairy World on TikTok and our website for updates. Do you have one?
I unfortunately don't. I have my own watch here, but if they want to hook me up, that'd be great. But we did get a chance to try those medals on.
You
we were
did?
there.
When?
Yep. So, we had a little exclusive access on that. And I specifically put on the Mage. Was it the championship medal? Medallion?
Yeah.
Super heavy, but obviously I had to try that on because, Gord made.
Oh, all right. So I want to mess with Naisu's macros. So add a little bit more sugar, protein, a little bit of fiber as well. Take a nom-nom out of that Hello Panda. Go for it.
Oh, you want me to actually eat it?
Yeah, eat it.
Let me I got to get my tracker out.
Yeah, let's get a tight shot onto Naisu. And while he's eating the Hello Panda, I will sing the Hello Panda theme song, but slowly. Hello Panda. Hello, Panda. Semua suka biskuitnya.
Oh, my goodness.
That's pretty good, man. I'm feeling it. I'm really enjoying this Hello Panda.
All right. You can keep enjoying it if you want.
Okay, you guys, you can take over.
And look at him not sharing with you.
Right?
You
I
know.
mean, it's as expected.
Yeah.
Tex
There you go.
does it, LaFell does. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's a little different.
He's carrying.
He's not giving me the whole box, that's for sure.
Yeah. Fuel your game with Hello Panda. The crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate and the ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more. But this panda is saying hello to our next matchup. Again, it's Team Spirit versus Team Liquid Indonesia. As we've mentioned before, the storyline of Team Team Spirit is they are the long-held kings over at EECA, while Team Liquid ID are new to, well, their throne. So if you want to see this happen, or the other matches that we have here for the M6 World Championship, you can grab your tickets now and you'll get to witness the remaining 14 of the world's best teams clashing it out on day 5 to 7 of the Swiss stage. We still have the regular sale on those tickets. Now, let's first start with the Northern Dragons. So when you guys hear Team Spirit in MLBB, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Spirit.
Oh, I mean, that's kind of unfair, dude.
That's just off the bat, you know?
I mean, for me, personality comes to mind straight away, but also Diggy as well. I mean, I still have horror stories of Sawo just destroying it.
Oh yeah, the Sawo Diggy from last year's World Championship too.
I mean, even the year before and the year before that.
Oh, right. It seems like every World Championship, he's brought it out at least like once or twice just to mess with everyone.
Has it showed up yet?
No. Not yet, not yet. Not in this one. Hopefully, like, we get to see it. Because I feel like against a team like TLID, someone like Diggy might actually be able to help control the Stampede. What's the first word that comes to your mind when you hear TLID, Team Liquid in MLBB, Naisu?
I'll tell you what. It's the fact that I've been saying cavalry wrong this whole time.
Wait, what?
And you know what? I just was surprised because I've always said Calvary instead of cavalry.
Oh, so you mixed up the L and the...
I mixed it up, but that's the first thing that comes to mind.
Oh.
Pronouncing it correctly.
All right, so you were a proud member of the cavalry.
Yes.
Now you're a proud member of the cavalry. Let's hear from the coaches, if I'm not mistaken, of both of these two teams. I know Coach Shane DeLucas also brought something up. Yeah, it's the two coaches. So let's start first with Team Spirit. There's fun in building up veterans. You will meet great individuals with high ego because of their experience. While for Coach Shane DeLucas, he actually prefers to work with the rookies because it allows him to develop the young talent a little bit more. That's interesting that these two teams have such a different perspective on it. What do you think about it, Gideon?
I think it's very varying, right? Because again, I would say that at least from a Vren's opinion, yes, it's good to have, you know, smarter players that actually show you a different perspective when you're inside the game, because I think that's the biggest problem with some of these coaches who haven't been in that professional scene. They don't know what it feels like, if not the perspective when you're on that stage.
Yeah, I think for me, you know, I think both work great because even for Coach St. DeLucas, you work with the newer members and you kind of fill that bottle of knowledge. It can actually really help build that up. And then, of course, you know, I think that's why you usually see some staff have both those dynamics filled by both coaches and their squad.
Yeah, so now on the Team Spirit side, of course, Coach Vren, I feel like he gets what he wants. He gets to work with Sawo and Sunset Lover, who's been playing and performing in the world stage of MLBB esports since the M1 days. They go way back. While on the other side, for Coach Shane DeLucas and Team Liquid ID, these are M-Series firsts. These are first-time champions who are suddenly put into this position of you have to represent a very high-pressure and proud MLBB region in Indonesia. Have you seen anything so far from the performances of Team Liquid ID, Gideon, that maybe that pressure is starting to get to them, or is it just growing pains?
I think it is a little bit of the growing pains. It has been a bunch of best of ones. I think they're going to do a lot better in the BO3s. But hopefully when they do get to the BO3s, it's for the right reasons, like advancing to the knockouts, rather than getting knocked out themselves.
Yeah, now for the side of Team Spirit, this is now a back-to-back matchup against an Indonesian squad. So, are there any brimming qualities that you've seen from the performance of Team Spirit, Naisu, that you'd want to point out before we talk about them a little bit more?
Oh, you know, for Team Spirit specifically, I think, well, in general, maybe all the teams felt kind of pressure, you know, in all these best of ones that we had, especially the first day and the second day. But at this point now, too, for Team Spirit specifically, I think it's just, there's a lot of young talent there. I mean, again, the youngest player in M6 Hiko.
Oh yeah, he is.
Correct.
Yes.
Right? He's like 16 years old, and this is the thing. Like you have the empty bottle that we just saw from the quotes there from the coaches that you can continue to fill up. This experience alone is a massive, experience to go ahead and give these young players. But then even the more experienced ones that have already been to the international stage, they are in an opportunity to go ahead and share that knowledge, and in performances from their games have been phenomenal up to this point. I just love to see them work a little bit more on their shot calls, on how they want to approach the games and the team fights.
Honestly, the way that I'm looking at it, it's good to have, optimally and logically, some veterans and some rookies to make sure that this squad work well. But this is like East versus West, and honestly, with the Eastern side coming up with rookies that are malleable and clearly have the mechanics to do so, I think, the sky's the limit.
So veterancy, rookies, and filling up the bottle of knowledge, that is how you understand MLBB esports. It's a big theme for this Team Liquid Indonesia versus Team Spirit matchup. So to know more about this, we actually had a moment for a side interview alongside Michelle and Poji, so let's hear from them.
Hi guys, here is Michelle. Welcome to the Courtside Report. I'm here with Poji.
Hello world, hello MC. But now we have a special guest from Indonesia, Pika. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. Okay, do you enjoy the vibes here?
Yeah, I really enjoy the food and the crowds are amazing, especially today.
Yeah, everything's fantastic. But I'm pretty sure you're coming here to rooting for your home team, right?
Yeah, of course.
So your home team, Team Liquid Indonesia, are gonna face against Team Spirit in the upcoming best of one. What do you think about that matchup?
I'm confident that Liquid will win this one.
Yeah, you are confident about your team, right?
But now, so far, RRQ secured a knockout slot. How confident is the ID community that Team Liquid ID can also go to knockout stage?
I'm pretty sure our Indonesian community is very confident because they already seen RRQ already qualified to the knockout stage, and now Liquid also gonna face the Team Spirit, and I think Liquid will do so much better today than yesterday.
Sure, your fans has got the buff on them. And let's quick talk about the players. You think which player in your home team, Team Liquid Indonesia, are gonna cut our eyes through the game?
I think Fabian will do well today.
Okay, Fabian should be. Or any suggestion to your players? You think they need to pay attention to each player in the Team Spirit?
They need to pay attention to Weedy.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big threat for them, right?
Alright, so before the match begin, any words to the players before the game start?
Okay, I wish you guys good luck and hope to see you in the knockout stage and also in the grand finals maybe.
Or maybe you can do it in Bahasa so all the Indonesian fan can feel the hype, can feel the spirit.
Yep, sure.
Okay, halo guys semuanya, aku Pika. Jangan lupa buat dukung tim Indonesia yang lagi bertanding di MC sekarang.
Thank you, Vika. Hope you enjoy your stay here, enjoy your watcher. So now it's a good time to steer it back to the panel. Panel, back over to you.
Makasih, Pika, Poji, and of course to our lovely side reporter, Michelle. Now I think it's time for us to talk about predictions because Pika got to touch on some key figures for Team Liquid ID, especially Fabian. So keep that in mind. So gentlemen, I think the predictions are ready for y'all. Gideon, I'm excited to actually see yours first because I'm wondering where you hit it this time. Hopefully it's somewhere we can show.
Well, calm down here for a moment. Obviously, people are seeing a little bit. They know where it's going to be, but I need people to understand that this has been a difficult prediction. I love Team Spirit, and I also love TL as an organization, ID or PH. Doesn't matter to me. My call on this one, I'm going to have to say it. It's a 2-1 victory going in for TL ID.
All right, what about you, Mr. Calvary?
I didn't know you could stick it like that.
Don't you touch this logo? It's close to the chest for a reason.
Right, well, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put it up here for the cavalry. Wait, the cavalry.
Yeah, there we go.
The cavalry. I'm gonna go ahead and say, wait, what did you put? It's a best of one.
Yeah. It's a best of one.
You know what?
So why was it? Did you just? Oh my! Did you put up 2-1 just to mess with us?
Yeah, of course. That and also because the way that I think about this is more so if this was always going to be a best of 3, we have expectations already set. But it's always prime time for anybody to shake things up in the best of ones.
That's true.
Mine, it's simple. It's 1, just to be clear, and then it's Team Spirit.
Okay.
Yeah, this one is a little bit harder to decide, but I don't know. For some reason, I woke up today, thought about it for a few minutes, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, maybe Team Spirit is going to take the cake. Something about it. Maybe it's because of what we were talking about earlier, you know, veterancy and all that.
I mean, of course, but it's just one of those games where it's really difficult to tell in a best of 1, right? As much as I want to believe that this is a best of 3, I think that at this point of time, we've seen the adaptability of a lot of these players coming in from both TS and as well as TL.
Yeah, so adaptability, your ability to adjust and, of course, adapt to any situation.
You gotta adjust those predictions too.
And you gotta adjust those predictions too. It's flip for me and Isu, but yeah, totally agree.
There we go.
It is a BO1. I still am leaning into the factor that maybe we'll actually see one unique pick. Maybe not necessarily something we haven't seen before, but something we're still not completely used to seeing.
The Akai. Oh, want to see that again?
Yeah, you know what? I don't mind, honestly. The Akai is it's good for countering a lot of the Team Indonesian playstyle, but hopefully Team Spirit this time just pairs it up with better damage.
Well, I mean, I don't even think that the last draft was that bad, you know? At least for Kid Bomba, it shows that he has deep pockets, and I think the EXP right now is very narrow with the way that you have to play, but coming into these lineups, hopefully we see something get really, really exciting for both of these lineups. TLID, Team Liquid Indonesia, with Aaron Shiki, Witty, Yehezkiel, Fabian, and as well as Aran. I mean, obviously I want to point out Witty, but even yesterday, the day before yesterday, we see that Yehezkiel is showing off why he is a pillar for this team. And even Aran having a good game, it just goes to show that the draft has many different ways to attack, whether it be Angeling or, hey, Aran, win your lane, give me info, we win the game after that.
Yeah, I love the thing too. You know, most of the time, I think even watching their journey up to this point in M6, a lot of the eyes have been also on Witty, what he's able to do in the roam, especially if he gets one of those power picks like the Cho, for example. But also, maybe we see them test that limit of the hero pool that they have that they can bring against this matchup. Specifically, the fact that it is a best of 1, we know weird things can happen here, and this team right here, exactly the team to be able to do it. It's Hiko, Sawo, Sunset Lover, One Shot, and Kid Bomba. And I like what Gideon said, you know, part of this too is the XP lane, honestly, it needed some shaking up, you know, and what better player to do it than Kid Bomba? Yes, the Akai didn't work, you know, the way that he probably wanted it to, but maybe you go with a little more experimentation for them this time, or again, there's a lot of flexible things that can happen here. The other whole thing about it too is gold lane. There's been so much discussion, and I know our previous panel already talked about, you know, extensively what's been all said about Bruno right now, but even the gold lane can change things up, but Hiko's done an amazing job. As young as he is, I love to keep an eye on him.
Yeah, 100%. In their game against RRQ Hoshi, you could argue that he even managed to steal the spotlight from Skylar despite the loss. That's how talented this young gold laner on the side of Team Spirit is. That is Hiko. And when you get a chance to talk about or talk to coaches and players that are familiar with Hiko's game, a lot of them are speak very glowingly about the performance of Hiko. So we asked Team Spirit, you guys had a close match against RRQ. What do you think about your performance? Sawo, ever the veteran, Gideon, actually so honest.
He's very honest. I mean, if we could hear them in the playroom with the way that he hypes up his boys and the way that he also criticizes his boys, you'd understand why Sawo is like that. But of course, personality still shows with Kid Bomba, who's like, honestly, we did better than MSC, you know?
Yeah.
I have to agree, because Akai isn't exactly one of the more straightforward picks. It's not as honest as Hilda, and he still played it at a very high level, coming up with some incredible creative angles.
Yeah, so now for Team Spirit, I think that's a good way to, actually that little chat is a good way to understand what they are as a team, their personalities. They're blunt, they're honest, they're straightforward, and that straightforwardness in their personality, maybe that's how they can bring out those not so straightforward picks and make it still shine in difficult environments. This is the draft, Team Liquid versus Team Spirit. Question is, the Ling, Angela actually even gets taken out by Team Spirit. So even though it didn't fare well against Fnatic Onyx PH, they're respecting it.
I mean, we say that Angela, yes, it is dangerous in the hands of TLID, one of their signature combinations, but that opens up the draft so much more, right? Again, we're not seeing the Zhu Xin. Bruno, also a big question mark in everybody's minds. We've seen a couple of answers to it with the Granger and the Beatrix, obviously, but even then, it just takes one bad fight, and I'm concerned specifically about Cho.
Yeah, I'd love to see them actually contest the Cho. I think that's going to be the big thing, and same thing can be said too. Now that the Bruno's out of the picture, what does that gold lane matchup look like? I was actually glad that even earlier today we got to see the Natan pick. You know, that actually came through.
Yeah.
There's some things happening, but one thing we haven't seen too much of, aside from maybe what the Harith, I think, is those magic gold laners that have popped up previously, even in other tournaments throughout this year. And you know, I'm still expecting at least Moscov's to come through.
Please no.
Else. Yeah, I know you don't feel good about it.
Please no.
That's the reality we're in here, Redmar.
Okay, so with Team Spirit taking out the Eve, I feel like this is them saying they still want to continue with their line of thinking against RRQ Hoshin Indonesian teams. We will still do our best to dance with them in the fights. So a little bit of a background check on the draft pattern of Team Spirit so far in the M6 World Championship. They pick at least one core in the first phase, especially when they're on the blue side, a mid laner, and then one flexible pick. We talked about adaptability, Gideon. I feel like I agree with you now. The flex pick coming up in the first phase for Team Spirit will be a big thing.
I'm hoping that it's going to be a big thing, but Fanny is wide open, and this is one shot's moment. He really needs to live up to his IGM for his namesake. Yeah, he needs to be able to accelerate this game really, really quickly, because I'm not seeing a Cho ban either, so there's still a lot of ways for TLID to completely shut down the Fanny pick. And Moskov, one of those few answers.
There it is. You know, that Moskov coming through, the Phobius too. We've seen so much of this pick right now. I'm still wondering if they go with what I like to call the purple trifecta. You know,
Yeah.
at least go that way. It's true though, right? So even earlier on from Rora, I think we saw, was it the Vexana that actually came through with a similar lineup already, but also the Valentina obviously still available. They don't have to get it now, but they can play around it, and that sounds like it's
that's
going
purple?
to be, yeah, that's purple. So it's still the purple trifecta.
Oh, but it's one of the newer ones popping up. Oh, interesting.
Well, I mean, it was old and then went out of meta, and now it's coming back into meta once again. And I think it's a great pick against the Phobius.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, they lock in the pick for Hiko. So instead of showing just one core, they show both of their cores, and they pick up a glue to instantly respond into the Phobius. And there is as well the Joy, which because of the Fanny, because of the glue, now I think Team Spirit needs another chunkier presence just to help heal for the back line, because this Joy pick to me makes a lot of sense. The two other picks paired with the Beatrix right now looks like they might actually leave the Beatrix alone, making it easy for the Joy to pop off against Hiko.
Well, I mean, we got to start thinking about answers towards the Joy, right? And I think that from TLID's perspective, it makes sense if you want to pick up the Troll on your side. It is more on Team Spirit's prerogative to get rid of it. But even then, yes, get rid of that Loi, get rid of the global presence.
That's so good. I actually thought that maybe Team Spirit might want to go for a let's fight very tight together, like a Ruby Loi last two picks for Team Spirit.
Especially because of the fact we saw how good the Ruby worked against those, those heroes that do get away, or even the Cho, for example. They're still going to kind of focus down on those counters into a Fanny, the possibility, because that was my next question, how do you protect this Fanny? How do you allow that Fanny to have that, freedom to get the buffs that they need? Because you guys know it's always the same. When Fanny is picked up, it's such a high-risk, high-reward hero, and eventually if you fall behind, you don't even get a chance to really see your purple buff, because there's just so much pressure. So I think part of it too is, what do they use to actually protect this and make it the best case scenario, where then again you can also shift things as the game goes on and then rely on the Beatrix later on?
Well, I've got the answer for you right here, and I think this is why Team Spirit showed their cores really early on. Well, not cores, they're side laners, right? Beatrix can force priority. Glue has a winning matchup against Phobius, but can also force priority at the cost of a little bit of health. When your side laners are able to collapse towards that purple buff side of the map, the only thing that Team Spirit is missing right now is how do we get mid to push out just as fast?
Yeah. So whatever the roam mid combo for Team Spirit is going to be, it needs to be something that clears minion waves fast. We're not going to, you know what? Yeah, this movie is probably going to go into the EXP lane because, again, one of the off-kilter ideas we've seen in the past that has worked.
Roam Phobius?
No, glue mid.
Oh, glue mid, yeah.
To get that quick level 2, so that when you can invade right away afterwards. But yeah, most likely because of how we've seen glue against Phobius in the past, they're just instantly going to put it there.
Oh,
there it is. Owns of Steel.
Wow, interesting. Interesting. Out of all the picks, they wanted to go for Gothard here when they could have gone for Cho, and
There we
now
go.
Team Spirit going in with the Belleric on top of that?
This might actually be a Belleric EXP, something that they've shown in the EECA.
Yeah.
No, but then they've got, wait, then Glue goes as a means to an end? Can Casablanca Glue as a roam support?
Yeah.
Could be.
You know, we were talking about leading into this, guys. We were saying, you know, this is a time, the best of one. This is the last best of one, at least for the Swiss stage, for the most part, right?
Yeah.
This is the last one, so why not actually go with something a little more flexible if they do that? Again, this is all kind of theory right now, also depending on what this last pick's going to be. But if it might be enough to go ahead and test that limit against TLID, there's the Valentina.
Really, really great stuff coming in from Coach Vren here. He's looking at it from many different angles because both Belleric and as well as Glue, well, sorry, Glue specifically, even if he goes into the support against a Gothard or even the Phobius, doesn't matter which, that Glue is going to beat up these tanks.
Yeah, and honestly now, I'm looking to see just how well Team Spirit is going to be able to play around this Belleric. It's quite hard to read the interactions right now. Yes, the Phobius might actually get taunted. Moskov might not be happy. Joy maybe because that'll proc the passive of the Belleric. Hey, don't you laugh? That's accurate. That's accurate. I'm having a hard time reading it.
I can agree with you because we don't get to see Belleric very often, but it's about counter engage. It deals well with the Phobius if he gets into your back line. It deals with the Joy. It's a huge deterrent. As long as you hold on to the Wrath of the Dryads, TLID has to think twice about going into your back line.
All right, real quick, name me a team. Who do you think it goes to?
I'm going TLID.
TLID.
Yeah, the Belleric's too crazy a pick, but we'll see. Husky, Trex, what about you guys?
Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists, Renmar, Gideon, and Naisu. You got Trexky here on the table. Team Spirit against Team Liquid Indonesia. It's a second encounter with the Indonesian team for Team Spirit. I'm liking what Team Spirit has brought out because I have an affinity for Kid Bomba, but we're also looking at the rookies from both ends going up against each other as we're about to head into the land of Dawn for this best of one.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be definitely exciting as we jump in. I like, you know, you mentioned the rookies. We got Hiko, we got One Shot, but One Shot gets the Fanny, which is even more hype. I mean, it's definitely going to be exciting, but take us in, Husky.
Here we go, Land of Dawn beckons. Last series between Vamos and CFU Fanny was completely ignored, but this time Team Spirit will not let it go to waste. One Shot has a chance, and he has that one shot. You better not let it slip. Both junglers starting on the purple buff. It will be a mirrored path over One Shot and Fabian.
All right, so taking a look at both drafts, I mean, both of them quick moving. They have these aggressive junglers. They have the ability to scale, but I will say One Shot, we know how the Fanny is. We know if those pop-offs can happen early on, if he can start this game in the laning phase with a 1-0, with a 2-0, lock in some of those first items quickly. It can get really bad for Team Liquid ID.
And I'm also looking at the adjustments to the Fanny, right, with the more energy regen mid-side.
A little bit of damage, though, in there with the Litho. One Shot looking for that first kill already. Easy goal goes down. One Shot able to find it quickly within the first minute. A nice start for the side of Team Spirit.
Absolutely amazing opening. Yehescu, he had no other choice having to flicker into open area. That is just a wet dream for One Shot. Not only getting that first blood, but now able to head towards that bottom side, get that crab for himself, get that experienced lead. Very good setup. And Team Spirit, you have this draft that is always ready to fight off cooldown, and they have very short cooldowns that enable them to constantly step on the gas.
And you know, we heard it from the panel, they need something that can clear mid quickly. They need something that can get them around this map fast, and having Sunset Lover on this Valentina, having Sawo on this Belleric, it's giving them that answer, and you add One Shot on the Fanny. I mean, it's an aggressive composition that not only can have a decent early game, but has some late game potential as well.
Yeah, and not only that, you also are looking at Team Liquid ID, how are they going to deal with the glue, right? The glue is going to sandbag your Phobias. He's winning Phobias in a 1v1 in any situation, and if you try to dive him, there's always Wrath of Dryad from the Bellaric, from Savo. You got to look after your backline. You don't want one shot to get on top of Aaron Shiki, because that would be a one shot for sure. Spirit looking to set up at this turtle. If Liquid ID wants to fight, Team Spirit will be ready.
Yeah, one shot, hanging out, waiting for it. Aaron and the rest of the team as well. In comes the taunt, a lot of damage. Guardian comes down, and Fabian able to pick up the kill onto Kid Bomba. Easygle in trouble, though. One shot trying to get the finish, but he just can't do it. Turtle still up. Sunset Lover in trouble as Aaron fends him away. Now Fabian still able to steal it. One shot now on the run. Can he get away? Aaron with Ironic Force tries to get the last hit, but he can't quite do it. Fabian does find a kill onto Sunset Lover. Witty taking the kill. One shot down, the game quickly turns into the hands of Team Liquid ID.
Very unfortunate for Team Spirit. They had the right idea, but Kid Bomba hit. The rest of his team were not ready to respond, so he ended up taking way too much damage before Team Spirit arrived to help him. Kid Bomba going down means that front line for Team Spirit collapsed. Sabo couldn't hang on all of his own. He got the Wrath of Dryad, but your damage dealers is in the back line, and not being able to take down your Heskio is just icing on the cake, at least if you're a Team Liquid ID fan.
I mean, I feel like at this point, we're going to have some of this back and forth, right? They already want to kind of kick things off aggressively. Team Liquid ID has a little bit of something back into their hands. They get that first turtle, but the gold is still essentially nil. It's only 650. It could still go any way. But do we think Team Spirit wants to maybe slow things down now? And does Team Liquid ID want to match that, or is this the time that maybe you press on the gas a bit?
I think if you're Team Spirit, you probably have no choice but to slow down. Like that first turtle fight is going to decide whether the pacing remains, right? But if for Team Liquid ID, I don't think you mind playing slow. You got pretty good late game scaling, but if you are Fabian with a 2-0 lead, you're going to be looking to fight every objective.
Yeah, so at this point, this game really, I think both teams really kind of start hitting major spikes around First Lord. Maybe nothing too early, both with marksmans that need a few items to really start popping off. Yes, one shot can maybe get some cheeky kills here and there, but other than that, the rest of the team needs some time to scale. Both teams taking it slow. Yes, we had some action in the beginning, but next turtle is going to be up in about 13 seconds.
I think FC both XP laners now moving to turtle area. Aran will arrive first, and he does have a minor lead over Kid Bomba. Here we go.
One shot, looking for an angle, decides not to go. Aaron Shiki at any point can knock him back, create that little bit of space, but down comes Bennett's Rage. A lot of damage backside. AOG unable to connect onto anyone. One shot trying to make his way in. The Miro's Passion finds the target. Fabian drops. Witty drops. Sunset Lover picking up the kill. This should translate into a turtle.
And that is the ideal environment for Team Spirit to fight. Team Liquid ID, they do lose the objective, but you have Aaron Shiki just feeding off of these gold, these free platings on that bottom side. Kid Bomba will try to mash that lane to try and stem out the bleeding, but Team Spirit have found an equalizer, and now they can start pressing that advantage on the top side. One shot here again.
Ooh, one shot's getting aggressive. Aaron on the run. Aaron goes down. In comes Fabian. The SOD able to connect. Hiko falls as well. Fabian decides to back off. It's back and forth right now. Prime time in the Land of Dawn.
Because the Spirit Destruction landed, Aaron Shiki gets a free lane swap from across the globe, all the way from ID. Moves to top side as Hiko went down, so no one is going to be taking care of that turret, which means that Aaron Shiki continues to get free resources. So in the macro sense, I think for Team Liquid ID, they are okay with that trade. I feel like Team Spirit made a bit of an error. They want to put pressure onto Aran, but having Hiko walk past that tier 1 without much info is a bit of an overextension. But man, Trax, we got a pretty exciting game, right? 8 kills in 5.5 minutes.
We had to take the pause. We had to throw a little ice. It was getting a little too hot there. We needed to chill out for a second. Does look like Team Spirit needed to raise the hand. Sawo. So we're going to take a second till we jump back into the game. But at this point, it still feels down the line. One shot is looking for those marks nonstop. But the thing is Team Liquid ID is doing such a great job at responding, at quickly recuperating, finding those aggressive moments that Team Spirit tries to bring, like what we just saw when he went after Aaron. But then in comes the Spirit Destruction, and they quickly counterattack. So it doesn't seem like Team Spirit is ever getting anything for free against Team Liquid ID.
Yeah, you are always forcing a trade, and that is why even after a turtle fight and even after taking out Aran, Team Spirit never really got too much of a goal lead. I would even argue it's even, right? It's like a 400 net worth lead doesn't really mean too much right now, and that's kind of what the Moskov gives you, that macro advantage. You can always join a fight cross-map as long as you land that SOD, and you can always rely on Aaron Shiki to arrive on time. So Team Spirit, they have gotten a taste of what makes the team fight tick for them. You know, having Savo and Kid Bomba in the right place and just funneling everyone from Team Liquid ID into this tight space for Hiko to kind of dish out the damage and one-shot hit the backline. They gotta keep replicating that, and at the same time also watch out for Witty. So the battle spells from Hiko, that flicker, is ever important, because if Witty ever gets on top of Hiko, I think Liquid ID can just take him out.
Yeah, if they can target down Hiko, it's going to be a big problem. If they can slow him down as much as possible, make sure Aaron Shiki is well ahead, locks in that Holy Trinity a little bit before Hiko can get his third item in, then it's going to be major. And another thing to point out is the Fanny's going to do good, right? The Fanny, it's going to do great once they get to that mid game, but towards late game, I would say the Joy is going to pack a bit more of a punch. Going to be a little bit easier for the Joy to dash through and get to some of those backliners to be able to find Hiko. Team Spirit kind of have this real prime time to try to get ahead, and if they're not able to do it, I gotta say that Team Liquid ID is gonna start getting a major advantage.
I agree, and this is sort of why I established that I think Liquid ID, you don't mind playing slow. You got Moskov with that SOD that, again, always gives you macro advantage. Late game damage comes from Joy. Will always be there. He steps on Hiko, Hiko will just vaporize in a second. I think if you're Team Spirit, you're also looking at Savo. If you're ever planning to go late for whatever reason, Savo is the guy that has that instant crowd control to keep Fabian in place. But then what's next, right? How can you take down the Joy? The solution isn't really clear-cut. It comes back to Hiko again, because one shot will be busy dealing with the backline. So I think if you're Team Spirit, you can go even up to a certain extent, but once Hiko gets that second, third item, you gotta start speeding it up.
Yeah, so something to point out with Hiko, in a previous game in this Swiss stage, when they were up against a Bruno, though, Hiko rushed the Malefic Gun, right? And this time he goes straight for BOD. Now, do you think the Malefic Gun rush is only when you're up against a Bruno, or do you think it could have been good here? It is a very expensive item to go for Blade of Despair. Now that he's seen this death, it could set him back a little bit.
I think the Malefic Gun rush is more of a, my side lanes are already winning, like Kid Bomba is destroying his lane, the Sunset Lover is having a good time, I am not under any threat, I might as well do it.
You might as well do it.
Yeah, might as well do it. But in this case, I think the BOD makes a lot more sense because Team Spirit are actively fighting for the turtle. We saw them participate in the first two turtles, and the second one ended in a very, on a high note, I would say, for Hiko at least. So that one there was very unfortunate. He could have entirely prevented that, just trusting one shot to kind of dive those turrets. But at the end of the day, I think after this BOD, you probably will be looking at the Hunter Strike, or if you want to go Malefic Gun at this rate, I wouldn't blame you. It does buy you distance, you know, from away from Witty and Fabian.
Yeah, definitely can help a lot. You get to switch over to the Bennett. You get to have that distance. You get to have that little bit of damage with the Bennett and everything. But still, now on to the next topic is when I take a look at these deaths, when I take a look at the people that have gone down, and I look at Team Spirit right now, all their damage dealers are hurting. But when we look at Team Liquid ID, Aaron Shiki is feeling good right now. It's 1-0-1. He's deathless. So, I mean, at this point, Team Liquid ID definitely seems to be feeling very comfortable in this game, at least.
Yeah, I mean, they have some time to kind of think about what's going on as we continue to troubleshoot the problem. We're going to hand it back to our panel to discuss more about this ongoing game.
All right, so we're around 5 minutes and 30 seconds into this game between Team Liquid Indonesia and Team Spirit. We're back here to break down a bit of the madness. I think it'll be a good point to start off with the Belleric first. One by one, how are we feeling about the Belleric performance so far?
Personally, for me, I think that the Belleric is a really interesting nuclear option, especially when you're thinking about like TLID wanting to go into the backline, right? With the Wrath of the Dryads, and especially with Hiko on this dangerous, very, very dangerous ult-dependent Beatrix, the combos can be very clean, and we already witnessed it prior.
Yeah, we did, and I think, you know, when we looked at that early game, and I was saying, you know, as long as they get one shot going, getting the momentum going on a Fanny, he did. Then they actually got punished a little bit after that, and then they readjusted. So I think we got a preview of that combo that we're seeing here from Team Spirit. But so far, I think that's the biggest question mark for me. I'm actually not sure if I'm feeling the Belleric just yet. I know we already talked about this even when we, you know, threw it in game on how useful this ultimate is going to be, how useful this hero is going to be from a lineup that Team Liquid ID brought to the table. And maybe it will work out, you know, especially when we start getting to the Lords later on. But for now, we just have to see the previews when all the turtles are taken and how this works out for them.
Yeah, when we were talking about it behind the scenes, we were thinking that for the Belleric, it's actually quite a great pick into the Phoveus and into the Gatakacha. And we saw that in that key team fight where it was Team Spirit that won from a big combo. It was a perfect area near the purple buff. There were a lot of walls. It'll be easy for one shot to get cables off. Where in the moment you get the Phoveus and the Gatakacha to enter, once the Wrath of Dryad comes out, they're there for a while.
Yeah.
And then if they can get free to finally rejoin and deal some damage is the question. I feel like though, team fighting wise, that's something that Team Liquid IT needs to respect just a little bit more. But at the same time, Team Spirit, they're overheating a little bit too often.
Well, I mean, overheating is one thing, right? Because at the end of the day, what exactly does the comp want to achieve? And I think that their composition needs to play defensively because Wrath of the Dryads is a very defensive spell, right? The only way to make it offensive is if you flicker on top of their carry and then unleash hell, right?
Yeah.
But keep in mind that at least from the side of Team Liquid ID, they don't have a lot of disengage. So their fights must be extremely decisive. It's either overwhelming victory or you're going to crumble as soon as you miss those ults.
All right, that's it for us right now. So if you are just joining us, remember, Team Spirit, they have a Belleric with them for Team Liquid Indonesia. They are running a lineup that has a few loose cannons, but it's a bit tough for the team fighting. Let's go back to Husky and Trex for the game.
Thank you very much, panel. We're back in it and see which team is here to win it. So far, 4-4, not really much of a goal advantage for either side. Just minor injection, minor lead for Team Spirit. But so far, I think I agree with what the panel say. A bit of an overheat from Spirit, but nothing they cannot adjust to.
I do feel like this next turtle could be huge, though, right? This could be the table flipper. This could be where we decide which team's actually going to be taking 1,000+ gold lead at this point. The next turtle could be the decider here. Fabian trying to gain some space. Team Liquid ID as well. With 30 seconds until it, position is going to be key.
It's a bit of an initiative from Spirit. One shot trying to proxy the wave just to stall out a run. But again, Turtle still not up for another half a minute. So there really isn't nothing much to lose for Liquid ID. Spirit tried to siege the top tier 1. That didn't work out. They did steal the Eternal Guard. Fabian and Aran just showed up. Spirit has the whole team ready though.
Yeah, so at this point, Team Spirit claiming a little bit of position over the mid. One shot, I love the way he's always kind of staying in the back. He's always got a decent position to try to get to the backside of Team Liquid ID. Witty and Kid Bomba both kind of doing their back and forth. Turtle finally up. Sawo gonna try to claim position, pull it over his side as Team Liquid ID does the same.
They're going to send Eroshinki down to the bottom side. So Spirit, if you get this turtle, we are going to get that bot tier 1. If we need the Moskov to join the fight, he can always arrive with the SOD. Again, the macro advantage that Liquid ID has identified, they're putting it to good use.
And the top tower also looks like it may be going down. Spear Destruction does connect, but is he going to follow through? Kid Bomba able to get the split, or looking for the split. Finally does not connect though. Sunset Lover on the backside taken out by Fabian. Sawo in trouble. Hiko with the counterplay. Nibiru's Passion locks on. It's 2 for 1 right now, or 1 for 1. One shot now looking for Easygoal. Easygoal might be in trouble, does get terrified, looking for the last hit, able to connect. Kid Bomba trying to find one of his own, put the nail in the coffin, but Aaron doesn't want to go down. Kid Bomba now on the run. Down comes the dunks. Kid Bomba versus Aaron. Kid Bomba finally falls. Turtle does not compute to anyone. Lord finally gonna come up in one shot. Turns it around for Team Spirit. It's back in fourth right now, Husky.
Yeah, and Team Spirit finally finds a minor goal advantage. 1.4, 1.5k. All thanks to Hiko not going down. Fabian just needed one last injection of damage, and East the Nibiru's Passion in the face, so Hiko survives. One shot, gets 2 kills. Losing Kid Bomba was a bit unfortunate, but Spirit, they found that winning formula. Right now, they're going to try to rush down the Lord.
Yeah, they're rushing for sure. SOD, is he going to pop it? Is he going to come? Witty goes down. Aaron Shiki trying to connect as well, but the damage just too much. He's stunned. He's locked up. One shot takes the Lord. Aaron Shiki still up, trying to get some free hits onto Kid Bomba. Aaron there as well. AOD with the IMU, able to connect and get the kill. Sunset Lover coming through. 2 down, and a Lord over to Team Spirit.
And what did the panel say? Belleric is a very defensive hero. Aroshiki couldn't get away in time because he was taunted up by the Wrath of Dryad, so he was stuck in the pit. Now this Lord for Team Spirit, one shot will be fine. That bottom tier 1 will be traded down. big fat wave in the top side that Team Liquid ID needs to deal with. Team Spirit just found a 3k gold lead, and this composition is incredibly scary when it comes to sieging. Liquid ID, they're gonna somehow try to defend as much as they can.
All right, they're going to try to smash down into this tier 3 on the mid side, claim some ground in the land of Dawn as Lord encroaches on the top. A nice full wave split. Look at one shot on the boss side as well. Team Spirit doing very well at syncing everything and making all lanes pressure at once.
And you kind of take away whatever advantage that Moscow gives Liquid ID. Now it is the playground for one shot, right? Fanny loves it when the enemy has no vision on the map, when the enemy has no control. One shot
doing a lot of damage. The anime battle we all wanted, and one shot wants to try to finish it. Not able to do it, but Hiko takes the tower in the top side. One shot's got to back off. Team Spirit stays to stick around, maybe sticking around too long. They're finally going to back up. It's not time to end it yet.
Not just yet. Play patient. 5k goalie. Spirit in the driver's seat. If only one shot was rocking that lethal ignition, Fabian would have died for sure. But still, Spirit gotten control of the side lanes, and this is where one shot that Fanny is going to excel at, right? Controlling side lanes. You can always force Team Liquid ID to react to that macro play. Lord still has a lot of time before it comes up, so if Spirit can get this mid-tier 2, they're going to be in a very comfortable position.
Hiko just needs to stay safe at this point. He did finally get the Malefic gun in. It was a second item after that Sea Halberd, and that's why we're seeing him rock the Bennett right now. He's able to shred down these towers at a distance. He's barely going to switch that gun out unless he really needs to, unless he has to swap out some ultimates real quick. Hit bomb up in the top side, able to get the stun onto Fabian. Fabian just trying to get away. Sabo also holding down the front line. Watch for one shot. Looking for a way around the back, able to steal this orange buff.
Every single time Kid Bomba and Sabo walks up, Liquid ID would just have to respect that space. It does not belong to them. Witty doesn't really have the same agency as this Belleric or Glue. Neither does Aran. If either of them overextends, they're going to eat a face full of bandit rockets and they will just disappear. So Liquid ID, they got to somehow be able to stabilize the macro.
Nice stun. Hiko in trouble, able to dish back, able to flick back, come out with the damage. Witty, Fabian, next might just be Ezekiel. One shot, does get knocked up, has to back off. Team Spirit, though, the counterplay continues to be key.
The idea is there for Aaron Shiki, but they just don't have the goal or the resources. We saw Sabo just needed to press one button. One Wrath of Dryad, K-Bomba shows up, ties all of them down. Spirit feeds them, Banner's Rage, takes 2 kills. This Lord open for business. Fabian is still dead for another 10 seconds. Liquid ID, they're not going to make it in time. Spirit can just run it down, take the Lords, and start looking for inhibitors.
Yeah, this should be a free Lord, easy peasy. Luckily, Aaron, I like the SOD almost. We both puckered up for a second there.
It hasn't happened before.
So they do get a little bit of pressure on the bot. He doesn't get that tower though, so at this point Team Liquid has to defend. They do have some siege capability. Having Aaron Shiki, having the shredding ability, having some front line, they should be able to melt down this Lord and hopefully only lose a little bit.
Unfortunately, Team Spirit didn't really sync out the wave that well, so this Lord might not yield the value that they're looking for, but Prestige is still there thanks to Hiko with the Bandit. The turret stays alive. There's still one more wave that Team Spirit can utilize, but at least the burden is lifted off Liquid ID. I say the burden is lifted, but Hiko is just walking forward.
As long as Hiko is alive, that tower is not safe at all. You're not even trying to dodge minions. You're just trying to make sure Hiko can't get in range, but the AOG tries to connect. Down comes the Eternal Guardian. Witty taking off the map, a double kill for Hiko, but Fabian looking for the back line, able to take out Aaron. Fabian does find Sabo. Fabian might be in trouble though. One shot, finally wants revenge from the last one. Kid Bomba finds the kill. 3 for 2, but Team Spirit winning out on that one. Make it 4.
Hiko has 10 seconds left before his flicker came back on. That's why he couldn't reposition. But still, every single time Liquid ID dives, they eat the Raffle Drive. Spirit might end this.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Team Spirit, take them all out in good fashion. Tonight, the Dragons rain fire.
From the north to Southeast Asia, Team Spirit continues that reign of terror. The mythical beast no longer a myth. In fact, taking down the Calvaries. Man, pronounce that right, Naisu. This is how you do it. Liquid ID dropping to the 1-2 bracket. Something that I think Indonesian fans would not have imagined for the MPL ID champions, a bunch of rookies. But today, Hiko and One Shot showed up big time.
Yeah, the rookies today for sure. I think they were the stars of this game. I gotta love the pop-off from Kid Bomba as well. Excited for it.
We're gonna throw it back to the panel to break down this game.
In classic Kid Bomba fashion, I just gotta do this. Huh? Huh? Wow, what a performance by Team Spirit. GG, well played to both teams, of course. That was a very fun game, but the Godfather Salvo with the Belleric.
Oh man, he made an offer they couldn't refuse with the Belleric.
I mean, it was crazy. Everything that we explained on the panel happened perfectly, and I think, you know, as the game started to progress, you noticed that lead never really fell back into TLID's side. It was just a compounding interest slowly building up for TS.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Everything just compounded little by little, and just the presence alone of every time the Gata Phobius would want to enter, and because their engagement gets messed up, Aaron Shiki barely has any time to deal damage.
It was so good too, because just even all the way from the beginning to the end, I would say fantastic pick right off the bat. The Fanny, you know, that was the priority. They put full confidence into One Shot, and he did it. You know, he made it work, and there really wasn't an answer to deal with him at all throughout the game.
Yeah, it looked like Team Liquid ID were hoping for a tight formation to potentially help them out. The Cho was open, but I could tell why. The Cho was a bit hesitant on the side of Team Liquid ID. Actually, Gideon has a good point about that we'll share later for the deeper analysis. But first, let's go on over to the stage with Rose, with members of Team Spirit.
Team Spirit going up against Team Liquid ID and getting that win with a very interesting draft. Now, first of all, I am with Hiko. How are you doing?
Hi everyone, I'm doing fine. We beat Team Liquid ID and it was pretty good.
Pretty good. Are you nervous?
Maybe.
You're a bit nervous.
Yeah,
okay, now, Hiko, I'm just gonna ask this. Previously, you guys met RRQ Hoshi and you guys lost. And then after that, you guys got another Indonesian matchup, which is Team Liquid ID. Did you guys meeting RRQ Hoshi give you guys like more preparation time for to go up against Team Liquid?
В прошлый раз вы встретились с RRQ Hoshi, и сейчас вы встретились с индонезийской командой. Думаешь ли, вы смогли бы победить RRQ Hoshi, если бы у вас было больше времени на подготовку? На русском отвечу.
Я думаю, что мы, скорее всего, бы их победили, просто мы некоторые люди переживали на сцене. Это был, первый опыт против такой крупной команды, и поэтому было тяжело достаточно.
We think we had opportunity to win the RRQ Hoshi. Some of the players was a little bit nervous, so yeah, we just needed some experience, and this is our first time here, so yeah.
Okay, now I do agree that sometimes you guys need to warm up a little bit. Now, Hiko, I want to ask, how did you guys react when you found out you guys are going up against another Indonesian? When you guys saw the matchup draw?
Как вы будете себя чувствовать, если вы узнаете, что вы будете идти против другой индонезийской команды?
Как вы себя чувствовали?
Да, какое у вас ощущение было?
Для нас это было немного неудачно, то, что попались одни из самых сильных оппонентов, которые могли быть, но в целом мы были готовы к бою и дальше проходить в нокаут стейдж.
For us, it was a little bit nervous that we got matched up with the Team Liquid, but we had a lot of time to think about it and go through this, so we were ready to take this game.
Okay, I love it. Amazing game, by the way. Now, speaking of the amazing game, we see that you guys brought a pretty interesting draft for the matchup against Team Liquid ID. So maybe you can share with us, do you think this is just the beginning? This is just a glimpse? Because we will be able to see more interesting drafts in the M6?
У вас был очень интересный пик. Думаешь ли то, что будет ли дальше какой-нибудь более интересный пик? Или это только начало вашего такого пика?
Да, в целом у нас было несколько заготовленных героев заранее, которых мы уже тренировали на праках. Условно тот же Белерик, вот. И Гул тоже достаточно необычный пик, но в целом, обычный будет для этого турнира, я думаю.
We already have like some prepared drafts for the games, and we already did train those drafts. So yeah, I think in the future we will have more.
Okay, I am very excited to see more. Now, guys, if you guys don't know, Hiko here is actually one of the youngest, he is the youngest, not one of the youngest, but the youngest player that we have in M6. Hiko, can you share with us, how are you so good yet you're so young?
Расскажи, каково это быть самым молодым и при этом быть самым лучшим, одним из лучших.
Для меня это первый M-Series турнир, и я покажу на все 100, на что я готов. То, что возраст это не проблема, и я думаю, мы выиграем M6.
This is my first M series. This is my first M series, and for me, age is just a number. I just want to play my 100% of the game and show my best.
I think we can see that Hiko is definitely an up-and-coming star in the MLBB scene. Such a young kid with huge potential. Okay, Hiko, last question. If you could choose who you want to match up on your next match of best of 3, who would it be and why?
BTK.
Why BTK?
Because Mobazane's so confident and I want to beat him.
Ooh, it is getting spicy up on the M6 World Championship stage. Thank you very much, Hiko. An amazing play. Congratulations. And with that, let us right back to the panel to break down what happened in this game against Team Liquid Indonesia.
The young dragon has spoken, and the Dragons of the North have taken down the cavalry from Southeast Asia, the champions of MPL Indonesia. We were talking about it behind the scenes here. Very confident is Hiko with how he delivers, how he speaks.
You know what? When I was 16, I was not that confident, especially speaking on stage here. That's actually really impressive, but not more so too the fact that, like you mentioned, this is his first M series where he's playing and he's really proving that he is deserving to be in that spot, especially in the gold lane and what he's done. And we already heard him too. I mean, he even said it in English. Like he's ready to fight against BTK.
I love that level of confidence, but at the same time, hopefully, as we look at the item builds, right, there's a lot of actually minute, interesting details, and that I really want to point out here. Number one, looking towards Sawo's side, what was his first item? Straight away went for Athena's Shield. He did not go for the Dom Ice first. And initially, I was looking at Kid Bomba, right? He is still holding on to the Mana Regen necklace, and then went straight for the Dom Ice in the middle of the game when he could have been looking to rush other items. So again, these very minute details is what's helping them make their presence stick. And talking about making their presence stick, we haven't seen this item in a very long time. The Guardian help coming in from Sawo. You would have imagined that it's counterintuitive, especially with the DHS, Aaron Cheeky with the Trinity.
Yeah.
But it allows him to take a bit of damage, walk away, chill for a little bit, just wait it out, come back to full without having to take a full recall.
It's a whole bunch of healing that can be done just in that hero alone, and then on top of that, right, he went with the Revitalize to help him out, because this is something that we've talked about. Whenever a Belric does pop up, typically you might see a Flicker, you might see the Revitalize, and both obviously serve their purpose, but this time around, it was so difficult, because until the end, he was at one point deathless, and he was just literally posting up in a lot of the situations where, as a tree, if you will, like, he didn't want to go past that line. That was Sawo.
I find this incredibly relatable. When I would find myself playing in the Indonesian server, there's one here I would love to spam, Belric with a Revitalize.
Yeah?
Yeah, when you're going up against a young hotshot team like Team Liquid ID, who again, have proven time and time again just how good they are at team fighting, why not bring out one of the best heroes that actually mess up team fightings in your ranked games alone? That's one of the reasons why Belric is so good with that big AoE taunt that he does. On the side of Team Liquid ID, when it comes to the emblems, anything that you gentlemen want to point out?
Honestly, everything is very standardized all across the board. You can see that even TLID is giving a lot of respect over to TS. Again, 3 tenacities, even on Witty, even on Aaron Shiki as well, against Hiko. If he was looking to try and ego him, we would probably see Master Assassin. And you can see that even Hiko respecting Aaron Shiki with the tenacity of his own. But the one thing that really surprises me in this particular matchup is that TLID, at some point in the draft, I don't know if it's Coach Ren or maybe even Sawo who made the call for the Belric and not to take the Flicker, because they know, hey, TLID, they're a dive composition. They always must come to us. We don't have to go to them. And the only person who can instigate those wars, Kit Bomba and One Shot, to make sure that Yehezkiel can't be the anchor that TLID needs to rely on.
Yeah, it's like Team Spirit just realized they needed, as you mentioned, they needed anchors and they needed to hold on. What's crazy is their damage dealt is quite evenly distributed amongst 3 members, with the Matrix, with the Valentina, and the Fanny, all doing respectable amounts of damage. So I think that also shows why TLID, it looked like it was difficult for them to set up nicely.
I think part of this too was throughout the game, you saw Sunset Leveler take a couple different ultimates, but especially when they got towards that, the momentum in their favor, that mid to late game where they pushed in, he was taking the Avatar of the Guardian a lot. So then that's another tool that basically Team Spirit had where they can actually use to either follow up or initiate fights. And why it was so hard for TLID to actually escape some of the fights, we even saw this where that Avatar of the Guardian clipped grabbing Aaron Shiki.
And of course, one shot. His first M series as well alongside Hiko is the MVP of the game. 6-1 and 5. And nice, you were just waiting for him to take his one shot.
He got the one shot, man. I'm still wondering how, that Gatakacha first skill kills a Fanny. Like, you're cabling over it, man. You know what I mean? Like, how does that happen?
Look, game logic doesn't matter about the verticality of the game, all right? As long as it's in the hitbox, it's going to make it land. I'm more scared that if one shot was just one of the few Spider-Man in the Spider-Verse, he's vicious. He's absolutely vicious. Again, we did see a lot of the moments, especially in the earlier stages of the game, where, yeah, there are some failed engages, but there was recovery, and then they kept back to their same game plan. Hey, they must always come to us. One shot, if you want to go for a little skirmish, by all means do so, but make sure you know where to start cabling back to so that we can punish our opponents.
Yeah, I felt like there were 2 moments wherein Team Spirit realized they just needed to recalibrate their decision-making in terms of when to actually fight it out. This is one of the moments, if I'm not mistaken, was Punish? Oh, no. Oh, yes, it was. They decided to take a fight that was just a little bit in too deep, but this is already later on when they were finally able to recover. And then, of course, the very first turtle fight, if I'm not mistaken, didn't go well for Team Spirit. And here now, the battle of the Thunderbolt between Kimbaba and Aran. This was pretty cool to see.
It was. And unfortunately for Kimbaba, he couldn't get that optimal space where he can keep him within the slam slam to keep on triggering the snare. But then, when you look at the way that these fights are actually played out, right? These Lord positions are so hard for Team Liquid ID to take advantage of. And I think one of the bigger problems is that they probably should have played the map a little bit better, right? Look to play on the opposite side. If one shot happens to come by that side, then we look for the big punish. But they kept on calling Aaron Shiki to these fights. Hey, SOD, now jump back into that fight.
And that's where you see the Belric just now in that highlight where that Wrath of the Dryad ultimate is so good in those choke points around the jungle to just lock people down and then follow up with a kill.
I feel like what we saw there also was, we also have to credit Coach Bren here. He has experience coaching in Indonesia. He knows the mindset of Indonesian players and Indonesian teams and how they want to play. Feels like this Belric was one of those picks prepared for that. But however, this pick does have precedence. They teased it a little bit during the EECA season or in MCC. And then finally, they bring it out to the world stage. Fun fact, you know what? This man over there at the end, Naisu, he wants to take a secret lab chair away from someone who doesn't even have a secret lab chair. And he has a secret lab chair already.
But I don't have this one, Renmar. I don't have this special secret lab chair. Like, this is a very special secret lab chair.
What makes it so special then?
Well, I'll tell you what. You can play better for longer and just play better at the top of your game. If you're running for rank 1, get a secret lab chair. They're ergonomic chairs designed to keep you at the top of your game, of course. The Secret Lab Titan Evo is designed to adapt to different postures like this or that. And you can go ahead and you can grab yours. So not only playing for PC games, but also mobile games like our champions are playing up here. So definitely grab yourselves a Secret Lab Titan Evo chair while you can. I don't know if you can get these, but these are really special edition ones.
They are special edition ones, but they got plenty of different skins for all your favorite titles, maybe even your own favorite animes, huh? Think about that. A lot of the shows out there, they've got skins for these as well. So get yourself a Titan Evo, especially if you're one of the taller boys as well. I know that sometimes, especially when you're playing in a Malaysian server, looking to beat those pub games, that your back gets really heavy trying to carry people, but with the help of the ergonomic side of this, there's a little knob at the side that I can't show you guys, but even with the ergonomic pillow as well, all memory foam. Remar, wake up. Don't fall don't go into the light. Don't fall into that sweet memory foam.
It's just that good.
Oh, I was starting to remember things I couldn't remember anymore. That's why it's called memory foam, I guess. That's Secret Lab for you. So, I mean, we are MLBB fans here, so why not go get yourself an MLBB themed one? I'm not sure if they're widely available, but I know, they should be out there somewhere. So this is very nice. Next match, let's bring it up before I lose myself in the comfort
this
right
is a
now.
tough one, man.
Oh,
This is what we've been all waiting for.
This one's hard for me.
Why is it hard for you?
You know, this is my citizenship on the line. I'm a dual citizen. I'm a Filipino citizen. I'm also a U.S. citizen. I have 2 passports, and so please don't ask me to predict here, guys, because I mean,
Yeah, no, it's gonna be part of it later. Gideon, as a Malaysian, how do you feel looking about or looking into this match?
Honestly, I think this is going to be really exciting. I think it might just be one of the bigger upsets if BTK is able to take it away. Again, obviously, people with the red, white, and blue are going to be cheering for them, but Fnaop have been looking great this Swiss stage in all manners, whether team fighting, micro, macro. It's just 10 out of 10.
Well, leading up into the M6 World Championship, Fried Chicken was vocal about how strong Fnatic Onyx Philippines is. They had a chance to scrim against them, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, even BTK admitted Fnaop are strong. Let's see if BTK has learned from that and their experiences so far as they fight for qualification into the knockout stage. The second team to qualify, will it be BTK? Will it be Fnatic Onyx PH? We'll find out.
ススイスウォッチ明治 Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe, let's again!
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Going Suns, who picks up the
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
Looking for the knockup, not able to find it. Sensui wants more, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see another fight commences here. Gear goes in. It's going to be a lot of damage playing.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Irie, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Oppie and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Japan, the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage. Returning to the M Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a trade as he won the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Eronshiki, the next-level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M Series challenger.
The double, the Lloyd goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
Naisu, you have a very, very important decision right now. It's time to make Mobile Legends great again.
No, come on. You have the brown passport too. You can't just say it's all about the blue passport here.
You were born in America. You were born a USA citizen.
You spent more time in the Philippines. Do you really want to disappoint General Luna, Jose Rizal?
Jose,
Bayang Magiliw.
Stop it right there. Sit back down. None of that national anthem nonsense here at the Swiss stage. These teams are only going to be moving on if they win this current game, and it's not going to be an easy one. Welcome everybody to the M6 World Championships. It's going to be BTK up against Fnatic Onyx PH. Both which, I mean, I have to admit, Fnatic Onyx PH looking to be the favorites, but BTK have been on the up and rising, Naisu.
Thank you for saving me, by the way.
I got you.
You know, these decisions...
It's easy.
It's too much, man.
It's stressful. It's really, really stressful.
It is. All right. So, since we've calmed down a little bit, Trex looks like he's ready to work. I'm ready. So, let's,
Out of breath from that national anthem, huh?
Yeah, just not like us, but you want to go to a place that unites gamers.
What's up, y'all?
Across all genres and
Oh, I just splashed some water on my face. I'm ready. I'm here.
Place for you at Kadia Gaming. Search about it online, and if you want to join another place that will welcome you from whichever fandom you are in MLBB, well, you can go ahead, grab your tickets now, and you'll get to witness the remaining 14 of the world's best teams clashing it out on day 5 to 7 of the Swiss stage as the regular sale tickets are still going on. Whew,
it is getting hot.
Yeah, you get a little bit out of breath when you have a lot of Philippine pride, coursing through you. So can you help me out with this, Gideon?
No
we still have
worries.
some goodies.
Team Spirit won. That's awesome.
We're going to be talking specifically to our American Filipinos out there who are torn between both of them.
How's your night going? Ugh.
Away from it just for a little bit. Keep in mind that you can participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. You can join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new epic skin, the Challenger's Flare. As you can see up here, this is one of the models that perfectly shows. If you want to zoom in on that, that'd be great. And Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin Light Seeker. So don't miss this rare opportunity to get the Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skin. So don't DM me about when I can get them again. Returning for a very, very limited time.
You know, out of all the Prime skins, I'm not sure which one I like more. You know?
Yuzong. 100%. 100% Yuzong.
Yeah. Is that the same for the statue?
Oh, okay. That one's a bit hard.
I was gonna say, we need a tier list of Prime skins and statues.
Yeah. For me personally, I feel like it's M5.
Oh God, they're stalling.
Definitely over the Prime Claude. But this, since you're getting a 2-in-1 package deal, you get Dexter too. That's
I was gonna say, I love the statue.
Yeah, it is.
Honestly, the only amendment I would wish for this is that if you could detach Dexter to have his own little thing, so you can put him anywhere you want. You know?
Oh, you can?
No, you can't.
I come to keep you company in voice chat.
It's BTK versus
Aren't you
Electronic.
supposed to be asleep, Tahira?
Into it. It is a quest for the kings of North America. You can call it a bloodthirsty quest as they look to get revenge against the House of Onyx. We're getting a little vibes here, so nicely we want to run us down through the history.
Yeah, again, you know, back in M3, Onyx Philippines, they 3-0 to BTK. That was the upper bracket final. And then an M4, Onyx ID 3-1 the Valley. Dudes, right? Yeah, I can't help it. The lower bracket quarterfinal is where that happens. So obviously, you know, this is a journey to getting that revenge. Obviously, you know, with the stakes here.
I forgot we got 3-0 by then.
And we know too, a lot of people have been looking at, you know, Fnatic Onyx Philippines specifically and how good they've been. Just, I don't know, really, for a lot of people where they're going to be able to point out the weak points. But for BTK, I would say they've been rather surprising for a lot of people. Obviously, this is a team that has familiar faces, familiar names, you know, and everything that said. But also, I'm just wondering, is this also a team where they want to pull out the MOBA Fred again? Because so far, that's been a why they've been having their success in their previous games.
Actually, that's a really good point here. Personally, for me, I think the biggest strengths coming in specifically for BTK.
I think Onyx take the Fred.
So good. Number two, their playmaking capabilities with not only Fly, but also Shark, who has been an absolute rock for the team. Even when things start to look dire, he's the big game changer to hopefully make Mobile Legends for America great again.
I'm glad that you mentioned Shark. I gotta agree with that statement. Shark really has looked like the rock for BTK and for many years now for North America. But now they're gonna be going up against the Thunder Kings of the Philippines.
You can stay up with me if you want to, Tahira. I don't mind. Hey Google, turn off my alarm.
Special package.
Just ask to cancel an alarm. There are none set at the moment.
Bitch, you just went off.
I think everyone's want to fight BTK because of MOBA Zing. Mental silang mental. Kami lawan ni BTK Cat Scream, soal trash talk MOBA Zing, kena mental terus jo.
And this is one of the best series that I have seen here.
I think it's not MOBA Zing's meta.
Well, it's not that bad, guys.
Tingin ko, di talaga sila parang malakas. Kasi kumbaga parang hindi sila, parang nakikita ko na hindi sila updated sa game. Parang medyo huli yung galaw nila, yung forma nila, hindi masyado maganda.
BTK is back on the world stage.
We want it more than Turkey does. The whole region. We beat both of their qualifying.
Am I dumb?
Hopefully we can do the same to other stronger regions.
And another victory for BTK. BTK will now become the Turkish Slayers.
FNOP, make it quick.
I think they can easily win against BTK. They have
Private looks like somebody who was kidnapped for months.
The Super Family once again reigns supreme.
BTK needs to go up against a team like the caliber of Fnatic Onyx. White Chicken has been very vocal about how strong they are in scrims.
I think Fnatic Onyx, so many hero mastery like Super Friends using Roy and Kelra using Beatrick or Harit and Brusco using Chow and Gatot. And then King Kong, you know, he using Assassin like Monster.
Very clean. Kelra gonna be caught sliding tackle out again. Too much to handle.
So what? Do we need to take
Gusto kong makalaban ang BTK.
Lu Yi and Cho?
Kalabanin si MOBA Zing dahil isa siyang trash talker.
I hope the M6 teams keep underestimating BTK's strength.
BTK, baby.
That's one team that I cannot trash talk, unfortunately. We'll try our best.
Well, if that didn't explain the heat around this rivalry, then we'll try to dig in a little bit more. Interesting dichotomy there between Hoon and Mobazane. Mobazane looks like still keeping to his Mobazane trend of not essentially trash talking, but of course he was still
Documentary
very,
is biased.
how do I say this? He's still very forthright with saying that, you know, showing his confidence. And stuff
All right,
like
give me a
that.
second, guys.
While for Hoon,
Grab a drink.
that's the most that's one team I can't talk that much about.
Be right back before it starts.
Stable here.
I think it's just pure respect from both sides, right? I think it's understandable from Fnatic Onyx's position that, hey, when we're coming up against BTK, we don't want to underestimate. This is an advancement match to the knockouts, and this seeding is going to be incredibly important. And I think now with the Swiss stage, things have been shaken up to this very point, and I think that any team, especially looking at the position that Twisted Minds were in, from this point onwards, it's just best of three, best of three, best of three, until you finally advance to the knockout stage.
Yeah, and that's one of the things is you have to look at here for BTK specifically, because a lot of people coming into this, and just in general, they've always doubted BTK, or just the NA region in general. And now I feel like this is their quest, this is their opportunity. And if, let's just say this is a big upset, because I think a lot of people generally are rooting or leaning towards the side of Fnatic Onyx Philippines here. This is massive for them, but it's obviously something that they've been working towards for a long time. And I think there is some truth to that with what Mobazane mentioned. You know, let people keep underestimating them and let them prove it here in game, because I think almost every single team we've heard have said they want to go against BTK for some reason or another.
Yeah, and they've doubted BTK's understanding of the metagame, but BTK's understanding of the metagame have brought them to the spot where they are 2-0 in the Swiss stage. One series win away from making it into the knockouts alongside RRQ Hoshi. But in their way are a team with undeniable, impeccable, and dare I say, historical levels of team chemistry. Teams around the world who have faced off against Fnatic Onyx PH has said the same thing. This team is out of this world with how close they are. The chemistry of the Super family is world class. Why not said Kelra knows how he wants the team to be. He was the one who broke the ice with the new players. So the gold standard himself led the way to forming the chemistry of this squad, alongside, of course, Coach Why Not, his the other member of Fnatic Onyx PH who retained from the previous season in King Kong, and of course Super Fritz. Kelra actually first met Why Not in Smart Omega when he first joined, so there's history between these two championship figures in the Philippines.
Yeah, I think we can, you know, we've seen this, Renmar, actually happen in real time, and back in the MSC 2022, that was a time when I would say this character development, especially for Kelra alone, started to happen, and then they formed what eventually became, that Super family. And this is, when we were even calling them that, I mean, even some of the members have changed, obviously, up to that point when their first iteration, but they were still the beginning foundations of what is today that Super family. And I think Coach Why Not has done an amazing job at bringing that culture, bringing that nature to this team, and it obviously shows on, you know, in game, and I think that's a big thing. Even when we get a preview here, and the way they interact with the players.
I mean, even when it's not just the interaction with the players, right? It's shown in game as well. The connection, it feels like nobody is missing a beat. And again, I've heard from you guys firsthand experiences of listening to their comms. They barely say much. They just understand where they need to go, which is why their chemistry is really, really nasty. But even in that quote, Kelra understands that for him to grow, there needed to be a failure, which happened in 2022, and now he basically owes his life to Why Not, to bring him all the way. And honestly, to appreciate it, he needs that championship to set that gold standard and to tell his coach, hey, it's because of you.
Going back to MPL Philippines Season 14, Kelra was still being called the gold standard. He said, do not call me that until I start winning championships. He finally won his first MPL PH championship and finals MVP there, and now he's on the running to becoming one of the few players who can say they are an MSC champion, an MPL local league champion, and an M Series world champion. But it's not just about Kelra. What you gotta appreciate about Fnatic Onyx Philippines, Naisu, is as the season went on, new names in FNOP started making a huge impact. Brusco and Kirk especially slotted in very well.
Yeah, Brusco and Kirk both, you know, coming off of previous teams and then really slotting into this lineup that was chosen, like we just saw there, from help with Coach Wina and Kelra, but the way that they came into the team lineup and the way that we did see them struggle a little bit here and there, but then all of a sudden, when they did come out from the previous season of MPLPH, it was really hard to look for weak points. And I think that's still the case here for this lineup, even today, as we are now going through this the Swiss stage format and everything here. But also, across from them is a team that has come together in a lot of different iterations of NA. But of course, let's reintroduce them. We have Zia in the gold lane, Shark there in the roam, Hoon in the mid, Mobazane in the jungle, and Fried Chicken. And these guys themselves, man, I mean, they've been through, honestly, just a journey themselves individually and then as a team. And I feel like this might be...
From NA have been calling for this team to come together, especially with a competitive scene that looks very Mad Max-esque. There are clicks everywhere. And, it's difficult because their servers is split up east to west. So even then, you have to deal with ping issues. And despite that, now on a competitive stage with basically one MS, now they can really show what they've got to the rest of the world.
Bloodthirsty Kings can take down the Thunder Kings, the super family of the Philippines. Is Fnatic, Onyx PH, Kelra, Brusco, Super Friends, King Kong, and Kirk. Gideon, from an outsider's perspective, as you followed Malaysia.
Damn, these dudes are the king of the mullet.
Everything going on with Fnatic, Onyx PH, who are the stars of this team from an outsider's look.
From an outsider's look, I mean, yeah, I gotta give it to Super Friends.
Is that like a popular hairstyle? I guess it's not called the mullet in the Philippines. What do they call it in the Philippines? Is that like a popular hairstyle?
Not many people can catch his drift, but with the rest of the team being on that same wavelength, they have full trust in him. They're gonna send them into a position where they can actually pop off. But let's not forget about Brusco. We've heard about Kirk, we've heard about Kelra and King Kong, but Brusco is very interesting because, again, he had an opportunity to go over as an import for RRQ. He comes back to this team and says, hey, I'm bringing back a couple of interesting picks, but better than that.
They do. I wish Chicken had kept his hair long. I'll bet his mom was like, there is no fucking way you're going on national television with that long ass hair. She made him get a haircut or something. Most moms are like that.
He said Fnatic, Onyx Philippines.
Fnatic, Onyx Philippines, I've been hearing this a lot, man.
Yeah.
Like, in the whispers and everything else of what the teams have experienced. And that's why I'm saying it would be amazing to see maybe tonight the first team that actually finds.
God damn it, Chicken. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of seeing these quotes from Chicken, dude. This is one of those times where I just want ego, bro. I just want the ego to poke through, even if they're the greatest team and they've fucking mollywopped you in scrims. I want people to say that, yeah, dude, we're gonna take this. They better watch out. Fuck it. Who cares? Who cares if you get beat?
Wherein there's something about BTK and the teams that
oh, here we go, boys.
But in history, long past, the teams play differently against BTK. They lose a little bit of that discipline, a little bit of the mojo that made the team that BTK is going up against the team that they are, and suddenly BTK is at equal footing with what looks like Titans of MLBB.
Well, I mean, Titans is one thing to say, but BTK come again from that Mad Max-esque sort of competitive scene. These are the best in their individual roles. That's why they're called the Bloodthirsty Kings and not Bloodthirsty King.
And part of this too is this would be the first time that we get to see them in a best of 3, obviously.
Yes.
Because it is very different. We've seen the nature of best of 1s and now the best of 3 coming into play. So this is a true quest.
Bro, why are they calling Pikadiff a coach, bro?
Honestly, for me, if like for our younger generation, we're still.
He's not the coach. Stop fucking. I feel like they're trying to undermine the fact that we don't have a fucking coach at all.
You are looking for that university degree to get that big moolah at the end of the day.
And you see these two teams respecting each other's solidarity, with Fnatic, Onyx Philippines taking away the high loss, and Matilda, which are options for Shark, but of course that high loss can also go into the EXP for Fried Chicken, and the Eve of Hoon, which has shown to be terrific as well. While BTK are targeting some of the signature heroes of Fnatic, Onyx Philippines in the Fanny of King Kong and of course the Cho of Brusco.
I feel like they have to come in with a direct plan. With the way that the current metagame is going, teams who have a strong...
Who are they going to go? Suyu?
Really influence the draft.
Oh, fucking what's her name? Zuxin's out there. Shit!
to start adapting afterwards if they do drop this one, but hopefully we get to see an idea of how they want to approach
Zuxin's out there, Bruno.
How this plays out, I almost see BTK going comfort.
I don't like Zuxin. I don't like Zuxin. I'd rather they pick up Bruno.
And maybe we see some contests go here for the Bruno specifically, but more so, like I said, my big question mark is
It's Zuxin!
Knowing that he's in the best of 3. Jushin first pick for FNOP, it covers so much. And we've already talked so much about Super Prince and what he's able to do on multiple heroes. But it looks like there is going to be a change here. BTK takes the Bruno, like we were thinking, but it is going to be a different jungle this time around as the Suyo gets locked in.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines have to acknowledge.
Yeah, but who gets the backline? Who's closing the distance on Suyo? All right, now they're gonna take what? Fucking Phoveus. Phoveus and Beatrix, maybe? Yeah, because they don't want Beatrix to get taken off of there.
Interesting to see how they approach it, right? I'm hearing the
Oh, they take Joy, and that's a lot of early game. We need we're probably gonna need a Gatakacha. We need some early game. That is a lot of invade potential right there.
Suyo, especially going Suyo blind as well, seems a little interesting considering the past few patterns of BTK.
To be fair, as BTK go for their third pick, I feel like this might be Valentina would be good, considering that you see the Joy and the Khalid there. I think that's also BTK respecting the heck out of King Kong.
I don't like the Valentina pick. Valentina doesn't make sense here. This is a lot of fucking early game. This means they're going to invade. That means they're going to be they're going to be inside our jungle in the opening minutes. And we need to have some fucking protection there.
What we saw King Kong do with Hansa Suyo. That last pick locked in here for BTK is the Aurora. Interesting, because I was also leaning towards that Valentina because of the fact you have 2 powerful ultimates already that you could actually take, right? Whether that's the beacon there from the Jushin or the Sandstorm from the Khalid. And that gives you an opportunity to set things up really well. Not to say the Frigid Glacier doesn't, the ultimate from Aurora, but this still could play a part. The only thing is, I'm just worried because Aurora, obviously, when you have that passive, it's really nice, but there's already a lot of tools from over here from FNOP to deal with that and put so much pressure on the Aurora. Honestly,
Yeah, there's a lot of tools, but we do need some CC, honestly. I want to say these last picks need to be CC based because there's a ton of CC. You have the CC from Khalid, you've got tons of CC from Zuxin. We don't have any CC on the side of BTK yet except for Aurora. So, I mean, I like the Aurora pick. It makes sense.
For you guys to absorb that pressure, and if we can look for those counter engage moments, at least.
But do we have something to go against Khalid? Well, what counters Khalid? Hilda's already banned out. Usually that's taken as a counter to Phoveus.
I like that they actually took out the Tigreal as an option for Shark. BTK, we've labeled that as them as sort of a Mayweather-esque type of team.
I'll tell you what I don't want to see here is a Gwen. I don't think Gwen works here. I think there's too many mobile heroes.
To turn things around. And I get now why they would pick the Aurora, because as we mentioned, it's just...
Ooh, so we're probably going to go something heavy and dominant in the XP lane.
Can crowd control and damage from afar.
What is it going to be, an R-Lot? Does R-Lot work here? I'm not sure.
Ban. What? On the
A Kai?
Because that would have been a big major swerve that really would have messed up a Khalid and a Joy.
I mean, Phoveus is wide open, and I think that, you know, BTK were trying to... Oh, no, they go for the...
There's the Gatakacha. I like the Gatakacha because it stops the early game from them. That's perfect.
So does Kirk go now for
It's something that protects your jungle.
With his signature, does he get the Edith?
They're going to take the Edith away.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, they're trying to embarrass us, bro.
I heard the chat mention this at one point, but I wasn't expecting this right now.
Oh, I had this literally not too long ago. I had this conversation with Mirko. Yes, Layla is a very interesting pick because in lane against this Bruno, there are a couple of interactions that can work. Again, keep in mind that Bruno, when he gets his empowered auto attacks, it stacks up to increase his crit rate. But the main source of damage comes from those footballs coming at you once he picks it back up. You can mini stun him, right? Those mini stuns are good, but eventually, what's good about Bruno in the current meta? Long range, crit build, and Layla does both, if not grows further than the Bruno.
Interesting picks as Fried Chicken locks in the R-Lot for him.
We don't have anything to get to the back line really right now, and that's kind of scaring me. Except for Gatakacha, I guess. Gatakacha can get to that back line, but can our team follow up when Gatakacha goes back there because, like, I mean, you're going to have Layla far in the background. You're going to have Zuxin in the background there. They're going to be trying to kite as much as possible. When Gatakacha goes back there to catch on to them, are we going to be able to follow up? Or is Gatakacha just going to get back there, separated from the rest of the team, and is that going to be GG?
How you feeling, Trax? How's that heart doing?
I mean, my heart
And then,
is good
yeah.
for
Okay,
now.
we'll see. We'll see.
Right now, though, I mean, even with the Layla pick, you can just never count out FNOP. There's got to be a reason for it. The range is definitely helpful, but enough talk about that.
It's time to head into the land of Dawn for our second advancement match into the knockouts. This time between NH Giants and the Filipino super family BTK against FNOP. FNOP blue side, BTK red.
All right. Breaking things down, jumping into game one in a best of three. You said there's tension in the air. There is electricity right now on how this is going to go. So much on the shoulders of Brusco. Already taking a lot of damage. Might have to go back. Does have some sustainability there, but still, things already getting aggressive. Now Shark getting pulled back. Should be okay. Both teams fighting out in the mid in the first 30 seconds.
Just classic Brusco walking out with that Khalid, just trying to force a trade. It is pretty unfortunate that Shark had to use the Revitalize, but again, we got to take this downtime to remind you guys that to participate in the M6 Lucky Gift from 18th of November to 29th of December, join for a chance to get the Claude new Epic Skin, Challenger's Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painter Skin Light Seeker. Do not miss out the opportunity.
Okay, so what is the goal here for BTK? Do they focus Kelra? Do they try to put down and take advantage of the Layla not having a flicker? Wait a second, a lot of damage already. King Kong trying to get the engage. Mobazane brought down to about 20%. Pulled back. Shark now in trouble as well. Bahoon gonna get involved.
Ooh.
Free shots. Wants to go for the 1v1. Decides to back off. Nobody goes down just yet.
Yeah, the push and pull from both teams because even Shark was a mid
Zia!
Hoon almost loses the passive, but Brusco might have a chance to force out the flicker from Zia. I mean, BTK really adjusting well, understanding how fast Fnatic Onyx moves around the map, so keeping the crucial resources online, but we saw how fast King Kong was in not just his clear, but arriving at the scene of potential battle.
Yeah, so many Joy players normally don't try to pop off so early, but literally once King Kong got level 4, he wanted to fight. He got in Mobazane's face, and we could tell both teams knew what the plan was. Let's go for the gold lane. Let's try to get him online first. Luckily for both teams, nobody went down just yet.
It's all about level 4. Mobazane is going to arrive at the scene first. Fried Chicken.
Nice!
Able to get the final slash. Super Prince goes down.
That's what I'm talking about. Quick, easy. Do we have something here? Mobazane gets it. Goes in. Do we have a kill? Brusco has to flicker out. King Kong in a bit of a problem. Has to back out. Okay. That's all right. Go ahead. Put some pressure onto the jungle.
And FNOP not getting the objective, but were able to cut their losses. Both Brusco and King Kong got out with a sliver of health. It would kind of feels bad. BTK felt like they could have gotten more, but still, this is a good start. Great understanding on how to take these fights. If we take out Super Fritz, then Shark is unlocked, right? No one to lift him up.
Oh, Brusco getting low once again, maybe walking into the wrong bush. Forced to back off, and BTK are taking control of the river. Before they were being a bit more lax, and it seems even now they're letting themselves fall back, but we're starting to see that confidence build.
I do love this. Very good discipline. We even talk about the Fried Chicken's special Arlet pick, right? A great setup. That's kind of how they won against S2G. So BTK, good understanding. Fried Chicken might
Arlot in trouble at the bottom. Ah!
Fried Chicken low, trying to maybe get away, gets the final slash, able to get under the tower, gets the kill out of King Kong. A nice trade for the side of BTK.
They had to brace my heel at the end, actually keeping him alive. Topside, Zia.
Ooh, Zia able to flicker, the Sandstorm, the kill. Zia goes down. It's a bloodbath right now, 2-2, and gold still nil.
Actually in an even state, and Mobazane able to get a hit because King Kong went down to try and take out Fried Chicken. So Mobazane a lot more comfortable with this minor lead that he's gotten. Half a minute more until the turtle comes up. BTK is all about that mid control, right? We clear up mid first, we free up Shark. And if Fried Chicken can join the turtle fight, rinse and repeat. Flicker's coming back up for the Arlet. If you can catch Super Frizz and blow him up one more time, BTK can get a hit.
Yeah, White Chicken's got to be careful on that boss side. I mean, all of BTK, I feel like both teams are focusing so hard right now onto these off lanes. We're seeing the attacks in the gold. We're seeing the attacks on the EXP, but BTK, on the other hand, keeping it a little bit more mid-focused here. They want to go for these neutral objectives. They want to make sure they're ready for this next turtle.
Eventually, BTK will have to start thinking about how to deal with the lane up, but right now, turtle fight.
Hoon taking a little bit of damage. White Chicken gonna get involved. A lot of damage on Brusco. Brusco goes down. Mobazane able to get the kill. Kirk in the backside with the Earth Shatter. Hoon might just be in trouble, but he still doesn't go down with just a pixel of health. He finally falls back, gets the thing, but Mobazane does get the kill onto Kirk. It's 2 down for the side of Fnatic Onic PH. And
We're gonna lose our bottom tower.
2 more kills. And 1 went over to Mobazane. So Mobazane is now 2-0, gets the second turtle, continuing to try and accelerate the game phase. But at the end
Don't do it, Zane. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Really lose much. They lost an objective. They dropped a couple of members, but no sizable lead for BTK.
Oh, Mobazane's getting aggressive now, pushing back onto Super Prince. Shark, Zia up in the top side. If they can clear that tower as soon as possible, you can start getting Zia involved into these fights as well. King Kong doesn't let anything slow him down, man. He is all over the map. The confidence from Fnatic Onic, even with being behind in kills, the gold deficit has not escaped them. Even with losing 2 turtles, Fnatic Onic is still so much in
Oh, they're gonna get the fucking flank here.
At 1 point before the second turtle,
Shark's a little low for this fight. They need to back off, Zia.
Caught up, but exceeded that, right? King Kong is now ahead in XP because he did take a bottom wave after 5 minutes, so the penalty on the jungler restriction has been lifted as well. So Fnatic Onic Philippines really maximizing whatever resources that they can get for King Kong, because they know once this game goes late, by Chicken though,
a little bit of damage.
Okay. Easy killers. Easy.
Fnatic Onic has been sending all 4 members up to the top side of the map, and King Kong has just been getting free farm on his own jungle plus the EXP lane, which has been helping him out a bunch. And now BTK are starting to take a page out of that, send the rest of their team up top, and have Mobazane.
Oh, we're gonna get to bottom tower?
As well. Kelra finally getting the first tower of this match.
the only difference is that FNOP moves just moves faster than BTK. With Khalid, with Joy, it's so hard for BTK to keep up. They are trying their best, but sometimes you have to spend an ability or two. Losing that top tier 1 frees up Kelra to now farm everywhere else across the map. And Zia, he's having a rough time.
And Mobazane might be in a bad spot. Kirk gonna show up as well. Gets a flicker in. Looking for the Earth Shatter. Mobazane able to sidestep, but it's too much damage. The electrifying beats. Mobazane tries to get the outplay.
Oh my god! What the fuck was with the tower? Where did that aggro go? Oh, that shit would infuriate me in a solo queue.
To help him out, but still BTK not really.
All right, guys, you need to settle down. You don't have Zane here. This is not gonna be a fight we're gonna win without him.
FNOP though, they're gonna focus on taking away the jungle.
Oh, that sucks. That really kind of flipped it over.
Yeah, we got tower for tower in the top side now. Zia finally going to be able to get involved in this. He's 0-1-1, but Kelra hasn't taken a single death. He hasn't even stepped a foot into any of these big fights just yet, just buying time, farming, because that's what you would do on the Layla.
You look at the positioning of FNOP, look at where Super Prince is, mid-side. Thinking for a fight, not just yet. Again, push and pull from both teams. FNOP definitely have a better position. Starting to threaten Mobazane as well.
Dang, Super Fringe has a good positioning there. There's nobody on the backside there that can actually get in there to try to fuck him up. You see, the Chicken's not even in a good position, and this is gonna be really rough. We want this fight, but Super Fringe is gonna be a big problem.
Sandstorm trying to get the flicker on Mobazane. Brusco goes down. Zia able to get the kill. Fnatic Onic now backing up. Super Friends pops the Leonard Flare. Not enough. Big final slash. Mobazane able to get the turtle. The knockup from Kirk. Shark now trying to lock on. Super Friends backing up, but BTK have claimed the ground once again.
Very good initiative from BTK. Another flicker final slash to try and catch Super Friends, but this time saved by Kirk with that 2-man Earth Shatter. If not, they might just end up losing that Jusin once again. BTK, sure, all 3 turtles going their way, but still FNOP not really falling behind. King Kong just hit that holy crystal in 8.5 minutes, and Kelra is just untouched.
We are down the wire right now. A lot of damage from Mobazane. Kelra forced it back off. White Chicken trying to get involved as well. Hoon showing up to the party. Brusco has been taken down a few times. Does lock on a White Chicken. Wait, nice final slash. Super Friends in trouble. Super Friends low. White Chicken able to get the Zill. No. Mobazane snipes him out. That puts Mobazane at 3.
We just lost our purple for that, though.
Finally trying to break that 1K gold lead.
And ended up trading a purple buff once more. King Kong every single time when he sees Mobile Zane on the map, he's going to start taxing his jungle. So second purple buff that Mobile Zane will not be able to claim. And you can see the XP lead starting to build. King Kong one level ahead of Mobile Zane with 50 seconds to the next court. BTK got to start thinking about when this game goes late, how do we deal with King Kong, but most importantly, how do we get to Kelra on this Layla, because Malefic Gun is going to eventually be an item choice, and he's going to max out his range at level 12.
I mean, we don't see the Layla very often. We just got the Berserker's Fury locked in. At what point does it become a major stress point? Wait a second, Final Slash does lock on.
Yeah, but it wasn't. It was a defensive Final Slash, not an offensive, so...
Level 12 plus Malefic Gun. Level 12 onwards, right? Because you max out your ultimate level, so max range benefits for not just his abilities, but your attack range, and then the Malefic Gun adds on another 10-15%. You are going to outrange not just Bruno, but it's everyone else in BTK.
Nobody's matching the range of Layla. The gun, I mean, it's literally her gun, right? It's her weapon of choice. You can't lose the Land of Dawn with your own weapon, but a lot of damage lands on a Brusco once again. Has to pop the Quicksand Guard. Lord down to about 70-60%. Super Friends holding the front line, pulling Fried Chicken back. He's forced to use a flicker. Out comes the big gun. Does not connect. Mobazane around the side. Kirk able to take the Lord. Shark brings out the AOG.
Oh, okay.
Pushes them back.
That was good. They lowered out Chicken, so he wasn't going to be able to get the Final Slash out there. This is going to be kind of rough.
Everyone else, King Kong, Kelra, working on the Lord. Good attempt for Mobile Zane.
We're going to have to work on our angling. Like, we need to get our better positioning during some of these fights, because ever since that first fight where Chicken was able to come in, find the flicker Final Slash, they've not allowed that same positioning on him. So...
Not overextending, just testing the water with Fnatic Onyx Philippines, but now they defend.
Kirk gets a knock up on a Fried Chicken. Shark gets pulled back. Big hits. Shark in trouble. Kirk pops the ultimate. Final Slash does land on a Kirk, but Shark still goes down the freeze. The connection. Kirk taken out as well. It's a 1-for-1 right now. Down on the bot side, Mobazane comes in, but King Kong's too much of a threat. Mobazane has to back off, and the Lord is still marching in.
Looking at the network for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, no sizable lead. Lord will be taken care of mid-side.
Look at the damage! Mobazane off the map. Fnatic Onyx now encroaching onto the base, bringing destruction along with them.
King Kong staying true to his words. He says he wants to fight Mobile Zane, but he's not even part of that fight. The rest of his team is taking care of Mobile Zane for him. And Fnatic Onyx Philippines off of one Lord gets themselves close to a 2K goal advantage.
What is this dude saying? King Kong, true to his words, saying he wants to fight Mobazane, but he's not fighting Mobazane. His team is fighting Mobazane. What?
Couple of times, Final Slash, but not every time converts into a lead for BTK. So you add on the extra range that FNOP has in their arsenal, BTK gonna be a big force.
Oh, we're going to need to take advantage of a mistake at this point. We're starting to lose our advantage. We're down about 1K. I mean, it's not impossible odds. This isn't a terrible game for us, but...
But as long as they could zone BTK
but with a composition like Fnatic Onyx have, all they need is a small advantage. You've got the range from Layla. You've got the CC from Super Friends right now. We just need to not get whittled down before these objectives. And that's what's happening now, is we're getting poked down.
They can't keep their fist up to block their face, and Fnatic Onyx is punching.
Both teams playing it like it's a marathon, and that's exactly how you approach the game. Honestly, very impressed with what you just mentioned, Trex, because a lot of the teams in the Swiss stage so far, they ended up forcing unnecessary fights, but not these two teams, right? They're tangling with one another. They're trying to look for those small weakness points, trying to get the read. And I wouldn't say that any of them folded. It's more of who creates the better opportunity. And
They are focusing. It's just a great comp for a Fnatic Onyx. It's really hard. You're getting you have a great front line with a lot of CC, and then you've got some great poke in the back of that as well. It's just basically like you're moving like this, and it's very hard to break this front line. Okay, here we go.
Brusco brings the engage, and King Kong into the backside with electrifying beats, but Zia able to put out the damage. Fried Chicken goes down. Zia finds King Kong, but now Zia falls to Kelra. The guns are out. They're exploding, and members of BTK are dropping. Mobazane and Shark back to the base as Kelra just pushes them away.
King Kong might have went down, but we didn't get to talk much about the war cry, right? Extra damage, so it's all about numbers. We might have bloodthirsty kings, but FNOP have a bloodthirsty King Kong.
At this point, the tower is falling. BTK's in shambles. It's a 2K gold lead over to Fnatic Onyx. They're going to move back. They're going to go for the Lord. They're going to take their time with this.
The positioning for King Kong has been superb. He just walks out with the electrifying beast, takes out half 50% HP for 3 members of BTK. This could be a Hail Mary attempt. Mobile Day needs to make the
Damn. And Kelra's already fucking chunking, dude. They want to fight here, too. They don't even want the fucking Lord. That's just telling you how far and how focused they know that they are right here.
And look at them waiting. They know BTK is going to come. Brusco, the rest of the team, they're like, we're not even rushing this. We know you guys are going to come to us right now. Shark's going to look for it. Mobazane.
We need Shark cannot be the initiator.
Have the trap ready.
The bottom wave is pushing it in favor of Fnatic Onyx as well. So eventually, BTK will have to deal with that wave.
Conceal play. Brusco looking for a target here. BTK maybe a little too grouped up. Concealed from BTK as well, but Super Friends able to expose them all. Bring back Shark. Out comes the Earth Shatter. Shark down to about half health. As
damn, that entire thing got him down to half health, dude.
For BTK to do something about it.
This is Lord for
yeah, and we can't do this, Lord. That sucks. I just, man, I don't know what you do if you're so sure about a lot of these bans with the Zuxin out there. I'm just not a fan of letting her go. I don't think there's any scenario where you win against the Zuxin.
Even more damage. We don't need a rose gold. We don't need anything crazy like a defensive item, no immortality. You'll never get to me.
You never get to Kelra. You have to get through everyone else before Kelra even becomes a point of consideration. He even has Flicker, right? I don't think I'm
Thanks for the insight. Big pop up there. Are we gonna be able to do something here? Oh, dude. Back up, poke out the Lord a bit.
Looks for the engage. The damage from Kelra.
All right.
So much at such a long range right now.
And respect Zia's damage as well. So they did accomplish what I hope they could, which is keep at least one inhibitor alive. They lost the bottom one because King Kong was escorting that wave, but if they can clear out this wave, I think BTK will have a good chance.
Oh! Kelra, but it wasn't. He flicked back. That was the first flicker of the game, and a lot of damage on him. Mobazane, LG comes out, but it's defensive. Fly Chicken in trouble. Forced to go back. Super Friend slow.
That's going to be all the fucking high grounds down.
Will it be enough to turn the tables, though? Kirk now forced to back off. All inhibitors have dropped. Fnatic Onyx don't care.
Damn.
Lose one. We got all your towers.
This is all right. So now that we have all the inhibitors down, it also means that BTK has a time limit for how long they can stay in these fights, because at some point those side lanes are going to start pushing in.
I'm looking at the winner prediction. It's just 8% for BTK, but they're going to try to get as much map advantage as they can. King Kong though.
Damn, they're taking everything they can get out of that kill. They're taking everything, dude.
On the map, take a tower. You know, if they were able to take that top inhibitor, at least the Lord would have been on bottom side and their long lane wouldn't have been extremely pressured. But now with no inhibitors, it is trouble. And look at King Kong's positioning right now.
Yeah, King Kong can do whatever he wants. Like BTK, you gotta recall right now to deal with that wave. King Kong is still staying. There's a good chance that this becomes the undoing of BTK. Of course, they see that. So right now, you are forced to defend your base.
Say, I hate that all of BTK shows that they're going back there, because now it opens it up. It should have just been like, if the entire team went back, that's fine. But only let Arlott show himself that he's hitting that lane. Because now the entire rest of the enemy team knows that they can fucking advance forward.
They're not going to leave many openings. You got to meet them head on, and that's going to be tough for BTK.
Even for teams that have drawn blood from SNOP, I'm thinking of a good example, but honestly, Aurora is probably my closest one. And even that wasn't easy, right? Aurora was taking the fight to...
All right, looks like we're trying to get some positioning. We're going to try to clear out the lane, get the purple, and then we're going to go for this Lord. That's going to be very interesting. Shark checking out those two bushes. He knows we got them clear.
It is at 18.5 minutes. Gold is getting to that, peak point where items will start maxing out. They'll start getting to the juggling phase.
Yep.
But it needs to come a little bit sooner for BTK, because as you said,
yeah, BTK need to make something happen here because they're on a time limit here. We got a concealed play.
But BTK might have to force the issue, and this is a concealed play to maybe try to do it. They find no one though. Mobazane, it's going to come down to the 50-50 retry at this point.
FNOP are gonna look for a
Shit,
fight.
they know that Bruno's heading back, so they're gonna try to go into this fight.
What are they gonna do, BTK? Is this that Hail Mary attempt? Both marksmen have sold their boots. GDS for Kelra, so once he drops that big laser, he's gonna run straight at BTK.
And they got to go to top side. Zia going to try to clear wave. And at this point, Fnatic Onyx going to start rushing this Lord. You can see King Kong. You can see Kelra. Shark hiding out in the tri-bush. Mobazane there as well. Zia might be too late to this party, though.
He has to somehow walk out forward. That top wave will hold just for a while. And King Kong, he's just baiting Mobazane, getting teased. Here we go.
Earth Shatter does connect on to Mobazane. Mobazane a little bit of trouble trying to dash through, trying to look for it.
Gets the Lord!
Takes it, but it may be there, undoing Fnatic Onyx now on the prowl. They know.
Damn, we lost 2 for that.
Clear these 3. The big flicker from Brusco doing the damage. The Frigid Glacier trying to defend, but King Kong finds Shark. Zia will be next, and Fnatic Onyx Philippines take game number 1.
And that is how you start off the advancement series between BTK and Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Was it a masterclass? Sure. But let me tell you, Bloodthirsty Kings put up a pretty good fight. Mobazane got another highlight reel with that Lord Steel at the end. But unfortunately, macro-wise, it was just not Kelra ended the game on Layla with 5-0-4. Probably only using Flicker once in an entire 20-minute stretch. And even Super Friends with that flank angle on the Dusin was the nail in the coffin. But this could be a prelude to what's to come, Trex. We might get more than just 2 games. But for now, it's time to head back to all our panelists and see what they think about the Super Family against the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Well, it was her all along. The question kept popping up all throughout M6. Who can stop this Bruno? He wasn't completely immortal, but it looks like that was it. It was the Layla solving the Bruno problem, and that's FNOP taking the very first game against BTK.
I don't know. Again, I think that at the very least, it's a very greedy play style. The way that they were holding it, I mean, the itemization alone, there's so much to talk about. I'll get
I don't feel like the Layla had a huge effect on that game.
Into that chokehold, despite the fact that BTK,
I think maybe there was even better options than the Layla that could have actually done well. It was just the play style of having that back line. How much damage did the Layla even get off there? I probably wasn't even paying attention to her because I was kind of paying attention to the front line. She was probably a big part of the damage.
Maybe for a lot of people, this is their first time actually seeing how devastating the range is. I mean, you saw how much range she was able to cover, just Layla alone in the box of, you know, even a Lord, for example. And it's really hard for them to actually move forward against that because even so, even with that steal that we saw at the very end from Mobazane, you saw how much difficulty they had actually managing from the waves pushing in, but then how do they approach this team fight? Because even if they sent Shark...
Yeah, but even if it was a surprise draft, it's not really...
Even with the Revitalize.
I feel like the Zuxin had more of an effect on that game than the Layla did. I feel like Layla could have... I feel like Onyx would have been successful regardless of what marksman they went with.
Quickly going into 4-man, 5-man rotations very fast. It's like a BTK Ube, but they were punished
Just because of the amount of CC that Zuxin provides, you know what I mean?
The Layla was left to whittle down the map. First turrets, and then the second. It's like Kelra just said,
Zuxin was the main issue, yeah. I think so too, but like, I mean...
It's just getting outscaled, right? That was the main name of the game. And I think that we need to understand why BTK was moving his 5 for those rotations in the first place. A lot of it has to do with the way that the FNOP was actually moving. They needed to protect the president. They needed to make sure that the president was able to get to that.
I don't really feel like Layla counters Bruno. If we're just talking about lane to lane, I don't think so.
Will eventually get whittled down. And I think that BTK's only out in these scenarios is to try and go for these big plays. That's why you see that Chicken was very generous with the final slashes.
I think he had to be because that was how you solve that puzzle. You know, you have all these tools, whether it's the final slash or whether it's the Frigid Glacier, even the jump coming out from Shark, you know, with the Avatar of the Guardian. Those were all the tools that they needed to basically go ahead and try to catch Kelra because they knew, because he was going full glass cannon build, he had pretty much no defensive except for, what, the flicker, I think is...
I wonder if this could have been different if he would have gone with the Fredrin.
At least you solve a major...
Like, would the Fredrin have been a better pick here? Because he's got the Fredrin's got the taunt that he can use. It keeps the Joy glued to him so that nobody else has to worry about it, but
They were actually doing pretty good. I would say BTK was holding their own against FNOT.
Yeah, 100%. And you said it best, I think, nice. Fried Chicken is locked in.
It was locked in.
That Arlott performance was fantastic. The final slashes, again, that was like one of the main tools that they were using to counteract the overextensions or the aggression of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, excuse me.
they should have ganked Layla from the start. Yeah, but that's easy to say on paper. Like, that's what you're supposed to do, but like on paper is great, but when you're actually out there and you've got the solid rotations every single time they went up there, because of how fast you have with the Khalid, with the Joy, those two, and with Zuxin, how fast her movement speed as well. So you've got 3 heroes that automatically outpace your entire team to be able to get to that top lane, to get to the bottom lane. So every single time BTK was trying to get there, they were already met with somebody who was waiting there for them. So they were never able to find that opening up there. And that always comes down to kind of that mid lane prio. Did you guys, what kind of roam did you get? What kind of mage did you get? And what is your jungle? Are those 3 going to be able to rotate quickly together? I feel like BTK had a mix of that, but it wasn't enough to outpace the Joy, the Khalid, whose passive makes him super fast, the Zuxin as well. They were always up there before BTK, and that's not a BTK rotating slow. That's just, it had to do with the characters that they picked. That was a draft diff.
Kelra was playing ultra greedy. He knows that he can beat Bruno in lane by completely outranging him, as long as you're able to, proc your passive, get those empowered autos, and get the extra range.
All in all, that wasn't a terrible game. You know what I mean? It wasn't a terrible game for BTK there. Like I expected like a steamroll, but like that was actually kind of back and forth. That's just one of those games like when you have 2 good teams facing each other, the moment that one of them just gets that little bit of advantage, they continue the steamroll and then it's kind of over. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of happy with that.
Weren't where he wanted it to be, but simply having that hero, having that utility to initiate with, and then even combined with a flicker sometimes, put enough pressure on BTK, even the back line of them, where they had to react to all of this initiation threat that came out from FNOP, where again, Calro was just smooth sailing. He had what I love to call the ultimate gold lane experience because he didn't have to worry about anything. And on top of that, he didn't have to build anything defensively. He was just relying on his team, obviously. That comes with that whole bond of the super family that we talk about, but also just the confidence.
Chicken was so good. Chicken did really well. He did really well. I'm really liking him on the R lot. But I want to say, like, the Fnatic Onyx, it's just, dude, these type of teams with all these coaching staffs and like the drills that they've probably run, like at the moment, immediately after Arlott got that first final slash and that fucking kill, like you could see the immense difference in the setup of Zuxin and Layla when the next objectives happened. They were at a much safer distance, on a much safer side of the turtle that they had already cleared out. So they knew exactly where they needed to be this time so that he wouldn't be able to flicker in and final slash them anymore.
Thunderbelt first, you're not going to be as tanky, and if we are able to get your ult out, that's when we can completely commit Shark to moving forward rather than using the GOA defensively.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more quickly about again what BTK were doing at the beginning of the game.
Valentino could have given them a lot of CC options by taking Zuxin's and Khalid's ult. Zuxin's ultimate is not a CC. Zuxin's ultimate is the lantern flare, right? Is that what it's called? Wait, lantern flare is her CC. Her ultimate is just that AOE that goes around her. It looks like a Sicilian's ultimate.
Topic question for the table. You feel like BTK didn't take care of the map enough?
Yeah, I think in a way,
when Layla dodged Arlott's flicker ult, yeah, that's just fucking crazy reaction times. 68k damage, 504.
Where we saw this when those turtles were focused on, or those skirmishes, Kelro was just off on his own, you know, doing his thing, knocking down turrets, getting that extra gold, which allowed him to get to a point where he just was this devastating amount of damage that was able to be utilized by FNOT.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the fact that Kelra is going to be the main win condition for the team.
I mean, I think the same thing, but there's other OP picks too that you have to worry about. When you're talking about a pro team like Onyx, basically you're talking about facing every character at their full potential. You know what I mean? Because these dudes have such a deep hero pool. So if you take away the Zuxin, what are you giving these dudes? Are you going to give them a fucking Hilda? Are you going to give them a fucking like? And then you have to wonder, what is Hilda at her full potential? What does she offer? Like, this was the first one, or was that the first one? No, that was the second fight, third fight maybe.
For that, but the sheer amount of pressure, and it looked like sacrifice that King Kong would do, Brusco would do, Kirk, and even Super Friends just going forward and saying, you know what, we need all the space in the world for a Layla. Let's just make sure the BTK doesn't reach it.
Yeah, I feel like even looking at these highlights, you can already see, like, even in the beginning of the game, King Kong himself was mostly just trying to cause enough havoc in the back line and didn't worry too much about locking in objectives, you know, early on. That's why BTK was also going to go 3 for 3 in Turtles. But then obviously when they take that Lord at the last minute, I'm almost wondering, I would have loved to see maybe the situation where, let's say they didn't go for that steal. Let's say they actually went and then tried to defend in their base. How would that have looked, you know, with the tools that they had again?
Last Lord steal was in vain, yeah.
In a better position.
Yeah, and like Onyx, such a good team that they'll even sacrifice things. Like they'll intentionally sacrifice a Lord, sacrifice players if it means that they'll be able to get the kills and shit like that.
I don't know, personally, I think it's extremely tough because again, it really just boils down to, oh, if we do end up like, oh, we're gonna push all the way back down to our crystal, it just means like Carol basically from like almost a screen and a half away can hit your crystal for free, and then you have, at that point, you're already in a corner, you're forced to make a play against your opponents. You whiff that, game over.
Like I said, I don't think Layla was the big problem. She got the MVP, but it was basically because of that composition. I feel like any comp, even Beatrix probably would have worked there too. It's that Zuxin is the big problem here.
Things that BTK were doing at a good amount of that game was starting to fall away. I heard something.
What was that?
You smell that?
No. Oh, that was it.
Oh my goodness, how long have you had that in your coat pocket?
It's break time. You know? I'll give you the first one, by the way, because they're almost gone.
Where does he keep going? Tracks, I swear.
But he's casting. How did he lose that?
Don't ask me. Somehow, every time I'm on this panel, the Hello Panda goes missing. I usually blame LaFell, but I've noticed that Trex has really been able to sneak these away.
Okay, if LaFell does it in MPLMY, it's Trex and M6. So that's our number one suspect right now. So, of course, with all of the action that we've seen in the M6 World Championship, you can fuel up your game with Hello Panda. Their crunchy biscuits. Thank you. Please, can you finish the spiel for me?
No worries. The ultimate snack to keep you energized, level up the day, and visit Hello Panda's website for more. They've got a bunch of other flavors
I was
I'm
gonna
curious
say,
about.
Are there other flavors?
Oh yeah.
Did you see Layla dodge fly chicken ult? Yeah.
Haven't tried any of the
So
other ones,
quick,
but
dude.
I can only assume because these are the base ones, it's got to be good.
This is my first time on panel, so you know this is the first time that I've actually got to eat some Hello Panda, because every single time I come from the caster desk over here afterwards of the previous days, they're gone.
Did he flicker? Did he flicker Final Slash, or did he just Final Slash and she flickered out? I'll have to rewatch that.
You love, I don't know, spending diamonds, getting goodies from the past, making progress to getting this guy right here in front of me. The M6 support chest will be available for a limited time from November 22nd to December 29th. Purchase the support chest for 50 diamonds to get a large amount of pass EXP with a chance to obtain a basic M6 pass. You can use the pass to instantly activate.
It kind of annoys me more, just because it just means we're gonna see more Laylas in rank, more garbage Laylas in rank.
MLBB M6 and hashtag Mobile Legends. Bang, bang. I hear players in the background shouting, so that means it's time for us to talk about game number 2. Are we gonna see the Layla again?
honestly, I gotta give it to first. Gotta give credit where credit is due. BTK played a really strong game in terms of their drafting ideas. I think it's actually correct here. I think the only thing they weren't expecting was probably that Layla. However, the only adjustment that I would have wanted to see coming in from BTK is to actually lean heavily towards that side of the map to slow down that inevitable outscaling.
Yeah, I think they made like one attempt.
Yeah.
You know, where they did go up towards that lane where Kelro was in the gold lane. But then it was just sniffed out right away because Brusco was also there and they were able to kind of stop that from happening. And I think that makes a good point. Whether it's a Layla or not in the next game, obviously Bruno, unless it's banned out, probably still going to be contested. But either way, I think you do want to be able to solve that issue of slowing down the gold lane, the opposing gold lane in Kelra if you're BTK. Because usually if you look at the early game, they covered their bases really well, I would say. They did have a strong early game, and unfortunately, I think it's just one of those situations where so much is happening and they're trying to respond everywhere, and then next thing you know, you're falling behind quite a bit.
Again, which is why
The problem is the only, like I said, I just gave like an entire list of reasons of why the Layla worked there. You know what I mean? Because of the quick, fast rotations of the power 3. And like it's not something that's going to be, dude, Layla, it doesn't make Layla meta. It just means that for this very specific instance, Layla worked.
But then it felt like from in the beginning, I was just like, oh, what's Fnatic on doing?
Hey, what's going on, Bayside?
Now, again, it goes back to the idea of Keller was just happy. Keller was just there. He was breaking towers and he was enjoying the gold lane experience.
I mean, the gold lane experience was great, but then we cut back to people like Super Friends, who was like, man, I can't even like go into my reinforcement supply line. I'm getting caught out in the middle of my own jungle. So I think that BTK came in with some really good pre-preparation for the early to mid. I just hope that they can, you know, bump up that tempo a little bit more and then play and pick their poison in terms of what win conditions. It's not just about the King Kong. You also got to worry about Kelra. It's one or the other. Ideally, you get both.
All right, so now let's hear from a key figure in the history of Onyx Philippines. It's actually Baloyski with Michelle right now, so let's hear from them.
Everybody, welcome to the Courtside Report. Here's Michelle. Now I'm having the legendary Baloyski with me. Hi, Baloyski.
Hello.
How are you here?
I'm good, I'm good.
Yeah, you can show our M6 to our audience here, maybe. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so now on the stage, one side is your old team, Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Another side is BDK. So, Mowazin was here, your old rivals, right? Tell us which side are you coming for?
Sorry, sir?
Which side are you coming for?
Of course, I'm gonna go with Onyx Page.
Oh, Fnatic Onyx, sure. So, you have played with Mowazin for several times, right? Before. Yeah. So, tell us more about why everybody here wants
I'm sorry, but every single time I see this lady with her like stuffed panda, it like screams at me that I'm in my early 30s, but I'm trying to look like I'm in my 20s. Isn't this panda so cute? I'm so cute. Isn't this unique? You know, like that.
Honest, I kinda expect it to become a one-sided game, but BTK give a good fight, so I'm excited to see the game to what BTK can do to make it even.
She was at the MSC too, just holding like a stuffed panda at MSC too.
Honest opinion.
Yeah, Layla.
On Onyx versus ZK.
Yeah,
I kind of expect 2-0, and it's gonna be for sure 2-0.
Yeah. So you think the pick of Layla is pretty cool, right?
Oh, Layla.
It's a good counter or not?
Layla, to be honest, is a good laning marksman against the Bruno, so maybe that's the reason why Onyx Peach used it, and also Layla. Kailaka's positioning is always as good, so it's good to see.
Okay, I have just.
Is her accent Chinese?
Okay, so let's check out what we're gonna find in the game too. So it's a time.
She's Chinese, right? And he's Filipino.
It's always good to hear from Baloyski. Interesting, my brother is starting to sound a little bit more Indonesian.
He is.
You know, but of course, currently he is, lastly, we saw him from Geek Fam Indonesia, doing very well there. So I like that it was pretty straightforward. Number one, he thinks it's going to be a 2-0 win from Onyx PH. Number two, to keep it simple, he loves the Layla. Simple as that, you know?
Gotta keep it simple, honestly. I think that, you know, a lot of teams have been, well, especially in the Swiss stage.
You're just jealous she has a panda on her arm and you're not.
And I think, you know, speaking of personality,
I'm jealous that she has a panda and I want a panda.
Wanting to play against BTK specifically, it makes sense. Mobazane is quite the personality in and outside of the game. Quite a joy to be around.
Unless it's like part of her gimmick or something, like they picked her up like she's a streamer who always had pandas with her or something.
most part, a lot of people want to play against him.
I don't know any background on her, so but all I know is that from MSE, she was every single time she was interviewed, she was walking around with like this giant stuffed panda, and I'm just like,
come to win, and so far they have, but now with this series,
and it was like super obvious that they're trying to push her. But like it's like the added panda to make sure that you stick out.
If I'm not mistaken, is Mobazane and Hoon, and asked about being coachless in the team. Zane thinks without a coach, they all put in the work together behind the scenes, and they're constantly discussing, and they trust each other to make the right choice. While Hoon thinks it might be more beneficial to have a coach for BO3, as they can devote all their time in strategizing and preparing for the next draft. I think it'll be good if we could set it as sort of like a, let's look at it from both angles.
They needed the Gatakacha. If they didn't have the Gatakacha, I guarantee they would have been invaded early.
Even without a coach, even heading into the BO3, that they got what it takes.
I think, honestly, there is merit in both of their statements, and technically both are not wrong. I think that, you know, from Mobazane's perspective, based on his quote, there is a bonding experience when you are with your team, breaking down these games, understanding what is the next step, and really discussing mistakes and things that could have been done better. It brings them together, which is probably how the Super Family also does it too.
Yeah. You know, for me, I'm more on Hoon's side here as he does come up on screen. I believe, like, even at the highest level, whether it's, you know, esports, traditional sports, you always have this figure on a team or working with the athletes, and part of it obviously is, yeah, that's the thing. They're so locked into the game. They're so focused on the game that sometimes, or more often than not, it's actually really beneficial to have someone outside of that to refocus, re-strategize with you, and kind of lead the players. Like, you can still go ahead and obviously trust yourselves and do some of the drafting within the team and everything, but just having that figure on your side in high pressure moments is really beneficial across the board. You know, whether we're talking, again, esports, traditional sports, it's all part of the plan. And I think that would really help them, but so far for this tournament, they've done fantastic. Just without a coach so far.
I think the real argument here is whether or not you're sacrificing, you know, everybody being on the same wavelength for the mental stress.
Yeah.
You know, that's what the coach brings. He's able to kind of, you know, I mean, obviously, if the coach is able to kind of do both, that'd be great. But I mean, it's a give and take here.
Yeah. But right now we see Fnatic Onyx Philippines, a team with a decorated coach from the Philippines. Well, two of them. We're familiar with Coach Why Not, but the other man standing with a headset is a man we dubbed as half man, half amazing, Yelly Hayes, a former champion, SEA Games gold medalist, and now in the running as well to becoming a world.
MOBA Fred has to be. So I don't know. I mentioned it, but I not when I sorted out in my head, I think that MOBA Fred probably would have been worse. It doesn't have the burst potential that the Suyu does.
It's interesting that even with
and a lot of those kills were on the back of Mobazane's like immense damage that he could output.
Coachless, of course, and it's the power of friendship and the bros bring it all together.
And that's part of the reason why I think so many people enjoy watching BTK or Bloodthirsty games, Bloodthirsty King games in general, because it's almost always in a way it's like a David and Goliath matchup. You know, it is this kind of. I know people have been calling them an underdog for a while. But
all right, what do we do?
Serves a certain purpose in a script of their storyline itself, and people love to see that story here against teams like FNOC.
And so as we head into the draft, we've already gone past the bans. It's BTK taking away the Cho of Brusco.
This is interesting. Now, it could be from BTK's position, they've lost to the Layla before because they want to pick up Bruno for themselves on that red side. It might
Who's open right now that wasn't open before? They're going to pick up Bruno here.
It's the same way for both like Suyu into the Alpha. There's so many ways that this could go wrong.
Gideon.
Suyu and Bruno. Oh, Lu Yi. This is going to suck. What do you do against the Lu Yi?
At that point, I honestly thought it was shown prior to this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was kind of surprised because
I don't like
history. Even before I was involved in,
I don't know what you do against the Lu Yi.
But it's great to see. Again, I'm always for those heroes coming through, and you can see this. Here's a hero that is familiar. It's MOBA Fred.
Yep, and of course, so one of the main conditions with the Fredrin is make sure you pack it with something like a Bruno. The Suyo experiment, or, okay, you know, it would be unfair to call it an experiment. The Suyo didn't work out the way it wanted to, but now Fnatic Onyx Philippines get
our lot, they're taking that pick away from Chicken, and then they're gonna probably ban out the XP lane.
So this is, of course, King Kong Suyo, which has been fantastic in M6.
Technically, we don't even know where this Cho is going because we've seen both Chicken play it, but I don't know if Chicken's Cho is M6 XP level. You know what I mean? I feel like Sharks is up there, but I don't know if Chicken's is up there. You know what I mean? There was a stark difference when we watched NACT and we saw Shark playing Cho than when we saw Fried Chicken playing it. You know what I mean? There was just a lot more snappier on Shark.
Overwhelming amount of damage in the early game that you don't really expect. I feel like the Arla pickup would be fantastic, especially up against how we've seen BTK play so far in the M6 World Championship.
Arlet's already out there, homie.
Gathered together as 4 as 5.
But there are a couple of concerns here. I am
So what we need is that mid lane prio as well. What can we use at the mid lane that will help us rotate quickly? We've already got potentially the Cho that will help us get to those lanes. I'm trying to think next.
The signature, the beast of a mage player that is across there, and that's Super Prince. And part of this, whether
Dang, bro, that Lu Yi's really troublesome, dude. Especially with Fredrin there. Like, I'm not big on this Fredrin pick with a Lu Yi out there. I don't even know why they went with that.
played a little bit even differently than what you would expect when you.
What do we do? Like a fucking Yuzong, maybe?
Honestly, these bans coming out from Coach Why Not are actually genius.
Tigreal's out.
Already a really good way to stop the as a means to disengage is great, but also considering the Guinevere thinking that hey, this Cho easily.
I wouldn't have been big on the Guinevere, honestly, just because the Gwen. I feel like these dudes they have too fast the reflexes for the Gwen's. What the fuck do you call her jump again?
Maybe even potentially a Valentina.
That's such a good pick, dude.
Hell of a throwback pick.
Great initiations from the side of.
Yeah, he's still so solid. He's still a solid pick.
Is going to go most likely.
I think they're gonna force Chicken on the Edith, bro. It's the only pick that he's got left that's really kind of comfortable for him. I just don't like. I'm not a fan of his Edith. I know he's great on the Edith. I know he loves the Edith. I just don't like the Edith. Oh, glue.
A player that went by the name of Escalera. It is a Arlot Loyi.
But do we really want the? Isn't that gonna get fucked by Lu Yi?
Honestly, I like this glue pick, man.
Yeah, the glue pick's great. The Valentina pick as well, because you do have a couple options now that you can actually take here that could work in favor of BTK, but it can also backfire. Like that's the problem with the ultimates available to them. And that last pick locked in here, of course, that Beatrix to go ahead and deal with this. So
okay, so we've got the Valentina. I like the prio on the mid lane right now because Cho and Valentina can rotate quickly. I didn't even see what they had on the opposite side.
Going over to Trex and Husky to call the action.
Thank you very much to the panel. It's Trexky once more. Potentially our final game in this best of 3 between Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Bloodthirsty Kings. We got Kirk getting his hands on that meat tenderizer on the Terizla. Signature picks for Super Friends, Loyi, the King Kong with the Suyo, but we also got the MOBA Fred, so signatures on both sides. Let's see if BTK can bring this back as we're about to head into the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, I mean, and then the Arlot steal to stick it into their own position, taking away one of.
I mean, I like our early game. It's just that once Lu Yi can start with those diversions, I feel like we're gonna have trouble. How well can we prepare for these diversions?
For game number 2 between Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Bloodthirsty Kings. BTK blue side, Fnatic Onyx Philippines on red. Parallel jungling for both junglers.
Oh, okay, that is Fly Chicken. I thought he was Rome for a second. That was on that glue.
Sides of the map here right now. Last game we saw this battle in the mid between Super Friends, Brusco, Shark, and Hoon. It was back and forth, and it was so important on who could get to those off lanes first. This time it does look like BTK are on the opposing side of the river.
Yeah, and one of the key points of game 1 was also how fast Fnatic Onyx Philippines moves as a team, right? Like the heroes have mobility. Right now, when you want to talk about that speed, the tempo, this draft enables that completely. Suyo, but not just Suyo, the Loyi with the divergent will always give you that macro edge. You can put off-tempo play. I'm pretty sure BTK is familiar with that, as Kun also plays at Loyi.
Damn, they're already in his jungle, taking his farm.
The major issue with the Fredrin right now is the jungle clear. And he's already falling behind now. A little bit of damage on Hoon. Hoon forced to use a flicker a little bit early on. Backs off Shark, now coming in to help out. The snipe does miss from King Kong. But this is going to give Fnatic Onic possibly a little bit of advantage when they move up to the top side of the map here.
Yeah, and Hoon is not allowed to recall because he needs to soak up that mid wave. So he's going to be late on timing, right 20 seconds before the first turtle spawns. And Fnatic Onic Philippines is doing a very good job. Brusco forcing Hoon to path to the bot side, and that's how he ended up having to waste that flicker to get away from King Kong. Turtle will spawn it just a little bit. BTK, they need end up level 4 for Fight Chicken.
And look at the rotations from these EXP laners. Both know the assignment. A lot of damage, though, does land on a Fly Chicken.
Damn, that's a huge amount of damage on the Fly Chicken.
Does proc from Super Friends, bringing down Shark as well. A little bit of damage onto Kirk. Kirk backs off. But Turtle is getting started, and BTK...
Damn, but they succeeded. They got them low so that they're not going to be able to really contest for this Turtle. Look at that positioning. That's great.
King Kong as well. It's a battle. Fly Chicken dashes in. Mobazane able to get the taunt. Super Friends finds Fly Chicken. A lot of damage, though, onto Brusco, onto Kirk. Kirk comes back with the penalty zone, does not...
Oh, that was a nice flicker out of the penalty zone.
Maybe gonna get backed off. Brusco goes down. It's 1-for-1 right now. And
Nice flickers there.
Turtle still up, though. Watch that diverge.
Oh, nice Hoon.
Able to make it 2-1. Mobazane is low on health, though. Brings down the Appraisal's Wrath. Super Prince down to about 70%.
Ooh, I don't think Mobazane's making it out of this.
Backside, Fly Chicken finally getting back into this fight. And Turtle, this is his first Turtle.
This is such an extended fight. Brusco just hit for.
Okay.
Fnatic Onic Philippines will concede the objective to BTK. Big taunt from Mobazane, a two-man energy eruption to stall out Fnatic Onic Philippines. And sure, Fnatic got the first blood, but BTK got more than what Fnatic Onic wanted them to get.
So now Fnatic Onic, just like last time. Yeah, you guys get the turtle, but we're still winning in map pressure. We're still winning in some of our off lanes, and our gold is still up. And look at the final slash! Hoon decimated.
Oh, that was so quick, dude.
Just survive on that one, and watch out for the diversion into the bot lane. Zia might just be in trouble. They're looking for the dive. King Kong comes through, throws a punch, throws a hit, but Zia still up, still okay. No duality procs from Super Friends. Brusco takes some damage from Mobazane. BTK shows up to the party to help.
Yeah, good read from Zia, standing in that bush, doesn't see the divergence show up, so he knows that he will be safe and able to sidestep King Kong's...
How are they always ahead in gold? Because I want to say each and every single time they give them, or that BTK gets the turtle, it's not because they won the fight, it's because at some point Fnatic Onic has decided they're not going to take the turtle. Instead, they're going to go ahead and rotate and get gold.
But like I said, man, FNOP, they're just on this other level where they're able to keep their gold.
They make such quick snap decisions like that when it comes to macro.
Always going to lag a little bit behind King Kong. King Kong's a level up right now.
The only thing that is good for the Fredrin is that Fredrin does not need the same amount of gold that a Suyu needs to be effective. So that's the only thing that Fredrin has for him that kind of helps Mobazane when it comes to like not getting those rotations that he wants.
Understand that a little bit more. Hoon did steal the diversion, right? You want to match that cross-map movement from Fnatic on the Philippines, you now have the tools to do so as well. For BTK, they definitely are not too worried about that spike.
All right, Fly Chicken, let's calm down.
Time for Mobazane to get his resource. Every single time Fnatic makes a move, Mobazane is forced to join. That's why he's been lagging behind.
You know, it's second turtle, and it already feels like we've been in this game for at least 10 minutes. The pressure is on. Mobazane is going to get a final slash to the face. Knocked back. And a big flicker with the penalty zone. Locks on to Mobazane. Mobazane too low. Kirk finds the kill. Shark able to get a big kill. Hoon able to find King Kong. Jungle for jungle. Retry for Retry. Fly Chicken in the front line. Need to watch out for Kelra. Shark looking for an angle around the side. Looking for any moment. Looking for space. But Kelra's onto him. Bruce goes onto him. So Shark has to back off.
Good shit pull from Shark to avoid being stunned up. Both teams have a good idea. Hoon sending himself and Fight Chicken to the back line to take out King Kong.
Damn, that's some good snipes.
King Kong ended up getting taken out by Zia because of the kick from Shark. So that means this turtle is going to be stalled out. We only saw 2 turtles in game 1 because it was so dragged out that the Lord decided to just take over his position. We might have that again because both teams are not relenting.
Yeah, I mean, literally, forget the lanes. We're moving all 5 of our teammates down to this pit from both sides. A little bit of damage does land on. Big kick onto Kirk. Kirk brought back to the team. Kirk taking some damage. Watch the diversion.
Kirk's down.
Backside Zia able to take out Kirk. King Kong takes the turtle, though.
Now, Bruce goes down.
Double kill for Zia as
Fried Chicken doing, man. Fried Chicken. I am so sorry that the past month I've been questioning Fried Chicken's dedication. But dude is playing some great games.
Arlen, but that flicker into that slam. Again, hitting the backline. Super Free is forced to use his diversion to disengage at an instant. So at the drop of the pin, Fnatic on the Philippines knew that they could not continue that fight. That's why they gave out space. And throughout all of that, BTK didn't really amass much of a lead, but at least this time they got that mid-tier 1. So a macro advantage, a minor macro advantage. In fact, for BTK, divergence play also spotted out by Hoon. So that information relayed over to the rest of his teammates. Now Zia gets space up top.
Yeah, which is huge, right? Getting the diversion, knowing
Are we going to be able to get this top bottom tower?
Falling into that bush, saves the rest of the team, and gives a nice idea of what's going on in Fnatic Onyx PH's minds. Now, at this point, Fnatic Onyx still holding an ever so slight gold lead, but we are back to nil. We are back to game 1. We are back to seeing which way this will go. Now, BTK's big problem last time was not getting that kill early on onto Kelra, not being able to take him down and letting him get the free farm.
It's not going to be the same.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get those early kills on the Kelra this time either, bro.
But you still have to contend with all these AoEs from Fnatic Onyx Philippines, right? Like,
all right, we got the bottom towers. That can be the first tower of the game.
If you don't have sliding tackle nor flicker, you are still pretty vulnerable. And just like game 1, we only have 2 turtles spawning for those who like to see the third one.
Oh, we got the mid tower, dummy.
We're never
against these 2, I don't think we're ever going to get it. The way that they're treating the first turtle, like it is the first and second turtle, treating it like it is gold, it is prime. This is what's going to decide everything. It is all on the line. It's egos. I mean, there is just so much between these 2 right now, and the fact that this gold is just going ever so slightly back and forth like a pendulum, you can feel the tension.
Yeah, both marksmen went for second item Malefic Gun, so Kelra and Zia both got theirs. Of course, Zia has that Heart's Claw for extra sustain if a fight ever drags out. Because that mid lane tier 1 is down for Fnatic, BTK will always have that minor advantage to force that wave in.
All right, let's watch out. Let's watch out here, especially because Fried Chicken is a part of this fight. Big final slash comes in with the flicker. Brusco getting bursted down.
Finds the kill. Penalty zone does land on Shark and Mobazane, but Fried Chicken still in the backside. Down comes the Appraisal's Wrath. Nibiru's passion to help fend him off. Zia looking for free shots. Kirk goes down. Kelra able to find Fried Chicken. Watch the diversion. Super Prince just trying to get away, and he makes it in the nick of time.
But Zia finds the kill. God damn right. That was a homing missile-ass bowling ball heading for him.
Should be able to take this first Lord. Fnatic Onyx PH on the back foot for the first time in M6.
What a fight. Brusco had the right idea, started engaged, but the convergence from BTK completely...
Damn, he used that diversion to get away, but that fucking bowling ball was like, yeah.
Stack enough to re-engage onto the backline. I think it caught.
Let's see this. Let's watch Bruno. I want to see this auto attack go out.
Gets the stack, sticks onto Kirk, takes him down, and this is the World Cup shot of a lifetime. Look at this one.
Look at that ball! Look at that ball just go out!
4-0 on Zia. That Malefic Gun really paying off dividends, right? Berserker Fury now online for him. He's feeling really good about himself.
All right, BTK now with a Lord pushing in on to Fnatic Onyx. Now still, it's a 2K gold lead. We've seen plenty of teams turn things around before. King Kong does get in the Malefic Roar. Ready to deal more damage. BTK has to be careful about how they approach this.
This is the second stage for FNAP. Every time they're on the back foot, King Kong will start playing macro game with the Suyo. Sure, we don't have the Lord, but my team can defend against the Lord, and I'm taking structures. Look at Mobazane. He's being forced to respect King Kong, so now BTK don't have Mobazane with them. Fnatic on the Philippines don't really end up losing too much. Both tier 2s mid and bot have gone down, but that top lane is still fairly healthy.
Yeah, luckily BTK...
Yeah, that's a hell of a healthy top lane right there. They're going to get that first tier 1 tower, though, so there's maybe even the tier 2.
They have to be able to get something out of that trade, but anything crazy going on in these items?
So far, no, not really. It's pretty straightforward. This is what I expected from
The ball took that escape personal. that fucking Bruno ball went all Liam Neeson out of it. I will find you. I have a very special set of skills, and I will find you.
Yeah, Kirk and Brusco both been having a little bit of trouble engaging, trying to make these fights. The moment they go in, the damage starts unloading from Zia. Zia just locked in Windtalker. They take down the last of the mid towers. BTK with the advantage.
Upset. Well, at least in this game, it could be a historical moment waiting to happen, but I'm not putting my hopes up just yet.
You can never put your hopes up against the Philippines. At any moment, chaos can happen.
I've gotten my heart broken more than enough times in this Swiss stage, but this is a good look for BTK. Really stepping up again, these dancers in their objective. BTK clearly understood what they needed to do. And we say that Filipino teams like to play this macro, they like to play slow and steady. BTK are matching that pace, they are willing to dance.
And look at them freezing the lanes right now. So at this point, Fnatic Onic, what do we do, right? Do we look for that big play? Do we maybe even surrender this next Lord, or don't at least force it? If we can get a nice position, we go for the fight. But if we don't, they have all their inhibitors left. They can probably, plus they have Kelra still doing very good, fed up. They could probably survive another Lord push, even if they don't get this one.
The only advantage they have is that Mobile Zane is still level 14 compared to King Kong, who is maxed out. The Divergence will be spotted out, but it's just as a scout intel gatherer. BTK, they do have possession over Lord. Fried Chicken is a big brick wall right now.
Yeah, but Mobazane's still not level 4, but look at the kick onto King Kong. A lot of damage is forced to flicker back. Kirk
oh, damn, they got Shark early.
Come back. Zia finds Kelra. Brusco falls as well. And BTK is looking for their next target. King Kong left alone. Super Prince as well.
Let's go. Let's go.
BTK looking to take this Lord. BTK looking to find some inhibitors.
Look at contingency plans for FNOF. Super Prince walks straight down to bottom to clear out that wave. It's all about stalling out the minion wave. Even as the Divergence to go straight over to the second tier tower in front of the second tier turret. Maybe might be able to catch.
Yeah, that was dangerous.
Yeah, but yeah, it's
that was super dangerous.
That they can stagger the minion wave.
Hoon.
Fall back as well. Good identification. They saw that there's no Divergence, so no macro play is going to come up from FNOF before the Lord fight. The stolen penalty zone was a big difference.
God, look at the damage on the Lord, though.
How fucking quickly that they chunked down that Lord. What happened to Shark? Did he get final slashed?
Maybe a little bit too cocky there. Windtalker does come in for Zia. BTK.
Shark got final slashed into the base. That's crazy.
Down the drain.
Another masterclass.
Shark needs to calm down, dude. We got nothing out of this play. Or did we get that tier 2 up top? Was that part of the push? No. We already got that. So I don't think we got anything out of this Lord.
Not as much as the first one. So it neutralizes the state of the game for FNOF, but also the premonition of Kirk landing a penalty zone before the third Jit Kundo hit, so Shark couldn't follow up with his.
I mean, we're still doing all right. We're doing good. We've got a fucking 4K gold lead right now.
Ability to start juggling.
Blade
armor locked in, Fried Chicken blade armor locked in. Some answers to what Kelra might.
And they're doing. I want to say they're doing really good when it comes to these diversions, or at least reading out the diversions. You know what I mean?
And I like Hun switching it up, now stealing the final slash instead of the penalty zone. They tried to go for a full dive. It worked in their favor. They got the objective earlier on, but you can't keep doing it as the game goes late, right? You are going to end up sacrificing yourself. So now it's all about...
Yeah, you definitely can't do a penalty zone just because you're not going to have the tankiness that... you can't steal penalty zone because you're not going to have the tankiness that Harisla's going to have. Final slash helps, yeah. You can get that CC.
Not forcing it. But at this point, do we want to see them force it more, right? The last Lord, that's 2 Lords now, down the drain. And in another, another 4 or 5 minutes, Gold's going to get to that peak, and Fnatic Onic won't be at a deficit anymore, right? It won't matter anymore. And they'll be able to really force and take these fights along with BTK. The big advantage
they're going to the top.
In this last Lord is
notice how they're not showing everybody. They're just showing Lu Yi up there.
Yeah, this conceal play is what I'm waiting for.
Shark looking for the kick, does get found out. Gonna be able to land on a Kirk, bring him back to the base. Zia. Oh, wait, big final slash. Out comes the winner crown. Zia in a little bit of trouble. Brusco. Wait, they're focusing on to Zia. Mobazane finds Brusco and Zia. Sidesteps, backs up, and still gets the kill. 2 for nothing. BTK.
This is what I want to see from BTK, bro. Oh, ow, Shark, run! The bitch is crazy.
Again, you can take this Lord, but you gotta contend with macro, which Fnatic on the Philippines, they're already setting up for it. They understood that there's no Lord in sight, so King Kong is gonna deal with the top wave. Lord number 3 for the Bloodthirsty Kings, and this one has to start cracking inhibitors.
Yeah, this one has to maybe even finish it at this point, because it's going to be, what, another 2 or so minutes longer than that for the next Lord. By the time the next Lord comes up...
All right, I need Shark to calm the fuck down. I don't need him getting final slashed into the base again.
Throw hands, which we're ready to throw fisticuffs.
Okay, just talk about how fast Zia switched from Wisdom Nature to Rose Gold Meter.
Well, getting a penalty zone to the face.
Yeah.
Well, getting a final slash to the face.
Exactly, and now he brought the Wisdom Nature back once more. We'll have it ready for the next fight. King Kong will try to cut the top wave, but thankfully BTK are also on the case. So King Kong not able to fully clear it out. They're looking for him. Can still play.
Is this the right play?
Go, look at that damage from Zia!
Zia found you creeping. Now BTK 5v4.
Watch the final slash. Watch the final slash. There it is.
A big final slash. Hoon brought in. Fly Chicken in trouble.
Oh, Fly Chicken's fucked.
Gets the kill, stops him, puts out the stiff arm, and knocks him down.
At least that's one inhibitor. I say for Fnatic on the Philippines.
That's one inhibitor. Dude, they are just...
With BTK means that they can...
All right, we just need to do that 3 more times.
FNOP again, back to a neutral state. But BTK have a solid control over the state of the macro right now, thanks to that fallen inhibitor.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to help a lot for sure. At this point, Shark's been setting up well in terms of, you know, in just the general sense of the map. Where BTK are folding is when they get into this bottleneck, right? When they try to get into that base and have to go through those lanes. You got Kelra sitting there with a sniper. You got Kelra sitting there with a grenade launcher. You got Kelra sitting there just ready to stop you, and you proc that as well with the duality, the passive from Super Friends. It is a hard wall to crack through.
And with how BTK has been playing, we're not seeing as much off-tempo play from this Loi because they...
Oh, is Salty Duck in here? Just chilling? All quiet? That's cute.
Understood that every single time we get an objective, this King Kong Studio shows up in the side lanes to stagger our waves. We might as well take him out.
Salty Duck, fan of cats in here.
It gets into murky territories, right? Both teams hitting that critical mass. Lord up in 40 seconds. It's all about item swaps for BTK. Fnatic on the Philippines also peeking out in their core items.
At this point, does this game just end with a full team wipe, right? With at least a 3-man wipe, is that the only option at this point? Not just taking 1, not just taking 2, but a minimum of 3 to where you can just force your way in.
It could be the only way, honestly. I think if you're BTK, if you're Shark, you are always looking for that moment. Same as Brusco, but we've seen how BTK respond to being dove by a final slash into a penalty zone. They've had protocols set up to deal with that. And Shark, he is just taking up so much space.
Okay, let's be careful here. I don't like this fight. I don't like this.
Nobody's forcing it. The diversion too, man. He hasn't been able to get a single good diversion off Super Friends because every time he goes to a bush, BTK's ready. They're like, yeah, we knew you were going to go here. Yeah, we're ready for this.
Yeah.
But Fnatic Onyx looking for an angle around the backside. Fly Chicken knows.
Oh, Fly Chicken's dead. Is he? No, he goes in. We're going to lock on to Kirk. Is that going to be enough damage? Uses the ice crown. Is that going to be enough? Popped up, bounced, and taken down by Hoon. Now on the backside, we do have Brewski. Is that Brusco? 2 more down. Let's fucking go.
Last time you see North America kind of putting up such a fight. We've seen glimpses of that in previous championships, but you're up against a super family that everyone touted as perfection, the embodiment of perfection. But BTK takes the 4th Lord of the game, and so far in terms of objective, I gotta say, Trex, all 4 Lords have gone to the NA's powerhouse.
Yeah, and look, I mean, once again, Suyo at the top side, pushing up on. I think BTK's doing this right. It's like, listen, fine, do that. We got a Lord coming down mid. You're going to have to come back to base. You got 15 seconds on the clock for Brusco and 10 for Kirk.
without Brusco and Kirk, there's no way Fnatic on the Philippines can get any engaged off. But BTK, is this the end angle? They're gonna attempt for it.
Oh, Hoon with the penalty zone. They just gotta lock the base.
Come on, lock tower, lock tower, lock tower. Let's go!
Up the game.
Hands up for the bloodthirsty Kings. North America on the map. The hope to qualify for knockouts is still alive. And can you believe it? Against literally the favorites to win the entire championship, and they have tied it up. Hope restored for sure. What a game number 2, perfect macro. But this MOBA.
But he forced it into game 3.
This is amazing, man. You know, when you have these advancement matches, it's gonna go 3 games. Like, you don't want it to be a sweep, obviously, either way. And this is, like you mentioned, Redmar, this is a team going against the favorite right now, the tournament favorite.
Yeah.
And they just went and got a great victory that they well deserved. And so I'm really interested in what's gonna happen ahead of them.
Same, but at the same time, on the technical level, I'm very proud of both of these teams. Again, I think that, you know, North America should be looking at BTK because they're coming from a very interesting angle to approach Fnatic Onic PH. They got a lot of their power picks stolen, and yet their adaptation extremely smart. Take out that front line first, keep them down underneath the water. That way you have a clear path to look for these bigger fights later down the line. Super Fritz, who again was very scared to walk up once all the big boys from
Why don't you go to M6? Because I wasn't invited.
Obazame also basically takes no damage.
Yeah, the glue at the end of the day was the kicker pick for BTK because
Oh, this was so good. This was so good.
that every time Brusco and Kirk were forward and they went in just a little bit too deep, the moment Fly Chicken showed up in front of the backline, in front of Prince, in front of Kelra, the Arlott and the Turizla were helpless, Naisu.
Yeah, I think Flied and Shark both obviously played a huge part to this victory. This is now back-to-back, you know, 20-plus minute games. I think the previous one just over 20. But that just shows how locked in BTK as a team can be for, you know, that endurance run, because really from start to finish they played it well. I feel like they really corrected what happened or what didn't work out for them in the previous game. They made good adjustments. And it's funny because we had that discussion earlier about the whole coaching or not having
Said Zia, you beautiful man. Zia 7-1-7. It wasn't just Zia though. I want to say fucking Shark and Chicken really did a huge job kind of holding up that front line, bro.
Moments, right? Early game brawling was actually super important for BTK, and obviously it could have gone either or, but generally they're overreaching, right? It's not about the neutral objectives anymore. It's really about how do we take away the supply lines from Fnatic so that people like Kelra, as much as he can do well in lane, if Zia just gets just a little bit of help, gets that first initial kill, we can snowball him out of control by being a brick wall that he can hide behind.
Yeah, one of the biggest things that Fnatic Onic Philippines needed to do was hold on to that mid lane tower for as long as possible.
Hoon too. Yeah, he had a ton of damage. Look at Zia, 56. Damn, Kelra had 72k damage. All that damage that went out. But we had such a fucking tanky front line that it didn't even matter how much damage that Kelra was doing. Look at that stat. That's crazy though.
That Fly Chicken was able to absorb in this game. He was able to absorb so much here, over 176,000 damage, and especially when we're
That's fucking crazy.
Like, it's not like he didn't eat a couple of shots from Kelra as well.
Not only that, but just like Renmar mentioned earlier, the fact that you soak up all that damage, you also stop a lot of the idea from Kirk where he wanted to set things up with the penalty zone. He wanted to look for those angles if he could, but because they stop it and they lock it in, that kind of gets rid of it. And, you know, for our MVP for this match, it's going to be Zia here on the Bruno. He was able to basically have a game that Kelra had previously.
Yeah.
You know, he didn't have to worry about too much. He was able to work with the space that the team created for him. And even to top that off with what Fly was able to do, Hoon half the time took the penalty zone himself, and then they utilized that tool in their favor to work out for winning those team fights.
Yeah, this Bruno was well protected, again, with a very tanky front line, with Fredrin and the glue holding it, no matter even if the Arlot and the Terizla on the side of Fnatic Onyx Philippines could reach this Bruno. The question was, can the damage dealers reach the Bruno? And the question for majority of the engagements was no.
Honestly,
the answer was no.
Yeah, the answer was no. But I think, you know, the Bloodthirsty Kings, especially when you're looking at, like, what is the main idea of the composition? Is it truly pick-off? And I would say no. It's actually not about pick-off. It's about chasing down your opponents.
Yeah.
So it's really how do you bait the reaction out of them, right? And I think that Fnatic Onyx PH, as much as we went into the drafting phase of Brusco stealing away this Arla pick, which would have been a big enabler for the side of the Bloodthirsty Kings, there's a certain level of execution that needed to be done. And unfortunately, the combo with the penalty zone as well as the final slash, it worked a couple of times when Bloodthirsty Kings were out of position, but generally Kelleher was not able to land a clean combo overall in this game. And once those ults are done, you can see Mobazame, first item, Thunderbelt, second item, Brute Force, Breastplate. He's running at you.
And again, the best strength of this North American team now is that main playstyle.
Watch this ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ball followed the Loki all the way back. The basic attack already got blocked in.
And speaking of the Louis Yi, man, I'm actually surprised because this is one of the few games where we see, I guess, Super Friends not have that successful usage of the Louis Yi or the diversions. I mean, really, there wasn't any standout diversions like we've even seen from other teams that really changed the course of some of these team fights and the overall structure of the game. Whereas,
Hey, Ritzith, what's a fancy meeting you here?
Defensive with it. It was way more.
What are you doing up?
Way more for escaping than it was for trying to throw off, you know, the positioning or anything else of BTK.
Yeah, when you have such a tight formation, even coming from the flanks is going to be tricky. So now, if in game number 1, the question of Bruno was answered by the Layla, now Fnatic Onyx Philippines for game number 3 have to answer the question of Captain America's pick. That Fredrin, I swear, needs to be respected.
It needs to be respected, but I don't think it needs to be banned. I think we need to understand the angle of why exactly did these series of events end up happening.
I was watching on TikTok.
And a lot of it just came down to when we were brawling for this neutral objective, we ended up losing the most important structure on the map, the mid-tier 1. Because when you're up against a chase composition, you need to fall back into a structure, and especially when you're in that mid lane, plenty of access points to get there. And unfortunately, once that was done, BTK saw that opening. Hey, every single time we play for neutral objectives, we can just chase them down and fight.
I think this puts it, the reason why the Fredrin works so well, and, you know, the whole world knows about this because we were stuck in that meta for the longest time, but you just allow Mobazane to just focus on those objectives, tank up what he needs to, but also pay attention to what's happening around them, and that's where they capitalize off that. So, yeah, I think it doesn't need to be banned either. Like, I don't think you go and waste a ban slot on that, but it definitely needs to be answered in a way with how they handle the draft going against a Fredrin if it pops up again.
Well, don't forget, inside the game, you have a lot of great goodies you can get with the pass. November 22 to December 29, again, it is still there. The support chest is available. It's just 50 diamonds per support chest and all that stuff. It helps you get to that pass. The points in the pass where you get the goodies, especially for that Claude.
You were watching on TikTok by yourself while we're having a party here?
We ask every M series is what makes the MVP? What makes the most valuable player of each team? There's a lot of qualities and a lot of different ways to look at it. Here they are.
Bro, can we just get to the game?
No matter the game or the series, every game has
I'm so tired. I gotta get sleep after this. I gotta cast.
Let's look into how an MVP is being selected. Statistics, player metrics, and hard data are the baseline for assessment. Data points like KDA, damage, kill participation, and hero pool paint a player's performance. But this data
I was watching with friends, but I think they fell asleep. I'm getting there, to be honest. Bro, I need to... Well, I have to cast at 10 this morning, so...
taking in game actions and decisions that may not reflect on paper, but through plays that win the game.
See the future.
Oh my God, because no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again! It does not make sense!
Even if it's just...
There is going to be a giveaway today.
Are they going to disengage? No, the fallback by the implosion is going to be able to find 3, make it 4! Oh my goodness!
And other times, it is about performing at a godly level.
That just might be a full wipeout. That's it. Homeboys now make a beeline through the mid lane. Sunset Lover, he's all by himself here. Homeboys getting ready to push it in. They got it. They got it. They got it. Oh, Sunset flickering for it, and he dies the bottom time. He does it. It takes a TV.
And other times, it's about being completely dominated.
Weaving in and out, stinging like a bee. There's a knockup. Down goes Edward. Huge punish from Onyx. But the Filipino sniper takes one from the back.
Can he though? Give it to him. 3 members chasing him down, and there's only so much alone Khalid can do. There's the wipeout. There's the last takedown.
How would you decide the MVP?
Liking what you see? I'm super happy to take that second game. I'm going to be happier if we can take the third.
Let's go off onto that question. It was nice looking down memory lane again. Some of the best plays in M Series history, and it was nice to be reminded some of them. Or for the first time, that was the first time I actually got to really acknowledge that play that Formaze did as that Ruby. So Gideon, what makes an MVP for you?
I mean, you know, having casted every one of those games. No, I'm kidding.
You were there for a lot of them.
I witnessed all of them in person. It's pretty crazy because when you look at it and think about the most valuable player, yes, the statistics are extremely important, but it's what he brings to the table. What changed that game in that singular moment?
Nisu's tie is driving me fucking crazy. Like I'm wondering if that was done intentionally or if he
plays that happen time and time again. But that's the point that Gideon just made. Does it turn a team like in their favor or a game in their favor based off that single play? Is it this moment or is it a culmination of moments that happen? And the greatest players that we think about, even with that preview that we got there, that's usually the case, right? Those are those singular moments that turn the tides and bring those teams the success.
Now, here we are, game number 3, and an MVP performance from any of the players that we see on our screens right now could be the difference maker in deciding who will move on to the knockout stages to join, potentially, Falcon, NIP Flash, Twisted Minds, CFU, and Team Spirit, as RRQ Hoshi are the only team that you can say 100% have moved on to the knockout stage. BTK's Moba Zane said, "I hope that teams continue to underestimate."
If they ban Bruno, they're gonna leave something open.
Potentially repeating itself as BTK might
That's
pull
Matilda.
off an upset against the Philippines.
There's the what do you call it ban, which means that there's a lot open. Zuxin gets taken out. Hilda's open right now. Bruno's still out there.
Was worth the ban.
Damn, it was worth the ban. So then what are we going with here? Are we going to pick up the... they're going to pick up Suyu to force Mobazane on something he's not comfortable with. So what do we go with? What do we leave open here? It was the Hilda... What am I thinking of? It was the Hilda... What were the original bans?
Pick that they might even consider at this point is probably also stealing away that Bruno from Zia. Make it play something a little
Bruno's taken off. Cho's still out there. They got Cho, Lu Yi, fucking Zuxin again, bro. Not this shit again. They're gonna rush the Zuxin pick, and we're gonna need to have some type of fucking answer for her.
Having enough damage.
Dude, I don't want to do this game again where they have a fucking Zuxin. That was the hugest problem. Oh no, Zuxin's banned. Oh God, thank God. Oh, losing it. I'm tired.
Back at the more the utility-minded junglers that he showed off in NACT. There are two, Alpha and, well, Akai.
Oh, but this is great coming in from Phenop side. A strong opener once
Eve.
again with that show. Again, Shark is really, really dangerous here, right? From his time in M3 all the way to now, the biggest evolution is that he is not afraid to make the play anymore. Under pressure, usually you see him making some awkward decisions, but now he is decisive and he is
All right, thank God. Thank God.
quick on the
So then where do we go here?
That was the glaring thing from the previous game where, yeah, typically if you've been watching Shark for a while, maybe he makes some hesitation. And this could actually be for a lot of roamers that are developing, and then eventually something happens.
Are we going to have to go with a Paquito pick, or are they trying to force the Suyu out of us? I think they're trying to force the Suyu.
Follow through on the initiations that they make. And sometimes, you know, some people might be watching and be like, why did they do that? Why did they go in? But usually it's for the better of the game. And
Yep, there's a Suyu pick with the Hilda. So I think they go, what? They pick up the Gatakacha, or they pick up something else that can help them out in the early game. Oh, dude. I don't like Joy is like been so strong lately. What do we have to deal with the Joy? Because like as it gets to mid game, as it gets to late game, like she just runs on top of us and just like sits there fucking pulsing the electrifying beats.
But could also be FNOP signaling that, yeah, we're looking at Zia and Hoon to be our main takedown targets.
I think they might also want to consider playing the Loi once again.
Belleric.
Because like if you are going for Joy,
There's the Eve.
Yep. They take away one of Hoon's picks. Valentina is still up on the board along.
Yeah, Valentina's still up there. This you have to go Valentina.
More protective. They can go Vexana as well. But let's see which one it is.
Or go Wanwan. Valentina's gonna get banned here, though. They're definitely gonna ban Valentina. They're gonna ban.
Shaken up a little bit here. The Wanwan, so knowing Kelro, what are we expecting him to go with? Because, yeah, some of those bans might still be choking down the gold lane if possible, but what do you want to play into this because of the fact that you have a Wanwan across from you?
Well, initially I was hoping that, you know, Bruno was probably going to get led through. Beatrix is probably the next thing that probably comes to mind, considering that they already have a Cho.
Or they go with another fucking Layla. Wait, how's the speed of the rotation? They're gonna have some pretty decent rotations when it comes to mid and roam. Eve can get that little speed boost from her her first ability, I think it is. Cho can dash up there very quickly. We have a Hilda. Is that going to be a roam or an XP? We're still missing the two picks that we need to kind of prioritize that mid lane.
Not getting hella wins.
Yeah, he's doing hella damage.
He would go like 16 kills, 2 deaths, 14 assists. L.
Looks cool, but
yeah, it looks cool.
You gotta win.
It's kind of cursed.
Actually, wait, what's its current win rate now that we think about it? We can probably double check that in just a bit here. Because
Yeah, I'm wondering if they banned the R lot. Chicken was really great on the R lot, but I don't know how the R lot plays into this composition. Do we have some type of peel? Do we go with maybe Kaja to stop the Cho? Do we go with the Franco? Franco counters Cho, but Franco is like a fucking garbage pick in itself. There's the Claude.
They decided to take away the Claude. I mean, it is a Kelra signature, but...
Yeah, I know Arlot's not banned, but like, do we go with that here? Can Arlot even stop Eve while she's an ult? Is that even a good pick here?
To be fair, yeah, that could be a possibility.
Think you'd play the Harith here? With that, I mean, another.
They took out Tigreal. Now what are we doing?
Kelra likes to go, and you could play that into the Zaman Force combination with the real
Yuzong, he's just so squishy. Like he, I don't know.
So at this point, unless you're like, you know, a bunch of you go for like Genius Wand to kind of help out, then I don't see that happening.
There's a hella good pick here by BTK. First 4 picks actually really good. Because you take away
The Edith, not a terrible pick, but we'll see how it works out. Gatakacha.
And then they get a different pick for the roamer, maybe Brusco signature and the Gatot. But then the problem is, it's not really a backline.
No CC on BTK. They got hella CC. What do you mean? Edith is there. You got some from Freya as well. Not big CC or Freya. Hilda. They do need some CC on this last pick though. They'll definitely have it. I mean, it's Shark. This is where your main CCs come from. Shark and XP. Or Roman XP. There's the Gatakacha. That's going to fend off the Hilda from the early game.
Yeah, Airthil.
Oh, Irithel.
I mean, it's a classic way to deal with the 1-on-1 to beat her in lane. She walks up, roar, arrows, you've lost the trade.
Load, no armor, and I'm done.
It's shredding. I think this is going to be interesting for BTK because now they have to utilize information and guarantee they land some permanent damage on FNAP, whether it be
I don't. Yeah, Eve works here, or Eve. Valentina works here. You take Eve's. You take the RWM.
Aggressive, they could take it, and honestly, hard to see who will.
Cloud9 Cadabra.
Thank you. The fans of North America and Philippines all clenching their backside holes right now because this is the final game.
Did he say their backside holes?
All will Fnatic Onyx Philippines fulfill that destiny. There's only one way to find out tracks.
Yeah, these aren't bad picks. I don't mind this draft.
Everybody in the crowd right now is feeling.
There's nothing here that speaks to me like, oh, this is gonna be rough.
For all you here, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, give it up. And if you're here for BTK, show some love. We're jumping into the land of Dawn for game number 3 in the faded finals of this Swiss match. Who will take it all?
Who will join the Kings of Kings in that knockout stage to place that logo right beside them on that board? Of course, Jungle Star, we got BTK, Mobazane on that purple buff first. So again, parallel jungling. They're both going to end up on where the gold laners are. Heavy poke on that mid side. That's what you got to contend with if you are up against a Yve. But
damn, what's his name's taking a lot of damage. Hoon.
For Zia, because Kara can just always perform that drive-by, always stretch your armor, outranges you. Zia already used his Inspire.
And Fnatic Onyx Philippines already going for this. Send our EXP laner up to the top side. Let Joy farm a bit. It's definitely interesting. Fnatic Onyx Philippines know they want to maybe play this aggressive. Know that last time they lost because they lost out on that mid. So this time they're taking control of the river. They're taking control of the mid lane.
And you get the taunt mid side. Hoon is going to take a lot of punishment. You're dealing with a Hilda that likes to move around a lot. Well, Kirkcho solves that problem, right? You get double roamer essentially, and you can also match the.
Hoon's gonna die unless he goes back. He doesn't want to miss out on minions, but he's definitely gonna take a lot of damage here.
And look at the pressure already on to Mobazane. Did he steal that to King Kong? King Kong just used the retry. It's like, listen, bro, we know what we need to do. We're going to slow you down. We're going to be in your face all game today.
He's going to hit 5 first, and you have retry back up in time for the turtle. So nothing much was lost for King
Okay,
Kong.
so they're not going to have electrifying beats for this turtle? What time is it? Oh, no, they're going to have it.
This show is outpacing BTK's lineup at the start. Edith, Hilda, they all have to just take it in their face early on.
Yeah. A little bit of damage on a Kirk there. Hoon and Shark got to try to clear this wave quick to get over to this turtle. But Brusco and Kirk already in position to zone them away as Mobazane tries to get this purple buff. There's no time. King Kong able to take the turtle, but 2 WMs come down. Shark goes down with them. Fried Chicken falls.
Damn.
The aggression as Mobazane is forced to back off with Kirk in his face.
Very unfortunate for BTK. They decided to take that fight, which I feel like they should have just let it go because, again, Mobazane was late.
Ooh.
He's going to go down.
Big Way of the Dragon does land on to Mobazane, and Brusco takes the kill. Kirk showing off in the jungle.
Didn't take that loss in the second game lightly. And FNOP, this...
they've got some good. This is a rough start. This is where BTK usually shines, though, in the early game, and we're already kind of falling off.
Has yet to come. All lanes are won by the Filipino super family, and BTK are struggling.
Fnatic Onyx moving fast. Yeah, they really are.
Feels like a different beast right now coming into this game. The past 2 games, the highest gold lead we saw for about the first 8 minutes was 500 or 600 gold.
Yeah.
This time, Fnatic Onyx Philippines is kicking things into gear. The engine is revving. And Fnatic Onyx Philippines are showing BTK why they're the favorites.
And look at Kirk. He's going to proxy this wave. And BTK, there's nothing that they can do about Kirk. He's just going to waste time.
Kirk able to get the kick, trying to run away, but they should be able to get the kill here. Kirk still surviving, but wasting time. Precious seconds of BTK.
Yeah, watch out for top. I was about to say, Zia needs to back up.
Spidey senses is a good time to start considering backing off. Just give out space to Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Wait for backup. You can't really do much in this situation. Again, FNOP just moves so much faster. King Kong once more taxing that purple buff of Mobazane, just like how he did in game 1 when we had a similar.
Dude, that fucking what do you call it? Is such a problem.
Corrosion Scythe. Gonna help out a bit, but it's still gonna be some time. You know, the Wan already not the most extreme meta hero we've seen. I think Skylar is one of the only ones that have really pulled it off amazingly so far in M6, and it takes some time for it to really pop off. Fnatic, Onyx know this. That's why they're putting on the pressure. BTK has to try to hang on for this first mid, I mean, maybe even into late game.
Not only that, how are you going to unlock all that weakness points for your ultimate, right? All of them are so mobile. Cho is gonna dance around, you know, with his Jit Kundo and Shunpo. You gotta try and contend with the RWM the Super Free's gonna set up. It's tough.
Kirk once again hunting for Mobazane, man. Kirk knows the assignment right now. Here comes the AOG, able to lock on. Hoon able to steal it. RWM does come out. Brusco with an AOG of his own. The damage lands on a Shark. He brings out the primal form. Kelra in a little bit of trouble. Zia going toe-to-toe, but he might get taken down. Zia falls. King Kong gets the kill as Fried Chicken. The damage lands on a Shark. He brings out the primal form.
I was like, what the fuck was that?
Zia going toe-to-toe, but he might get taken down. Zia falls. King Kong gets the kill as Fried Chicken looks for the next target. Mobazane able to lock down Brusco. 1-for-1. Turtle for turtle.
BTK cannot breathe that big sigh of relief just yet, because that was only possible because it was the early game, right? Kelra doesn't have his items just yet. Any other situation, he would have blown up Zia under 3 seconds. So BTK, they got the turtle somehow. Mobazane, as always, good on their retreat button. Even getting 2 kills for themselves. King Kong will attack the purple buff again. Can they stop him?
King Kong low.
Oh.
Mobazane misses. King Kong just gets away. Threads the needle. Able to slide out to safety. And he takes the purple along with him.
Even takes the buff after missing his retribution, I believe. Yeah, King Kong used his retreat first and still got it. Bot side, they want to look for a play.
AOG comes out, does not lock on to Zia, but it does fend him away.
We need a tower here. We need a tower.
He's looking for space. He's looking for gold because he knows the clock is ticking.
Hilda's not going to be a match for fucking what's her name up at top. This is going to be a problem.
Accelerating for sure. It's gonna go for. I mean, he went for Haskell straight for first item, then only completed his tough boots. It will only get harder from here. Berserker's Fury will be the second item for sure. For Kelra, if he at some point wants to go for Ballistic Gun, I wouldn't be against it for the extra range against such a short-reaching team like BTK.
Hoon takes the AOG once again, looking for some looking for some engaged possibilities. I think the goal is maybe don't use it so early. Maybe wait out until you pop that AOG. Don't make it the first skill to come out of your team.
Well, AOG is not intended to. It's not intended to be an initiator. It's just so fucking slow.
Diving into your enemies.
It's all about picking up poison. If you steal AOG, then RWM is going to be.
Damn, Shark taking a lot of damage.
Right? If you steal RWM, Brusco can just jump on top of you with his Avatar of the Guardian. So in this case, I think Hoon has to really make those smart decisions.
I'm not sure that AOG is really what you want.
Point of contention.
Oh, Kirk with another kick. Puts Mobazane back into his grave. Fried Chicken falls next and Hoon's in trouble. He's looking for the escape, but there's no escape from the Super Family. A triple kill for Kelra. And the advance keeps coming. BTK against the ropes.
Fnatic are just too fast for BTK to keep up. This was the second time that Fnatic makes a move, and BTK tried to fight and they lost.
Zia gets crossbow Tang, able to find Kirk. More shots fired off. Can he back off? Shark in a little bit of trouble. Kelra gonna go in for the chase with the dive, but does not find another. BTK just slide by.
Guess it's the silver lining. Consolation prize getting Kirk.
This is just the advantage of having a coaching staff, dude. Like.
But BTK needs to really stabilize this game. King Kong once more steals the purple buff. Wonder if we could get a stat of how many purple buffs King Kong has stolen from Mobazane. 2 levels ahead of the Suyo. Mobazane forced to go to the top side, and everyone else from BTK now starting to recognize that we need to stick by Zia. He is the president of North America right now, and we need him alive. We need him for the late game.
At this point, the amount of buffs that Mobazane has gotten, he's a glorified EXP laner. It's definitely tough for him. Yeah. He can't farm. He can't get his purple. He can't get his orange. And even look at King Kong now on the mini-map. He's going for another one. The damage is outputting. Mobazane just able to get it, but even that's a hard time.
It's also a minor switcher from King Kong, this time going for Temporal Rain for the talent instead of the War Cry. So then reduce cooldown for his dashes. Even more mobility given over to the Joy in these team fights, right? At the drop of a hat, King Kong can just decimate this backline, and you don't necessarily have to dive onto Zia if you can get a Hoon that is good enough. If you can force Zia out away from the
Yeah, I don't like Hoon taking the Avatar of the Guardian. It puts him in the harm's way. He needs to take something else that's not going to put him at the center of the attack.
Kirk is just making them have a hard time.
Jesus, dude.
I saw it coming. I'm watching the mini map, and Shark's just inching closer and closer to Kirk. Man, and I mean, it's similar. Right now, the Cho has just been such a strong pick from game 2 to now. It is
4K gold lead. This is exactly what they did in the second game. We need them to make a mistake, which they're not going to be. Right now, Shark's getting frustrated too.
Oh, a little bit of damage on Mobazane. A lot of damage on Mobazane. Kelra finds another one. 4-0 in 2. King Kong solos the Lord. And Fnatic Onic inch closer to their ticket to the knockouts.
I feel like Fnatic has taken off the waist, right? That Rock Lee waist, they've taken it off, and they're now ready to brawl. Just moving at supersonic speed. Almost 6K goalie with the first Lord. BTK might have to let this go.
Yeah, they're going to have to back off, and look at the kick! Kirk! How do you do it? 5-man wipe as Kelra cleans their clocks. Mobazane back on the map, trying to defend. The minions are there. Fnatic Onic backs off, but there's still a Lord coming, ready to knock down the castle.
This is, it might be early to say this, but I'll say it anyways. It's checkmate for BTK. No amount of miracle can save NA right now. FNOP can go for the end.
That's it. AOD to the back. Mobazane off the map. Fnatic Onic attack. They want their name on the plaque. BTK trying to defend, pushing them away once again. Fnatic Onic PH. Let it happen. Let it burn slow, because the Lord is still coming.
The Lord hasn't even arrived at any of the structures just yet. And FNOP can continue to put an impact. I mean, look
at the damage.
He's just taking out the front line of BTK like they were made of butter.
BTK stuck in the base, waiting for hell to come right now. Fnatic Onic PH has brought Armageddon along with them. Kelra 7-0 in 4. We're 11 minutes in. I'm wondering if he's maxed out. And look at the damage. Deleted. Gone. Taken out. Another one on the chopping block. BTK in shambles. Shark deleted. Zia falls. Kelra looking for the main.
Jesus.
Looking for the Savage. Couldn't quite get it, but Fnatic Onic Philippines are going to take this tower. In the Philippines, there are no kings, just the super family.
Pure domination as they let this play out in a celebratory fashion. Fnatic Onic Philippines will be your second team to join the Kings of Kings in the knockout stage. 2-1 over the Bloodthirsty Kings, as NA will have to take a seat in that 2-1 bracket. And this is truly Fnatic unleashed in that third game. We thought that game 1 and 2 were close, but in this game number 3, it wasn't even remotely a contest.
They took off the weights, like you said. The Rock Lee weights are off. They were moving at high speed. They brought the aggression to BTK in the early game, and they took it.
They just ran with it. Congratulations to Fnatic Onic Philippines. We're going to toss it back to the panel to talk about this game.
Sad day.
Thanksgiving's over. Bring out the lechon. It's Christmas time as the Filipinos will move forward.
All right, guys.
It was crazy. Honestly, it was crazy with such a
So this is how the giveaway works. We're gonna do the draw. If you're not present in the chat, we're gonna redo it, and what happens if you win? You're gonna add me in game, and you're gonna send me a message with your name. Give me a second.
But just a complete dominating game for FNOP, and realistically, if you've been watching,
Sad day. We still got more games, so I don't mind.
I don't even know if I could say this is their peak gameplay. Like, I feel like there's still something in the tank here for them, but it was an absolute just performance from them. And I think peak MLBB obviously in this game 3 for them. But yeah, I think Kirk 100% was deserving of MVP for this game because he did so much on the Tropic. And the casters mentioned this too, how great this hero alone has been. But in the hands of Kirk like this and how this played out, phenomenal.
I don't know about you, Rema, but do you feel like, you know, Fnatic Onic PH felt a little disrespected, and now it's like, okay, we got to put the hammer down. We got to show who's Papa.
That's what it felt like. That's what it felt like when we saw RRQ go up against Swiss.
They have 3 more chances. Yeah, we got plenty of chances. I think we'll be all right. I like that we were able to keep up with the first game was all right, second game. But like I said, man, the second game we won. But the third game, I mean, when you got a coaching staff, dude, it's going to be super hard to kind of get that advantage. Ruby would have been fine against the...
Hello, first of all, congratulations,
I
guys.
want to hear this interview. Hold on.
Okay, King Kong, let's start with you. You just went through 4 intense days of Swiss stages. How do you feel the competition is like right now in the M6?
Sobrang saya.
You're happy, but is the competition like intense or you think it's easy?
Minsan intense, minsan easy eh.
Sometimes intense, sometimes easy. Maybe you can dive deeper into that. When is it intense? When is it easy?
Mo ba saying intense?
Oh, okay, okay. Now, I like that. I like that. We'll get to that later. Okay, Coach, why not? I'm pretty sure not just us here, not just the casters, but people.
They're giving shitty answers, dude. I hate when you go up there for an interview and you give like 2-word answers.
Wondering, Coach, why Layla? Yeah, maybe you can explain why you guys.
I don't care about this. I hate those 2-word answers, bro. How are you guys feeling? Good. Have the games been intense? Yes. And it's like, bro, all right, let's do this. All right, guys, is everybody ready? So here's what I need you guys to do. If you're on YouTube, I'm going to give you guys like 30, 40 seconds to do this. But you need to go down to the lower right-hand corner. You need to click on the cog wheel, and you need to select 2 times speed. Okay, just like, oh, wait, you guys can't see that. Hold on. So, all right, you guys need to go to the lower right-hand corner to this little cogwheel right here. You're going to click on it. You're going to go to playback speed, and you're going to select 2 for my stream. And you're going to play that. It should only take you a few seconds to catch up to the actual live stream. All right, guys. We'll give it a few seconds, and then we'll start.
The Fred Green, they gotta respect the macro of BTK. You know, apart from them, it's really a free-for-all. I mean, the 1-2s, it's very scary. Those are champions. But if I had to choose, definitely SRG and TLID.
Oh, okay. Now, you know what? I do agree. BTK did give them a fight just now, and it wasn't an easy fight. We can see BTK was fighting back. SRG and TLID, you know what? Hopefully these 2 teams do make it, so King Kong can actually meet them in the knockout stages. Okay, King Kong, to wrap up the interview, what do you want to say to the Sonics? We can see that the Sonics, full support in Malaysia, and I'm pretty sure in the Philippines as well and all over the world.
Sa mga Sonics na sumusuporta since day 1, thank you sa pagsuporta lagi sa amin. Abangan niyo pa kami sa mga susunod pa naming laban.
He said to all the Sonics, thank you very much for supporting us. Don't forget to stay tuned to our upcoming matches and just continue supporting them. Thank you very much to Coach Wynot and to King Kong. And with that, let's throw it over to the panel to break down what happened in this game.
Yeah, 2-1 is really good. I'm happy with our performance. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and do these draws. We're going to do quick draws just because I need to get some sleep before I cast. If you guys do not know, I will be casting MESL. If you need more information, exclamation point Discord, join the Discord, and I will link you guys before I start casting. Casting will start tomorrow or this morning at 11 Central for the European wild card. No, for the European tournament. I'll be casting for that tomorrow at 11. So we're going to go ahead and do our draws. We're going to do one from YouTube, and then we'll do one from Twitch. All right. Is this YouTube? Oh, that's YouTube. Okay, here's YouTube. We're going to do YouTube first. Sheesh, you're casting in 4 hours? I sure am. Okay. YouTube. Kaki Asumi. Doesn't look like that person is in chat, so we're gonna have to give it a few seconds. Is that person here, Kaki Sumi? I don't think that they are. I'm looking in the chat right now. I don't see them. Nope. Oh, wait. Yeah. I said what demon? Kakaasumi. Add my main account, send me a message in game with your YouTube name. I'm gonna tell you guys right now, I kind of lost patience with people who don't send me the message. Send me a message with your in-game name. If you send me a message with anything else that says, hey, I won, hey, I'm this guy, especially if your fucking name doesn't match, I'm just gonna erase the message. It's so easy. We also have to be friends for 7 days if we're not already friends. All right, so that is YouTube. Well, you know what? How many do we have on YouTube right now? $21 on YouTube right now. We'll do 2 each. All right, so that's gonna be the first one. Let's go with one more for YouTube. And then we'll do 2 for Twitch. Angelo. All right, I know for a fact Angelo is not here. I'm looking at it right now. We're going to re-roll that one. Wait, what? Oh, he is. How come I don't see it on my list? Is my list lying to me? It sure is. Damn, and that was real fast, so he's watching. Oh, that was Twitch. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Oh, I'm doing this dude, I'm so sleepy. All right, that was Twitch. We'll do one more for YouTube, and then we'll do another one for Twitch. All right, Angelo, we're already friends. Still, send me a message in game. Send me a message again. All right, we'll do one more for YouTube. Wait, what? Did it, Hakisumi, all right. And then can I pick another winner? Okay, this one is YouTube. And he's not here. You didn't enter this time? Noka, free Noka Jeffrey. Yeah, he's not here. Oh, wait, he is. He says not me, reroll. All right. Princess, please explain the rules to him. Explanation point ID, add my main account in game and send me a message with your YouTube name. Twitch, let's do one more Twitch giveaway. All right, you ready, Twitch? You guys ready? Someone stole my usernames. Ooh, I don't see them in chat. Yeah, not here. We're gonna reroll. Puz, are you here? I know you were. I saw you earlier. Damn, my man fell asleep. All right, we're gonna have to go back. I don't think who was the second one? Puz? I don't think he's here. I think he fell asleep. All right. Nine Cutie, are you here? Yo, he's here. Nine Cutie, what up? I see him. He said rigged. All right, guys. If you do not know, if you won, you need to send me a message in game with your Twitch or YouTube name. Add me in game and send me a message. Guys, thank you so much. We do streams every Monday, Wednesday, and a Friday. I think this will be the last weekend one for a while. Depends on how I feel, because I have to work during the week, so there's no way I'm going to be able to work. I'm going to be able to stay up this late during those work days. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. If you want, add my Discord, exclamation point Discord. And you get the latest news on when I will be streaming and when I will be casting. But I'm going to sign off, guys. I really enjoy. Thank you so much. All of you guys, especially you late nighters. Who was a fan of Cat? I think Salty Duck fell asleep in there. I just a lot of names that I recognize. Ant is always in here too. Princess looking over chat and everything. And a lot of you guys coming from YouTube, I really appreciate the support. I think we got Alpha Beast is always here, regardless of when I'm doing giveaways. Nada is the same way. Zorro and Zoe are always here too. But yeah, as we start to grow, guys, I really appreciate all the support that you guys have been giving out. But like I said, I got a cast in like 3 or 4 hours, so I will check you guys later. I appreciate you guys staying up with me. But yeah, I will check you guys later. Hopefully you guys have a great night. Oh, make sure to like and thumbs up the stream and stuff like that. Please, please, it really helps. All right, bye.